equity from.
And so I guess, I mean, that sort of opens the door to a few different things. If you made a point about equity valuations as well, and I guess the performance in both the bond and equity world in part is based on people trying.
Mr. Beast paid me $500,000 to lose 100 pounds in 6 months. Before the challenge, I was 324 pounds. I was sluggish. Didn't know what I was doing with my life. And now, after the challenge, I'm a completely different human being. But I had no idea how hard it was going to be.
This is my friend Matt, and if he loses 100 pounds in the next year, I will give him $250,000.
So how did you get in this video? I was in a video prior. They called me and were like, hey, do you want to be in a video? I said, yeah. Because anytime Jimmy calls for it, you just say yes.
And going into the challenge, did you have a strategy to win?
It comes back to you. Jimmy offers me, hey, like, I'm going to give you everything, and, you know, you're going to lose 100 pounds. Like, he's giving me all the tools necessary. I was dialed every single day.
What was the hardest part about losing weight?
It ultimately comes down to my circumstances, like, what happened with me.
Did you feel like it was intrusive to, like, get such a raw moment on camera? No. Bash, thank you so much for coming on the Iced Coffee Hour. I really enjoyed your video with Mr. Beast. You won $500,000 for losing 100 pounds. I thought the video was incredible and inspirational. I hit you up right afterwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Well, I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Now, I'm curious how much money you spent on this.
Well, I haven't been taxed yet, but I'm probably going to spend around $150,000. That's what I put on the side.
Have you talked to an accountant yet?
Yeah, I talked to an accountant, so my mom put me on, you know, and we basically went through there. It's not like a traditional, I guess it's not traditional income. You know what I mean? Like, you're not working a job to make this money, so taxes are a little different on it. So
it's just 1099. It just gives you a check or a wire.
Exactly. Yeah, wired straight to your account, so it's straight to my account. And it hit $417,000. $650. Can't forget the $650. But yeah, putting $150,000 to the side to save.
And have you thought about where you're going to spend the money on?
Yeah, I'm probably going to just reinvest in myself and help my family. So reinvesting in myself, taking care of content, and my fitness journey.
Will you be buying any index funds?
What are index funds?
Oh, gosh. We'll talk about that a little bit. That'll be coming.
I actually don't even know what that is. I mean, you guys are the guys, though, right?
Yes.
So would you guys want to take my money and flip it?
We don't flip it.
Why don't you guys just give me some financial advice as friends?
Some non-financial advice. At least make sure it's in a high-yield savings account.
Okay. I don't even know what that is.
Where's the money sitting right now?
It's sitting in an account.
A checking?
A business account. A business check.
A business check. Those don't offer interest.
Yeah, business check.
It's earning nothing right now.
$0.
See, you could be getting at least 4% if you have $400,000 in it. That would be $16,000 per year, right? Yeah, 16 grand per year. Over $1,000 per month you could be making by just putting that in a different account. What's crazy? Every day you haven't done that is like $35 being lost. Every single day that you just don't move your money from one account to another.
See, I need smarter friends. Because this is crazy. I mean, this is literally a high-yield savings account. I've never heard of it.
Why does Jimmy people up with like a good finance person who charges by the hour?
Yeah.
Says, hey, you just got $500,000.
Well, we probably do have those resources.
Okay.
Yeah. So if I hit up Jimmy, I was like, hey, what can I do with my money, or how can I make my money grow? He'd tell me, hey, talk to this person. I didn't do that. I was just like, yeah, I got money. That's it.
I'm good.
Yeah.
So how did you get in this video?
So this video, I was in a video prior, but they called me and were like, hey, do you want to be in a video? I said, yeah. And that's basically it. That's literally how it went.
The idea.
Weight loss?
Yeah.
No, it was just, hey, you want to be in a video? And I was like, sure. Because anytime Jimmy called for it, you just take it. So I didn't care what it was. I just did it.
He called you personally?
Someone from the gym.
And how did you feel when they were like, let's try to shed something?
I mean, so like, you know how videos come to life? It's like there's a title of the video. So gym or weight loss was the title, and I just knew that it was gym and long. It wasn't like weight loss. So when I walked in there, it was like, hey man, this is it. So hop on the scale. You weigh 324 pounds. You got to get you up until a year to lose 100 pounds, and you'll win $250,000. So that's how it went.
How did you first meet Jimmy? Just so that he could call you, just reach out.
Yeah, so I first met Jimmy in 2021. It was the first video that I ever did with my roommates at the time. It was last person to leave the circle wins $500,000. And during that actual challenge, Carl and Jimmy looked and was like, hey, I want you guys to move down to North Carolina. It was during the actual challenge. Moved down to North Carolina so we can make the difference. So that was it.
What was that process like? Hold on. Yeah, you and your friends. So why did he offer you guys to work? Because you guys were just thinking on that.
I believe so. Honestly, there was no like date. It was just like, hey, we really like you guys. We want you guys to move down here and create content. I guess it's like easier access, you know, rather than always flying people out. If you have people that are content creators, you can just easily call someone like, hey, I want you to do this video, or I want you to do this or that. So yeah.
What was that like competing in that first challenge, Mr. Beast?
Like, I didn't know anything Mr. Beast prior, so that was the first of its kind, and I'm a gamer, you know, I'm not like IRL, I don't do that. So I came from gaming and streaming, so doing that was insane. I mean, you have 100 people that are all fighting for, you know, $500,000, which is crazy. And especially, like, seeing the set, right, you're in a circle, you can leave, but, like, everyone's literally staying there until the end. People are saying they're not going to leave for a year, people are saying, yeah, I'm going to leave next week. I quit my job for this. I'm taking time off for this. Like, it's actually crazy.
How much did you win in that circle game?
$2,000.
And why did you leave the circle?
Ironically enough, there was a challenge in there to stand for 10 hours, and your knee or your butt can't touch the ground. And Jimmy gave Nolan power, so Nolan was playing Simon Says. And after like a while, it was just Simon Says, Simon Says, Simon Says, but the actual challenge is to stand. And he was like, Simon Says, do a push-up. And I never do push-ups. And then I decided to do a girl push-up, you know, like knee down. I've never done a push-up. And I did it, and I got out. So,
how did you feel afterwards?
Terrible. Terrible. I couldn't believe it, you know? It was one of those things where you're doing an action, and then, boom, like, you just do it. So it's like, Simon Says, touch your head. Simon Says, rub your belly. Simon Says, touch your nose. Simon Says, do a push-up. Then you just go do it. You know, because it's just boom, 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 boom.
Did a lot of people get out during that?
I was the only one that got out during the Simon Says portion.
And how far did you make it? Like, how many people were left?
I think it was 47 there. Yeah, like, I was more than halfway there. I think I was there for a week. So, yeah,
Wow. And so you worked with Mr. Beast's company for a while until they approached you and it was like, hey, we want to do this weight loss thing.
Yeah, so, basically, there's always like a selection process when it comes to videos like that. It wasn't just like measure the guy. I think that I was one of the people, and they just landed on me to do this. You know, and I'm very grateful for it.
Was it immediately like yes, no hesitation, or did
I never hesitated, honestly. It's an instant yes. Anytime it's on you, anytime Jimmy calls, it's just a yes from me.
That's just a massive opportunity.
Yeah. I look at it as a massive opportunity, of course, but it's also to just help better myself, you know? Or just like whatever the challenge is, it's just to help showcase that, hey, anyone can do this, you know, whether you're fat. Because I did lasers too, I was in the lasers video, and that's tough. Like, you know, you're going through like the world decade exposure phase. I was a big boy then, right? So imagine trying to like crawl through these lasers. Imagine I could go through it, win. Like, it'd be crazy, you know?
Did you compete in that video?
I did compete and I lost first round.
You've been in multiple.
I've been in multiple videos, yeah.
What was your first impression of Jim? When did you first meet him?
2021. Yeah, it was the first time I met him, and it was literally in the circle. So that was the first time I ever met him. It wasn't like a private meeting. It wasn't like a group gathering or something, or a dinner. It was in the circle. I have 100 people, you know, in a circle, and they're going to fight for this $500,000. So that's when I met him, and there was like a lot of downtime because he was living in the RV. There was an RV there, and him and the boys like always interact with everybody that's in. So I got to talk to him. That was cool.
And then doing this weight loss challenge, when you walked through that red tape and you're like, okay, I'm in the challenge, what was your first thought?
So it was walking. I had brought a change of clothes. That was one thing. Like, bring a change of clothes, it's like you're gonna sleep over, right? So I put this backpack on. I had my clothes in there. Walk in, and then the challenge starts. You know, after I hop on the scale and get my weight. 324 pounds, because like you're gonna stay here for a year. It's great. The thing that really like mind-boggling was that you have outdoor food store, you have a gym, you have a bed, like you literally have everything you need for this challenge. You know, and then my coach as well, that got introduced. So
you think now you can spend 6 months of your life in that area.
Yeah.
And how do you deal with things like pay utilities or like
they
provide stuff like
they provided. Yeah, they provided. Jimmy's team provided that. Hey, like any bills or anything that you have that look approved during this video, we'll take care of.
like your personal bills.
Like rent. You know, call it whatever it is that I can't just think about it. You know, I was gone for 6 months and I'm not paying. I'm not working. So thank you. Yeah, thanks.
That is great. That is fascinating.
Yeah.
And what would you say is like? Was there ever a moment where the surreal likeness of the experience kind of hit? Or was it always just like shocking?
It was not like so much shocking, but it's just the actual first act. Because you know I've come from streaming and gaming, so like being on camera, I didn't mind. I think a lot of people was like freaked out. They're on camera 24/7, walking around this place, and there's obviously a control room where they were watching me 24/7. There's a bunch of cameras there. I didn't see that until literally the end. So I was just always being myself. There was no like, okay, there's a camera on here. I have to act a certain way, or I have to do a certain thing this way. You know, so I just like walked around. Everything was pretty normal. It was like, this is my playground, and I'm about to lose 100 pounds.
How much interaction did you get with the outside world? Did they let you have a phone in there?
I had a phone, but no one in the world knew because obviously I was under NDA. Not even my family knew that I was doing this video.
Your family didn't know you. Or did they think you're gone for 6 months?
Yeah. They came during my birthday.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But when did they find out? I mean, there's got to be a time where they're like, "Where is he? He's not home.
Yeah.
He never came home."
Well, I lived alone. Yeah, I live alone. So yeah, they're not asking all like that.
It's like one day he left and he just never came back.
It was like, hey, I'm doing something, you know, so I'm just not gonna be on my phone, quite literally. And then they didn't know what I was doing, nothing at all. Then production called them and were like, hey, your son's in this video. Still not even knowing what the video's about until they came. But yeah, my family took it very well when they came during my birthday. I haven't seen my family in a year at that point. So in February, when they came for my birthday, I haven't seen them prior. Because my dad passed away last year, in January. So from January all the way until January, February, I didn't see my family. Yeah, then I got to see them, and that was a surreal experience. That right there, I think, was like the cherry on top of everything, you know, throughout that whole entire challenge. But yeah,
What did you struggle with weight starting?
my whole life. Honestly, I never tracked food. That's something that I took. That coach taught me is just tracking your actual food and being able to have what you want. I never did that. I always had what I want and not tracked it. So I would always eat a bunch of BS. I would love fast food. I would love snacks. I would love caffeine. I would love soda. I just love indulging in that stuff. You know, especially because they were never really whole foods. So anytime you would eat, you would always feel hungry after. So I was always hungry. Literally, even if I ate a foot-long sub, or even if I ate Taco Bell, even if I ate chips, I was always hungry because it was never filling.
Did it ever bother you? Like when you would go and you'd eat a bunch of fast food and then you finish that, were you like, oh, I probably shouldn't have done that? Or were you kind of just apathetic towards it?
I just did it. And even with my friends, I would just eat. Whenever we'd order a lot of food and I would eat. So it wasn't I was never mindful of what I was putting in my body. I was just oh, this is good food. I want it, and I can have it.
When did you realize it was becoming a problem?
Dude, I started getting 3X clothes. 3X, 2X, or clothes that I was fitting in. That literally from high school that I was fitting in. Because, me personally, I'm not a shopper. I don't spend. Whatever clothes I have. And then, when they stop fitting you and you have to buy new clothes, that's a problem. And especially, just health overall, how I feel personally. Walking around heavy, breathing heavy, actually breathing heavy. That's, something that I noticed a lot, too. Breathing through my nose. I'm sitting there, I'm talking to someone. I can't even hold a conversation. So, yeah, things like that took a mental note, but it wasn't so much outside. I always had a note of it. It's I'm breathing heavy. When you chew food, people can hear you chew, or you're subconscious of that. That's how it was. Bro, people can hear me breathe. Hard.
That is funny.
Yeah.
And so you've always been your entire life.
Yeah, I'd say always so large.
My understanding is if you have been large your entire life, it is just immensely difficult because you've built these grooves in your character, your habits, everything.
And it's not like you've lost weight and gained it and lost weight, gained it again. Whereas in that case, like you at least have developed this skill of like tracking calories and like losing weight, even if you do end up gaining it afterwards.
Yeah.
Like you've always been big. Taking off that weight is like extremely challenging.
100%.
From what I've
Yeah, I mean, doing it alone, of course, it's 100% hard. You know, especially when you don't know where to start. I mean, I didn't know where to start. I went to the gym. Prior to like this video, I was on like a little weight loss journey myself. You know, I was 320, and I went down to like 270. But I wasn't doing what I was doing in the challenge. You know, I was just strength training. I literally would just go to the gym, and I would drink a protein shake. I would drink caffeine. I would work out, and I would lose weight, but not like the right way. I would probably eat one sandwich a day. I'm talking literally one sandwich a day, and then just eat a bunch of coffees after. And like, I was still losing weight because technically I was in a caloric deficit, but a bad one, like a very, very bad one. Like, I'm talking, I'm literally only eating BS, and I'm losing weight, you know, so not the healthy way. And like, I guess I was gaining muscle, but not like that. Because the way you're supposed to gain muscle, now that I know, it's healthy fats, healthy proteins, you know, and actually being in a surplus, like 3,500 calories of straight protein, not BS, you know, not a pizza.
So when you were doing that, what caused you to stop doing that and fall back on the training?
Yeah, so I'll go back to it. Like my dad passed away, so I was doing that little fitness journey, and then when my dad passed away, in our culture, when someone passes away, your house is open, and people will just come in and mourn with you. So literally everybody that would walk in is just like, I'm sorry for your loss, I'm sorry for your loss, I'm sorry for your loss, and I'm just like, bro, I don't want to eat, I have no appetite, you know, I just lost my dad. And they all just kept bringing food, you know, and I would never eat. So it was like, now, I'm not doing this, I'm mourning. And then, a month, 2 months, 3 months later, I start sitting back down on my computer and I'm mindlessly eating, you know? And now it's like, also, I'm going to catch back up to me. It's just eating and eating and eating and eating. So when my dad passed away, I was like 270, 268, my lowest. And then, in a matter of months, bro, like I gained it all back. I literally gained 50, 60 pounds back. So 324 when I started the video was my heaviest that I was.
How does that affect your mental health? How do you have you noticed that? Like, how do you feel different being a heavier weight versus lighter, even if it's 50, 60?
It's a lot of it really came down to food, man. Like, I'll be completely honest. Like, the better food that I put on my body, like I'm talking fruits, veggies, eggs, protein, yogurts, like all the good food, like things that make me feel full, made me feel alive, bro. And it made me feel incredibly insane. Like, insane as in like I'm cracked out of my mind. I didn't need caffeine. I used to drink 1,000, 1,500 milligrams of caffeine. Stopped drinking caffeine completely during this challenge, you know, and I literally got all my energy from food, like, and then I understood what it, like, truly meant to feel full, like, and me saying that is great, because I love food, like,
1,500 milligrams of caffeine is instant. How do you even do that?
Yeah.
And then what's the withdrawal like with going without caffeine? That's a ton of caffeine.
Dude, I'll be completely honest with you. I didn't have any withdrawals. I didn't have any withdrawals. Like, no withdrawals symptoms, like nothing. Something that me and Coach talked about was, he literally looked at me, he's like, when you get to like 1,700 or 1,800 calories, like, I wouldn't want you walking around like a zombie, and I'll be super impressed if you do this whole challenge without drinking caffeine.
Really quick, before we get on to that, let's see, insights for leaders. Tell us
So a lot of them from energy drinks and pre-workout. So, like I said, I was going to the gym. I would literally take 300 milligrams, just one scoop of pre-workout, 2 scoops of pre-workout, shake it, drink it. I love that tingling feeling when you work out. I don't know what it is in pre-workout, but it makes you feel cracked. Like, quite literally, you feel like you're doing a lot more work. So I was literally like, caffeine, boom. Go home, I eat a meal, and I drink an energy drink. So right there alone is 600 milligrams of caffeine. And then I would feel tired, right? After I ate my food, I'd game for a little bit, I'd take a nap. Then I'd wake back up, and I'd crack another drink. So instead of me drinking water, it was just drinking caffeine. So, boom, another 900 milligrams of caffeine just right there. You know, off of 2 energy drinks because they were 300 milligrams, and pre-workout. And then, this is like 8 o'clock. 10 o'clock, I'm sleeping at like 3, 4, 5 a.m., like, every day, you know? it's pretty crazy. I was gaming. I was just gaming, and I was streaming, you know? And some days I wouldn't even stream. I would just drink energy drinks just to drink them, just because I'm gaming.
Would the caffeine even energize you at that point?
No. So I don't
just
think
because
so.
it was just like the thing you did.
The thing I did, I feel like it was a carbonation of the actual like flavor. Like I really like the flavor. That flavor is so good.
See, that's the thing that people say about Starbucks. It's like, while coffee at Starbucks may not be the best quality,
you get addicted because they put a lot of caffeine. Like a venti,
Sugar.
yeah, and sugar. A venti, just standard
Sugar's a
coffee.
big thing there.
A venti standard coffee from Starbucks is 400 milligrams of caffeine. And so you think you're like,
Really?
yeah, you think you're like addicted to that unique Starbucks coffee flavor, but it's that coupled with the copious amount of caffeine. I love the videos where they show you how much sugar.
Oh
is
yeah,
in
I've
each
seen
drink.
it. Yeah, I've seen
And
that.
it's like one Starbucks drink, but it's like that much sugar.
Insane.
And how are you even sleeping if you're getting 1,500 milligrams of caffeine?
I mean, bro, I would sleep in spurts. I would literally nap. So, like, if I slept for 2 hours, I'd feel like I slept for 8 or 10. Literally, I'd wake up and I'd be like, whoa. And I'd wake up, or if I was gaming, like, quite literally, if I was gaming and I was getting pissed on in the game, right? I'd have to crack an energy drink so I could feel like I got to shit on these guys. You know, like that's how I was feeling. I needed to feel crappy. So that's why I would drink energy drinks too. It's like I felt like it would give me that extra edge.
And so walk us through, because I'm so fascinated by the idea that if you change your diet, basically everything else in your life improves. So you're saying like
100%, tenfold. Like, no doubt about it.
you got all of your energy from clean foods, and then you don't really even drink caffeine now.
I have had 0 milligrams of caffeine in my body since I started the challenge. Like, I have literally had 0 milligrams of caffeine.
And you feel much more energetic now than you did.
Yeah, I feel like caffeine suppressed me. I suppressed like who I was truly. Just because I drank so much, you know, I feel like it dimmed me down to who I truly was. And after I like changed everything, this is who I am. You know, this is truly who I am without caffeine, without energy. So like, I don't need it. I don't need to depend on it. I feel like I depended on that a lot. It's like I'm feeling tired, you know, or I'm about to crash. I need to drink an energy drink. So yeah, from food for sure.
What about just having less weight on your body? Because and also having more muscle in your body. I heard that like those are also, interestingly enough, like key to just overall mental health, motivation, energy levels.
Yeah, and mental clarity, of course. Losing a bunch of weight. When I put on the 97-pound suit, so like you don't know how much like you actually weigh until like you wear your old self. And like wearing that, I couldn't believe I was walking around because I walked around like that my whole entire life. So having 100 pounds off of you and then putting 100 pounds back onto you is insane. Like the way that I was even breathing with the 100 pounds on was crazy. You know, and just being in the sun too. That's like one of those things. Like those are little habits. Like the habits and structures that I built that helped improve too. Like actually getting sunlight. Never got sunlight, bro. I was always in my house. I was always in my room just gaming. You know, gaming, sleeping, never outside, no steps. I probably got minimum like 1,000 steps, bro. 1,000, 1,500 steps when I was living my whole life. But yeah, like losing the weight definitely improved my health, you know, overall.
What about girls?
What about girls?
Like if you're just spending all of your time like playing video games, like drinking caffeine, caffeinated beverages, stuff like that, and just like, chilling in a dark room, was that ever like a priority of yours to like go and try to find a partner or like dating?
I mean, not really dating. I was very sociable before. Like I always talked to people, and anytime because I would travel to events, so I would always meet people too. You know, and even girls. Girls like hanging out with girls too and stuff. They actually like good boys. You know, so the girls thing wasn't like I was never self-conscious of myself. You know, I never felt some type of way of like insecure, like insecurities. I always loved myself, and I always showed up. You know, so who you saw is who you saw. You know what you got.
But going into the challenge, did you have a strategy to win?
Yeah, it was just train, bro. Just push both legs. Like there wasn't like too much cardio. But then I got my coach, you know, and my coach gave me this is the blueprint. This is like what we're gonna do, and it worked. So yeah, he gave me an upper lower rest, but the rest day was a cardio day, and then upper lower cardio, and then full rest day.
And how did you get these emotions there? What was the
They were amazing. I had a bed, and I was in private. Bed was comfy. I got introduced to a sleep mask. That too, so I can improve sleep because I was talking to my coach about like how could I get more REM sleep. I had an Aura ring. I don't have it on me now, but in my Apple Watch, that tracks my sleep, and just improving my quality of sleep, like actually sleeping longer, rather than those 2 hours spurts that I would have for like 10 hours. I actually sleep for 6, 7, 8 hours at night, all the way through.
The meals, I was really curious about that.
Yeah.
Did they give you a guide of what to eat, or how did the kitchen work?
So
the whole grocery store.
Yeah, the grocery store. So coach actually like our first. So I had a bunch of stuff, like literally a bunch of stuff inside this kitchen, and then in the actual grocery store I had a bunch of stuff too. I got to request anything I wanted at this kitchen. Coach actually like our first. So I had a bunch of stuff, like literally a bunch of stuff inside this kitchen, and then in the actual grocery store I had a bunch of stuff too. I got to request anything I wanted, literally anything I wanted. If I wanted a steak, I got a steak. If I wanted chicken, I got chicken. You know, so I wasn't limited to anything.
If you requested a steak, would they bring you like a prime cut ribeye?
Like it's literally a steak. Yeah, a ribeye, whatever. Or you wanted for
Wagyu or fillet.
Yeah,
You can get lobster.
yeah. What would you? Because it would be raw. I'd have to cook it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you had to cook everything.
Yeah, I cooked everything.
But if you wanted lobster and steak every single day,
I
they
could.
would do it.
I could, yeah. 100% I could. I had ground beef every day. I had ground beef, turkey, tuna. I had a little bit of that too.
That's what you ended up using your endless resources on?
I mean, I wasn't really like. I'll tell you something, okay? Coach and I had a tradition. Rest in peace, Coach. We had a tradition where every other Thursday, we would do steak, like a steak dinner, and we would grill it. So it was literally steak, corn, asparagus, potatoes, every other Thursday. Like that was our tradition. Like we would break bread like that. It's like a good week, you know, from training.
What was the most expensive meal that you had?
I guess it would be steak. Yeah, like the steak was the most expensive that we would make.
And it never crossed your mind to go Wagyu or
Not bougie. Yeah, I'm not
But you
bougie.
can ask for it.
Yeah, I know, but like, I'm just not bougie.
You should have asked for like a
I'm not bougie. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny.
A kind of crusted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gold flakes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gold flakes.
Gold
That's
flakes.
good. Then you peel them off.
yeah,
See, I would have asked for years ago, like brainstorm.
yeah. I was the chef. This guy right here, I was the chef. I didn't know how to cook beforehand. I'll tell you that right now. Coach got me right though. Taught me how to do the ground beef. Taught me how to do the chicken. Air fryer was my best friend, quite literally. So easy.
So, what was your best meal to use?
It was my breakfast. Honestly, like that was my best meal. We transitioned, so it was 5 eggs at first, which was 350 calories because I was tracking everything. 5 eggs for 30 grams of protein, and then yogurt. So I would always weigh my food: 170 grams of oat-based yogurt, 17 grams of protein for 100 calories, and protein powder scooped in there with fruits on the side. That was basically it. Usually like an omelet. I would make an omelet, protein yogurt bowl with fruits. So 100 grams of blueberries, strawberries. That was my staple every morning.
What was the hardest part about this plan?
I'll be honest, I've had this question a lot, but it ultimately comes down to my circumstances, like what happened with me, and it was just like losing coach. That was the actual hardest part of it. You know, it's losing someone that's been with you along this ride, you know, this journey every single day. That was definitely the hardest part for me. But it lit a flame under me, man, you know, and it made me go harder and allowed me.
Yeah, that was a really hard moment to watch.
Yeah.
And everything was filmed so publicly. Did any of that cross your mind not to include in the video? Or did you feel like, or did you feel like it was intrusive to like get such a raw moment on camera?
No, other than I mean, we're all human at the end of the day, you know. Everybody goes through loss. Everybody goes through like a tragedy or something that will change the trajectory of their life. And that was my best film, right? Well, it was on camera. Mm-hmm. And I'm grateful for it, right? Because it's like a blessing in disguise. It's like, I'm turning this pain into passion, right? And I get to continue on this journey, which I'm very grateful for, in honor of Coach Wong, in honor of me as well, my family. But yeah. I was okay with it. I think the coolest part about it is so raw because it is, and watching it in third person is something, but also to see how the world kind of reacted to it because we're all human. You know what I mean? So the fact that people did get to see this and feel what I felt in the moment and me seeing their reaction was crazy, right? Because they're like internet trolls, but then like everybody has to understand that just because it's a video doesn't mean that it's a video. Like, this is real life. Yeah. And, yes, I'm very grateful that we got to showcase that, right? Or that's included in the video.
Now that plenty of time has passed, I've had a lot of opportunity to like reflect back on that time period, a lot of those moments that you had with him. What is something that you learned, like the main lesson that you'd say you've learned from Coach?
Just showing up for yourself. That's the key thing, is somebody showing up. I always told him that he's doing everything for me. He's like, I'm not doing anything at all, for doing everything. And he would always say that even if I give you the best plan, like in the world, give you the best plan, you're the one that's deciding to show up. You're the one that's deciding to go through everything and do all of this. You know, you're the one that's making that choice. So just making the choices and like being intentional and mindful of what you're doing, because people look at this and they're like, okay, you lost 100 pounds, you know, are you going to keep it off? Like it wasn't just a diet, it wasn't just losing 100 pounds. Like this is a complete lifestyle change. You know, these are habits that I built, structure that I built because of Coach and what he taught me. Just the way that he held himself and the way that he showed up for me every day and the way I showed up. Yeah, it made me a better man for sure.
What was going through your mind when they offered you the opportunity to have another coach come in to walk you through that last part of the journey?
It's tough, man. It's one of those things where you've built something, you know, and you don't want to, like, I wouldn't say tarnish it, but it's very hard for someone to come into the mix as something was being built, right? Like if you're building a company and like these people know that this is the blueprint, and you bring someone in that doesn't know anything, it's like, yeah, I wasn't inclined to like getting something. I think that Coach built me up for that moment that he passed. Literally the 3 months that I had with him, he literally built me up for it. So every single day that he showed up, he taught me everything that he taught me, and all the phases that we had. We had phase 1, which was 8 weeks. Phase 2, that was 8 weeks. And all the challenges that came about, he set me up for it, you know, and he wouldn't want me to quit or wouldn't want me to just like stop for more. And something, it's crazy. It's crazy. It sounds like that same day, like I did what I had to do. You know what I mean? I had to do my 10,000 steps. I had to do my cardio. I had to work out. Even after the fact that like I could have chose to be sad, which I was, or just sleep in my bed, which is fine and it's normal. But at that point, I went through loss once, and I saw what happened to me. I gained everything back, and the way that Coach, you know, taught me is that you're going to show up for yourself, and you're going to continue to push forward. And I wasn't going to go back to, you know, I had every reason to rebound. I had every reason to gain all that weight back during this challenge. I had every reason to leave the circle, but I wasn't going to do that. There was no shot, and shot down. Yeah, I was going to do that. So.
Was there any moment in those 6 months that you maybe slipped a bit? You didn't follow through with what you wanted to set out to do?
No. Yeah,
every day.
I was dialed every single day. I never missed a day. Showed up every single day. I had a journal. I wrote down in my journal every single day. Everything I did. I actually have that journal now with me.
Do you think there was more pressure because the cameras were on you at all times?
No. Not at all. Because at the end of the day, the cameras they're just there recording me. You could have everything in the world. It comes back to you. You know, it's a you decision. Like, Jimmy offers me, hey, like, I'm going to give you everything, and, you know, you're going to lose 100 pounds. Like, he's giving me all the tools necessary. It ultimately comes back down to me. You know, if I wasn't going to do it, then I could have just sat down. I have a whole year. I could literally just wait around if I wanted to. I'm like, all right, yeah. Nice. I'm going to eat at this grocery store. I'm going to gain some weight.
I was curious if there's any part of you that wanted the challenge to last longer. Like, you get down to this last 5 pounds and then just be like, this is a pretty good life. All my bills are paid. I got to pick whatever I want to eat. I got a great place. I just continue it.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
Yeah, Jimmy, please. No, dude, I thought it was going to be longer. There was this talk about plateauing, right? And like, if you go into a plateau, like, it could take longer. Like, it could take 6 to 8 months, you know, or 8 to 9 months. Or it might take August, November, December. You don't know, right? But, yeah, I never did. I think the beauty of it is that every 30 days I was weighing. So I didn't know my weight, but every single day I was getting weighed. So losing 20 pounds, I'm 20 to 18 pounds a month was crazy. So I finished way faster. I thought it was going to be there now, honestly. I thought it was going to take the full year, personally.
So now being someone who's lost a lot of weight, you have to now, like, you can look back on your life beforehand, and you know, you didn't like what you saw, I guess. I'm curious, how do you motivate someone that, like, is bigger, they may not be they may not want to lose a lot of weight, but you know that their life can be improved if they were to have lost weight.
Yeah.
How would you motivate someone?
Yeah, I mean, I was a gamer, right? And I was always in my room. I think one of the things is people think it is hard to lose weight. Like, don't get it wrong. Like, it is very hard to lose weight, but there are little baby steps that you can take to help you, you know? It's like, you don't have to dive in head first hard. You can just start slow, baby steps, like 8,000 steps a day.
After the official passing of the new Big Beautiful Bill, America will be charging a $250 entry fee for many visitors. Now, if you're traveling to the U.S., you should know about this because it might apply to you. And if it does, you may also be able to apply for a rebate to get that money back. Let's get right into what this fee is, why it's being applied, who it applies to, and how you can avoid losing that money entirely. We'll go over each of these categories, and I'll show you the actual text of the bill. First, how much? $250, but this is subject to change over time. The current administration has said that this could come into effect as early as October 1st, though there is some question to that. We'll get into it. You can also possibly get a refund, but we're not entirely clear on exactly how that's going to work. I'll talk about that more in a second. And who has to pay? All non-immigrant visa applicants. That's a little bit confusing. Let's get into exactly what that is in just a moment, but starting with how much and how this is going to change over time. On page 299 of 330 pages in the Big Beautiful Bill, there's a lot in this bill. We get this visa integrity fee, which is the name of this fee, visa integrity. And if we zoom in on this text, we can see that the initial amount that will be paid is $250, though this is subject to time change over time. They're going to be adjusting this for inflation. Essentially, if the cost of living, otherwise measured by the CPI or the Consumer Price Index, if that goes up by, say, 3%, well, then you could expect the next year number of this 250 to increase by 3%. Although there is additionally a provision in here in Section 2B that says such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. So this is a baseline, $250, but increasing. But at any time, the Secretary of Homeland Security could increase this number without much notice. Now, as I said, this could come into effect as early as October 1st of this year, though there is some skepticism that that will actually take place. Stephen Brown, a U.S. immigrant,
In 2045, escape your past. What part of your past are you trying to escape?
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey holds innovation.
Dragging the sensible artifact halfway around the globe. December 2nd, 2025?
I have every confidence you will recover the sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge it right before the Oasis went live.
6 days prior, December 2nd, 2025.
Check this out. You know who that is?
Is that Sorrento?
Sorrento started as an intern. He claims he learned at the feet of the master. That's how he convinced Iowa to create the Sixers for him, his Halliday knowledge. But ask Ogden Morrow, he says the only thing Sorrento actually knew about Halliday was how he liked his coffee.
You could have, like, different tiers. It comes like a gold member, of course, it could be silver, platinum, bronze, you know, depending on what they pay. You know, highest one maybe being water, because Oasis, right?
Oh, the latte. Can you fast forward to the stuff about Halliday's date?
What? Halliday actually went on a date.
So what happened?
Nothing. I invited her over.
Well, did you at least get her name?
Yeah, Kira. I told you, like the character in the Dark Crystal.
That's her gamer tag.
Okay, Karen Underwood.
Oh, Karen Underwood. As in Ogden Morrow's wife?
Just watch out. So it's you and Karen Underwood. What'd you do?
She wanted to go dancing, so we watched a movie.
And?
Where's the juice? Give me some juice.
There is no juice. Hold the phone. Halliday went on a date with Ogden Morrow's wife?
Just once. Years before they were even married, but yeah. And despite that, and the fact that she died, the name Kira is only mentioned once in all of Halliday's journals.
That's not possible.
It is. Look it up. What we just saw is the only time she's ever mentioned.
It makes no sense. She was an important part of both their lives.
I'll bet you anything. All my coins.
Search Karen Underwood Morrow.
Kira, I told you, like the character in the Dark Crystal.
That's her gamer tag. Halliday purposely removed every mention of her except for this one.
That's weird. Why?
It's like, it was just so painful for him to have to see her face or hear her name. He couldn't tell it.
God, I knew that what we are seeing was merely delivering to the galaxy.
Double call. I was totally acting in self-defense. Tear them to pieces.
Impossible.
Oh, thanks. It's great. Yeah. You look awesome.
My cat? My kitty? My kitty cat? Where's my cat? Where's my cat? That's all I am.
how different he felt from there because they were playing the prepping. He started a bunch of fights because he was, and I quote, raised on boys in the hood in a menace to society. It really shows this guy was born in the 70s because his metric of looking tough is just basing his identity on black. It's like that's supposed to mean something. Eventually, he realized that basically solving people who weren't psychotic like him wasn't a very successful strategy. So he adopted their look, became socially accepted. On one hand, it's funny how much emphasis he puts on just looking like other people as a simple solution to social problems. But
movie just because fans wanted it. In fact, the idea of a cash grab seemed to irk him. He wanted the sequel to be a continuation of the plot and reflect real-world issues. In his 2021 interview with Collider, he mentioned that he had no issues creating sequels, but District 10 needed to say something. Even though studios were ready for the sequel, Blomkamp kept stepping back, unsure about the story. And Hollywood does not wait around for anyone. While Blomkamp was repeatedly stepping back, his critical momentum was slowly starting to wane. Especially after Chappie's underperformance, his brand as a bankable visionary was eroded. Studios have never been very gung-ho about pushing science fiction stories that don't promise extra toy sales or cinematic universes, and now they were hesitant. What if District 10 could not recapture the magic? What if it ended up becoming something visually stunning, but a thematically overcooked misfire? Science fiction as a genre is pretty risky. It doesn't land, it flops really hard, and without promise of a megastar and a hook, Blomkamp was being cast aside as a niche auteur and not a franchise director. But this is just the superficial layer of the issue. Deep down, the problem was the tone. You see, Hollywood had already shifted dramatically since District 9 came out. By this point, the studios were obsessed with interconnected lore, IP mining, and of course, cinematic universes. And District 9, it was none of that. It was political, culturally specific, and extremely grounded and gritty. It was not one of those stories that you can easily make spin-offs of. Lhkrt'gr, on the other hand, did not seem too bothered by that kind of landscape, though. He even started this experimental film collective that produced mostly short-form sci-fi content. All of those movies had edgy themes and had no studio interference. The studio gave us movies like Firebase, Zygote, and Raka, which can be best described as raw, original, and grotesque. These movies were everything that Hollywood blockbusters weren't. But all of these movies were heat, and despite developing a cult following, they did not help in the creation of District 10. Another huge factor that affected the creation of this movie has to be the changing socio-political landscape. Back in 2009, when District 9 came out, immigration, othering, and systemic abuse were tackled more directly in the media. But now, especially in the post-Get Out and post-Black Lives Matter movement, the bar for storytelling has risen when it comes to allegorical storytelling. Blomkamp's subtle metaphors might just not land the way they did back in 2009, and they might even be seen without a touch. And there were several questions about the setting as well. In multiple interviews, Blomkamp mentioned that if the movie did happen, District 10 might not take place in Johannesburg. He was considering changing the place to the United States and tackling issues like systemic racism, militarized policing, and mass incarceration. All of these themes are massive and worthy of exploration, yes, but the move away from South Africa sparked concern amongst the fans. What if by moving the whole South African context jeopardized the emotional authenticity of this sequel? What if District 10 lost the touch that made District 9 so deeply personal and touching? Hollywood executives, on the other hand, were wondering if District 10 would even make the money that District 9 did in the first place. And since Blomkamp did not deliver a clear timeline or a hook about the District 10 movie, the lack of those answers made the whole hoax. The longer the sequel stayed in limbo, the more the world around it grew. New directors rose to prominence. Denis Villeneuve made Arrival and Dune. Jordan Peele gave us Hope and Us. And while all of this was happening, Blomkamp, the once messiah of science fiction, was stuck. By the end of the 2010s, District 10 went from a highly anticipated film to a cautionary tale. It was now a part of the internet's speculation culture. Several Reddit threads showed up discussing why District 10 did not happen. YouTube videos with millions of views discussed every single update about District 10, trying to understand if the movie is developing at all. District 10 is now a case study on how momentum dies with indefinite silence. And Blomkamp starts playing low. Interviews became sparse, and the updates were vague at best. Though he never confirmed in exact words that the sequel was dead, he also never mentioned how the sequel was close to a lot. In a lot of ways, District 10 ended up becoming a victim of its own potential. The bar for this movie was set impossibly high, and the thematic expectations were enormous. and somewhere down the line, the industry simply was not aligned with Blumkamp's vision. But with growing diversity and political urgency, Hollywood wanted IP leverage and brand extension. This disconnect created a deadlock. And thanks to that, the mapped-out and inevitable sequel drifted further and further from reality. After years of seemingly radio silence, in February 2021, out of nowhere, Neil Blomkamp tweeted that the District 10 screenplay is being written by him, Terry Tatchell, and Charlton Copley. Just 13 words, and the internet completely lost its mind. All the fans who were waiting for 12 years finally had the confirmation that the sequel Line 4 was not an idea floating in the air anymore. It was an actual project. The fact that Terry Tatchell, co-writer of District 9, and Charlton Copley, the face of District 9, were in the back room working together gave everyone so much hope. District 10 was no longer a vague rumor. It was happening. It was like vindication for longtime fans. Reaction videos and fan theories instantly took over social media. Reddit threads were alive again, speculating about the plot of the film. Would District 10 pick up from where District 9 left off? Would Lucas finally gain the humanity that he lost in the last film? Will Christopher Johnson come back with his very own alien fleet? Things were looking great, and fans were having a blast. But it was too good to be true, because then came the letdown. There was no additional information. There was no timeline, no concept art, and no casting update. There was no peep on a distributor either. And in an industry where everything is driven by momentum and hype cycles, this announcement soon started to feel hollow. Soon after, more red flags followed. Blomkamp revealed in interviews that the story was in the early developmental stage. He mentioned that he wanted to explore the new themes of systemic inequality and mass incarceration in America. This was pointed out as a major thematic shift, and while on the other hand, it aligned with Blomkamp's original intention, on the other hand, it raised concerns. District 9 was compelling because Blomkamp had lived through the issues he portrayed on screen. There was some authenticity about the issues. The move to District 10 would definitely make the movie more intense from what made the original run so powerful. However, the film that came out from Blomkamp in 2021 was not District 10. It was demonic. This was a low-budget supernatural horror where a woman uncovered secrets inside a virtual simulation. The movie was, well, not good. It flopped both critically and commercially. Critics cited the underwhelming visuals, a story without a punch, and the poor pacing, making this movie his weakest film to date. Fans were hoping that District 10 would be Blomkamp's return to form, but with Demonic, it felt the opposite. It seemed like a worrying sign that the director's creative edge was no longer there. Blomkamp explained that this movie was a COVID project. It was shot cheaply and made quickly. But by that time, the damage was done, and the buzz on that District 10 started dying again. And as far as the movie is concerned, there were no trailers, no production skills, and no casting updates. There was no update at all. And whenever Blomkamp's name showed up in the headlines, it was not in connection with District 10. It was always about older projects, or retrospective pieces. No forward momentum. A year after that 2021 announcement, Reddit fans started calling the project completely dead. And this made fans wonder out loud if the movie revival was ever real, or was it a smoke signal that Blomkamp used in the hopes of reigniting the interest? The answer to that question is hard to say. In this generation, social media announcements basically thrive with rumors, and it could be that Blomkamp was actually testing the waters to see if the enthusiasm was still there. And sure, it was there. The lack of follow-through made it evident that without studio support and a new angle, this movie was not going to happen. And the phrase, "it's coming," is more like a delay tactic instead of a promise. Until now, for years, fans took Blomkamp's word as gospel. He said that District 10 was mapped out. He said it was coming. But with no film in sight, the possibility that the movie was never a plan at all? Insiders who were familiar with Blomkamp's post-District 9 career have mentioned that it's possible that the District 9 movie probably never progressed beyond some loose concepts. Even though there were several claims of a script being underway, There is no evidence of a locked draft or a shooting schedule. There was no proof of any kind of a formal developmental process. The only tangible output, if you can consider it that, was the tweet. But honestly, it was probably more like a vibe check anyway. So why was the sequel alive in public conversation? The answer is simple. District 9 was Blomkamp's magnum opus. It was lightning in a bottle where everything you can name, politics, passion, time, and talent, aligned just right. And revisiting that world is tempting. When Blomkamp revealed that he wanted to shift the setting of the second movie, the questions about authenticity crept in. Another big point was whether there was even a need for District 10. I mean, District 9 was a perfect standalone. Christopher Johnson's vow to return was nothing more than a mythic thread. Weekus' transformation is nothing but a tragic and unresolved fate. These loose ends were the emotional crescendos that elevated the movie, and that's why many fans felt that District 10 could end up weakening the first movie. The possibilities were endless. What if the sequel was disappointing? What if it oversimplifies the themes while over-explaining the mystery? What if it was stripped of all the intimacy and urgency that made the first film so beloved? Fans worried about those points a lot, and you can't really blame them. They do have valid reasons to think this way. I mean, take a look at the current sequel climate. However, the big elephant in the room that I haven't mentioned yet that would have definitely affected District 10's rating would be the time. District 9 came out in 2009, and now it's been over 15 years. If the sequel was released today, the audience that would see it have a completely different cinematic palette. The infamous Marvel fatigue has set in. Audiences have experienced genre-defining science fiction movies. Sci-fi has evolved. So, would there even be an appetite for District 10? In a way, yes and no. Yes, because fans have been waiting for a long time. No, because fans would only eat up District 10 if the movie brought something new to the plate. Suppose it came with vision, clarity, and purpose. Fans wanted relevance, not nostalgia. A sequel needed to hit all of those sweet spots or not bother showing up at all. In many ways, the myth of District 10 was more powerful than ever. Its absence had become its legacy. It represented potential that was unrealized. Blomkamp literally refused to get into the cash grab route just to preserve the creative integrity. This stance was both admirable and heartbreaking. So, was District 10 ever meant to happen? Maybe. Who knows? Whether District 10 would ever come to fruition or not, District 9 has happened, and it's already cemented its place in movie history. It's been over a decade since the movie came out, and it still remains one of the most original, emotionally resonant, and politically potent science fiction films of this century. When you look at the film on paper, the movie shouldn't have worked out as well as it did. It had no bankable stars. It was shot in this hybrid documentary style. There was body horror and social allegory mixed together. And it was set in Johannesburg, a place that is rarely seen in cinema. But that's the thing. All of these elements got together and made the film feel a lot more tactile and memorable. It embodied the very themes it wanted to explore, and we loved it. Weekus' transformation from the oppressor to the oppressed was not a twist. It was a commentary the entire time. A commentary on empathy, complicity, and dehumanization. As for Christopher Johnson, he was not just a good alien. He was a father who was displaced, mirroring so many marginalized people who were stripped of their agency. The prawns were supposed to be monsters, but you could understand through and through that they never were the monsters to begin with. In reality, the humans were the monsters the entire time, and by placing us in the shoes of Weekus, Blomkamp forced us to confront our own prejudices and privileges. Many films have come after District 9, but none of them have managed to achieve the balance that District 9 had. District 9 balanced action, visuals, and emotional weight with political commentary in a way that very few films can boast. It was a masterclass in allegorical storytelling, and it still is. And maybe that's why this movie stands strong without a follow-up at all. And you know what's ironic? The more time has passed without a sequel, the more legendary District 9 became. It's like the movie is frozen in amber, and it's the perfect storm of creativity and cinematic masterpiece, pieced together with relevance that no sequel could ever boast to recapture. District 10 is now an idea that simply exists in the collective imagination, and this version is perfect, even if it's a hypothetical one. It's completely untouched by studio interference and completely uncompromised by second guessing. So, in a way, it's ideal. And when District 10 arrives, if it ever does, it would not only be judged against the first film, but it would also be judged against 15 years of expectations. All hopes, all ideas that every fan cooked up in the past 15 years, that is what the District 10 movie would have to go up against if it ever comes out. It is the impossible standard, and I doubt a great film would survive the weight of the myth. Plus, there are other risks too. For example, the documentary-style filming of District 9 was fresh back in 2009, but now we don't know for sure. In this era, the whole found footage tropes are associated with low-budget horror movies, so if they do the same filmmaking, it might not hit as much as District 9 did back in 2009. Also, the themes of post-apartheid in District 9 would probably dilute in impact in District 10 if Blomkamp does go through with the idea that District 10 would take place in America, because the allegory that worked back then might not work now, when there's already so much literal socio-political storytelling. Also, the most important question that lingers is whether the story would even feel necessary. This one question dominates the entire conversation whenever the creation of District 10 shows up. It's not about when the movie would happen, but more about why the movie would happen in the first place. When District 9 came out, it didn't need any kind of world-building material. It didn't rely on any cliffhangers, Easter eggs, or teaser scenes. It was self-contained and emotionally comforting. Narratively speaking, it was satisfying. When we see the last scene, Wikus being completely transformed, building a flower from scrap metal, it's just as powerful today as it was in 2009, while he waited for rescue. It was melancholic, poetic, and tragic. It was a perfect end, or perfect beginning, depending on how you see it, and it was okay. It was ambiguous, and we liked it for that. The fact that we don't know what happens to Wikus is okay, because in the current media landscape, with so many reboots, spin-offs, sequels, etc., we have a movie here that said what it set out to say and stepped away when it was done. That is what legacy means. That is what restraint.
mean, I'm planning on probably becoming a lawyer and attorney, so I'd be a lawyer today, Batman at night. I think it'd be a good idea. But yeah, I'll find out more about it and how to go about doing it when I feel like I have the resources. Right now, we just got to go full speed ahead on what we doing. It's working, man. You know what I mean? It's working. Like I said, right now I need the public. Please donate me all the funds you can. Please send me some birthday money today. I'm going to keep asking, man. I'm keep asking. We have got to get funds behind me, behind this. Like I said, so I got the phone plan paid. That's out the way. I got me a little bit of money change in the bank, right? Not a whole lot, but just a little bit. You know, enough for right now. And I worked super hard, man. So if you people want to reward me and help me out here with my cause, that's what we need is funds, money. You know? Again, I want to say to the Lhkrt'grs, I mean, I done told all you folks on here, y'all don't want to listen, that every car breaks down. He had 2 vans he said he lost. I don't know what that means. Did you just leave them behind? I'm not even sure that's legal. But, you know, that's the point. You know, you're not thinking, you're not hustling forward. You're just living on a whim, living on a prayer. There's nothing wrong with living on a prayer, but there's something wrong with doing things before thinking. And that was my whole point to all of it. Hold on.
This is a large property. Where exactly should we take the artifact?
My quantum processing unit is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
Since the beginning of my channel, people have been asking me to cover his antics, and for some reason or another, I always put it off until today. And I actually can see by that, I mean things like shooting.
Yeah, I mean, you're just doing things on a whim. And that's why you're in this position. It's just the truth. You have nobody to blame but yourself. You need to take accountability. And it may just be here or Lhkrt'grs, they need to hear them. And until they fix their attitude and, you know, stop doing what they're doing and the behaviors.
The family would soon have another child named Justin, and for a couple of years, things were halfway normal until Stephen's parents separated, and Stephen cites all of this as the reason. It's actually a different reasons, but will be but all you need to know for now is that Stephen Justin has always claimed that his brother Stephen is treating both his father and brother, mainly when he didn't get what he wanted, and this behavior will carry over into his life. Like I said, we'll talk more about Stephen's childhood later because it ties in, but honestly, it's far less important to learn about these things. That's the beginnings of Stephen's internet journey. It is made from Stephen moving about into his own apartment. The exact details of that situation are written when I moved to Stephen's parents who was writing Mr. Son. With Stephen, no doubt he would begin posting videos of himself online, specifically to YouTube, which was still in its infancy. Post under the name of That Will Get That, and to see a moderate amount of success with his dance the house eventually behavior like this caught the attention of none other than Dr. Phil. A radical new project. At the time, Dr. Phil was putting together a show called House of Hatred, and the premise was pretty simple. Individuals who would usually despise each other in a house together, having to live and interact together for a significant period of time. Examples of these individuals would be a black woman who hates white people, a white man who hates black people, a skinny girl who hates fat people, and a fat guy who hates skinny people. An absolutely fascinating premise, but for some reason, House of Hatred is considered lost media. I don't know if it's because the Dr. Phil crew wasn't too happy about what they made, or if it's just one of those old TV things. But man, I would have loved to see the whole thing, because from the bits and pieces I was able to gather on YouTube, most of the contestants absolutely hated Stephen. They all seemed to be getting along halfway well. Despite their biases, everyone was getting along, except Stephen, who refused to clean,
said absolutely disgusting things, and had probably the poorest attitude that I saw. Even the white supremacist wasn't a big fan of Stephen. He said that he didn't like how he was talking about his anatomy to the ladies of the house, and of course, the women hated him. Like I said, I wasn't able to watch much, but it seemed like everyone in the house had united around their shared hate of Stephen, or at least their disdain for how messy he was. So I think maybe some people were able to take some lessons out of the House of Hatred, except for that skinny girl that hates fat people. They could not have reinforced her biases more. In one clip, they talk about how they put her in a fat suit and had her do things as Stephen, and I'm beginning to realize why this is lost media. One thing I was able to find that I found extremely insightful was an interview that Dr. Phil did with Stephen in the House of Hatred. During this interview, Dr. Phil calls Stephen a con artist. He says that he's been manipulating people in the house, and also he hasn't been himself. Everyone in the house has been complaining of Stephen's body odor. Dr. Phil says that he is manipulative, belligerent, and arrogant, all characteristics of Stephen that you'll see in this video time and time again. I wasn't able to figure out if Dr. Phil kicked Stephen out of the house, but I know that he did offer Stephen some resources for weight loss, and they were either not accepted or not taken seriously, because in the next few years, Stephen's weight would get absolutely out of control, making him bedridden and forcing him to move back home with his father and brother. Eventually, he got so bad that he had to be taken to the hospital and to stay there for some time. Stephen had become infamous in his home state of Rhode Island for doing this. And during this particular hospital stay, he would order a pizza while on their weight loss program, and he would be kicked out of the hospital for doing this, making Rhode Island news, and also putting him on the radar for My 600 Pound Life. My 600 Pound Life is a reality show on TLC that documents many different people's journey through their bariatric surgery, their recovery, and the life after. And Stephen was contacted for a chance to participate in this. His brother Justin, who was also now over 600 pounds, also accepted. And for the next couple years, they would film Stephen's journey. But we wouldn't know the depth of just how bad things had gotten until Stephen's episode released in 2017. Things were so bad that it was a 2-part episode, almost 3 hours covering the past few years of Stephen's life. The episode begins with clips from a news story where a 700-pound man, Stephen, was kicked out of the hospital for ordering a pizza to it. It then cuts to Dr. Now, the primary weight loss surgeon on My 600 Pound Life, talking about how Stephen is coming to his facility, that he might be the most problematic case he has faced yet, and that he's heard Stephen is problematic. We then cut to our introduction of Stephen, revealing that he is over 700 pounds. The show also follows his brother Justin, who is over 600 pounds. The two of them do not get along, but it's been less of an issue since Stephen died. Stephen Asante was living at a hospital. He had become so obese that he was bedridden, but he was being kicked out due to mistreating staff, so Dr. Now was his only hope. We then get a look at the Asante family home, occupied by Stephen's brother Justin and their father. After giving us a little bit of backstory, their dad takes us into Stephen's room and talks about the time he opened the closet to find over a dozen pizza boxes inside, all very empty. Stephen's father reveals that he will threaten him for pizza, claiming that Stephen has even lied to the police when not giving his way. Steve Sr. also talks about how he's worried for Justin, hoping that he doesn't end up like his brother. Justin really dislikes Stephen. He calls him a bully, and that things have been good since he left for the hospital. Justin says he is also worried about ending up like Stephen, and that he will be visiting Dr. Now with his brother. We then learn more about their childhood, which they claim is the source of many of their problems. The entire family claims that their mother was an alcoholic, and that after the parents separated, she would spend her time at the club, leaving the boys at home alone with food. They said that their mother would buy them anything they wanted to keep them quiet, allowing her to live the lifestyle she wanted. Eventually, one night she went out and didn't come back, moving away with a new boyfriend. So the boys would move back in. Stephen moved out in a brief period, and eventually he found his way back. It spiraled into what it is today, which is not good. Justin recalls a time that Stephen and his father got into a fight. Police were called and Steve Sr. was arrested, only for Steve Jr. to drop the charges when he was offered a large pepperoni pizza. The family was extremely dysfunctional, but they were all going to make the trip together to Houston from the East Coast, so it was going to be a multiple-day drive. And for this trip, Stephen would be transferred by a medical RV, staffed by a driver and onboard caretaker. The RV would be followed by Steve's father and brother, who, like I said earlier, was also Stephen Creek. The road trip was expected to take around 30 hours to complete, and for 2 hours in, Stephen was already hungry, calling his father, demanding that and he would end up getting that food. Stephen claims that he wants to eat at every restaurant they pass because he doesn't know when the next one will be. And this issue would be reoccurring throughout the whole trip. Then the RV hits a pothole and Stephen's bed breaks, so the driver and onboard nurse decide to slide the spare tire under there. Stephen's father proposes that they put cinder blocks under the bed, and the driver tells everyone that the RV is also suffering mechanical issues. During all of this, Stephen's nurse, ironically enough named Stephen, is wondering what led him to this point in his life. And after successfully constructing the cinder block frame for Stephen's broken bed, they continue their journey. The next day, Stephen tells us that he had breakfast at 4 a.m. and then lied, acting like he hadn't had anything, to receive more food. The trip had barely begun, and Stephen's father had already made multiple runs to get him fast food. Stephen always had this smug look about him when he got his food, especially when he knew the cameras were on him. To me, it looked like Stephen was already making a joke out of the whole thing, and I think other members of this trip would feel the same way. 2 hours later, Stephen would call his father over the phone. Stephen says he wants what he wants, and he's going to get it. His father doesn't think Stephen starts angrily calling him, saying that he's feeling and that if something happens to him, he'll be very sorry. Eventually, Stephen's father does cave and gets him something safe. Justin says he's not surprised. His father usually caves to Stephen's demands, which is true because Stephen's father would bring him more fast food numerous times before the trip was over. After about 2 days in the RV, they finally arrived at the facility in Houston, Texas, greeted at the door by Dr. Now, who already seems to know that this is going to be one of the most difficult cases of his career. When Stephen first meets Dr. Now, he immediately talks about the pain that he's feeling in his legs from the trip. He says that the trip was very hard on him, and that he's had no painkillers the entire time. This is another aspect of Stephen's character, and will only become a bigger problem with time. And Dr. Now picked up on it almost immediately, saying that his body language indicates that he really wants it, also calling Stephen a very addictive and pathological personality. Dr. Now also hopes that Justin will not have the same problems. Dr. Now also comments on the dysfunction of Stephen, saying that it is a downward spiral. He would also tell Justin that he wanted to keep him at the facility to run some tests to make sure that he was the case perfectly. Justin wasn't thrilled by this, telling staff that he wanted to leave, and he refused to speak to Dr. Now. He said that he felt like Stephen did, despite being 600 pounds himself and knowing that he has a heart problem. He claimed that whatever happened, he would be leaving the hospital tomorrow. Stephen asks the nurses to help him go for a walk so that he can go and see his brother and to encourage him to stay at the facility. But Justin immediately demands that Stephen leave, telling staff that, I hate these guns. Justin would leave the hospital the next day, saying that he shouldn't have put himself in a situation where Stephen could pressure him into anger. After Justin left, they would weigh Stephen, showing that he was 730 pounds. But aside from that, tests had shown there were no major issues with Stephen's health. They would also start Stephen's diet that day. 1,000 calories, high protein, low carb. Doctor now says that Stephen has been good for the time, but has also displayed some erratic behavior. He thinks that as Stephen settles in and the honeymoon period wears off, the problems will begin. Stephen's dad and brother then come to say goodbye, and Justin once again says that he will not be staying, and that he's very excited to get away from Stephen. We then cut to Stephen a month later, and he says that his hospital visit so far hasn't been too bad. He says that one of the only issues that he's been having is that people don't respond to the call button quick enough. The nurse that serves him his food seems frustrated, so I assume that Stephen has already made a bad name for himself amongst the staff. Stephen seems to get really frustrated when things are taking longer than you expect. Those two things are meals and pain. And by the third month, the staff was very fed up with Stephen. That honeymoon period was fully over. Dr. Now admits that they are starting to develop problems with Stephen, and that his pathological behavior has started to come out, saying that he is mistreating hospital staff, and that he expects everyone to wait on him. Dr. Now would eventually confront Stephen on this behavior. He tells Stephen that it's time for him to grow up. He also tells him that the nurses are agitated and that he needs to work on his behavior. He tells Stephen that if he hears of this issue again, their next conversation will be very different. And I am once again reminded of the utter savagery displayed by Dr. Now. I'll never forget the time that someone told him they didn't want him malnourished, following the diet that he recommended, and Dr. Now simply asked them for a look at them. I wouldn't say give this man his own show, but that's basically my system. And I attribute a lot of the show's success to Dr. Now's aid and knowledge. What I don't know. This talk with Dr. Now and Stephen only made the situation worse. The nurses claim they've never seen a patient like Stephen before. He asks for pain medication every 15 minutes. He will spill his urine container when he doesn't get his way. As soon as Dr. Now heard of this behavior, he would go to confront Stephen. Stephen says he knows that he's been misbehaving and that he's sorry, but Dr. Now says that his apology means nothing and that they are done treating him. He tells Stephen that unless he has an emergency, he will not be readmitted. Stephen begs the doctor to let him stay. He says he has nowhere to go, and the doctor now informs him that if he does not leave, he will drop at the nearest home show. Dr. Now tells Stephen that he needs to call his father and arrange somewhere else. And cut back to the Simon household, where Justin is putting together a meal. He says that he's been maintaining his weight and not following the diet. We then see Dr. Now calling Stephen's father, breaking the news that he's been kicked out. Dr. Now tells Stephen's father that the only way he can remain in the program is if he moves into the apartment. His dad would fly out the next day to assist Stephen. Before leaving the hospital, they do a final weigh-in with Stephen, showing that despite him making staff's life a living hell, he has lost 107 pounds. It's clear that the program was working, but just not to Stephen's liking. After leaving the hospital, they would move Stephen into an apartment, and as soon as Stephen sat down in his new home, he demanded that his father order him a pizza. His father said that he learned a long time ago to not fight Stephen. If he wants pizza, he's going to get it, failing to realize his hand in what's going on by enabling Stephen's poor behavior. Stephen's dad would ask for a singular slice, saying that he hadn't eaten since 6 a.m., but he was refused. 1 month later, Stephen's condition seems to be worse. The only thing that Stephen had gotten better is the way that he treats people from help. Finding a caregiver princess who said she liked the cat. But Stephen was getting worse in almost every regard, even missing his first appointment with Dr. Now since being kicked out of the hospital. Flash forward another month. It's been 2 months since Stephen was kicked out. His caregiver princess cannot get a hold of him and receives no answer when knocking on his door, so she enters to find that Stephen isn't there. She notices that both of his walkers are still in the home, so assumes that he was taken out by wheelchair. She then hits redial on his phone and finds out that the last place he called was a hospital. She also noticed the Mexican with Princess did find Stephen. He was at a hospital, seeking out more medication. All of this caused Princess to contact Dr. Now, saying that Stephen was gaming the system for these medicines. So Dr. Now decided to show up at Stephen's apartment, and we get our first look at Stephen over a month. He's less than excited to see Dr. Now, and noticeably missing a large portion of his head. Dr. Now notices a pizza box in the trash can and asks him if he's been used, but Stephen doesn't give a response. Dr. Now reveals that they know all about his addiction, and that he's been to the hospital 20 times recently trying to seek out medication. Tells Stephen that if their appointment next week doesn't go well, he will be dropped from the program. We then cut back to Rhode Island, and to see that Justin has been making an attempt at his weight loss. He says that he hasn't been sticking to his diet or exercise by taking a mile walk in the park. He also claims that it is much better around the house without Stephen, but that he still tells the dad all the time demanding pizza. It appears that the situation with Stephen has put their father back financially. I'm guessing that he was paying for Stephen's apartment and all of the stuff that he wants, like pizza. So he's been complaining more and more about money issues as time's gone on. Justin says that his father bought Stephen pizza 3 times this week already. Justin says that this is contributing to Stephen's problems, and his father gets up and walks away. He then cuts Stephen being transformed He steps on that scale. He's over 700 pounds once again, gaining 83 pounds back since he left the treatment facility a couple of months ago. And I thought that this meeting was going to be a bloodbath. But in a twist I didn't expect, Dr. Now gives Stephen one more chance. He tells him if he can lose 60 pounds in this next month, that he will continue to treat him. Dr. Now did give him a second chance, but he also comments on Stephen's manipulative behavior, that this is all a performance thing, just another avenue to get what he wants. And the doctor will be proven right far quicker than he ever expected. On the drive home from his meeting with Dr. Now, Stephen would demand to be taken to the hospital because he was in pain. Princess asks Stephen if he thinks this is going to work, that this will Dr. Now. He says that he finds him in a great pain and smile at the whole time. It seems that despite their good relationship, he knows the truth behind Stephen. I'm sure that you could already guess Dr. Now knew what Stephen was up to, and that he would come to meet him at the hospital to officially cut him off as a patient. Dr. Now tells Stephen that he has a substance problem, and that he has no desire to change, that he believes that this whole trip to Houston was just to feed his bad habits. He had spent 6 months halfway across the country and only gotten worse. He tells Stephen that you're done manipulating the system with me for now, and that he's going from there to rehab. Stephen says that he thinks this program will be a waste of time, and the introductory episode to Stephen Asante ends. But in a very rare occurrence for my 600-pound life, the brothers would get 2 episodes back to back. And I gotta say, what happens next is undoubtedly crazier than anything that has happened so far. The second episode begins with Stephen being transported to rehab, and it's something that Stephen is not very excited for. Stephen admits that he was conning the hospitals for prescriptions, and also admits that his addiction has gotten out of control, that he is risking his life every day with the amount that he's taking. And this admission serves as a small sliver of hope in what will become an increasingly darker story. But Stephen's attitude also reminds me of when he was in the honeymoon period at the hospital. All smiles, all positivity, and it quickly wears off. After entering the rehab facility, Stephen is immediately escorted into a room with doctors and the CEO. They ask Stephen about his addiction and the source of it. which he credits to a gallbladder surgery that he had around the age of 25, never losing the habit that he had acquired. He says that he doesn't want to end up like Prince and all of these other celebrities, showing just how out of touch he had become because of the presence of cameras. Steven was on TV before during the House of Hate, but in no way was he a celebrity, especially not right now. But camera crews had been following him around for 6 months, and his ego became yet another thing that was out of control. During this discussion with doctors, Steven also goes in depth about how he scams hospitals, claiming that his right leg is in overwhelming pain, and that gets him what he wants. The doctors inform Steven that he will have permanent at a hospital. It will be the first leg of his journey, and it could take anywhere between 3 to 10 days. But Steven's problem was so severe that he needed 24/7 monitoring. One of the first things that Steven asks is if it's on lockdown, and if he can have his phone. When they tell him no, he asks if they have internet access. They explain to him that it's a secondary concern right now, and Steven says not to him, he needs to contact his people. And I already know this is going to be a disaster, but Steven does accept the help and is admitted to the hospital for detox. We then cut back to the Asante household, where Justin and his father are playing Monopoly. Justin says that he's been doing a lot better since Steven was gone. That when he was around, all he did was put Justin down, and the attention was always on him. Let me remind you that the Asante brothers are both over 30 years old at this point, both living at home until Steven became medically unwell to even live there. It's like the movie Step Brothers if it was horribly sad. Justin says that he wants to start his own hobby shop, and Mr. Asante will be helping him. Justin's dad thinks it will be a good thing just to get him out of his room. He says Justin has been doing much better since Steven left. He also says that Steven is one of the most stubborn people he knows, and hopes that the rehab facility will be able to break him, because he wasn't able to. I've covered a lot of situations in my time on the internet, but this has to be one of the most dysfunctional things I've ever seen. We then cut back to Houston, where Steven is 4 days into his stay at rehab. We're also informed that Steven demanded a higher dose of his detox medication and was denied. And then we hear a phone call between Steven and his father, where he begs to go home, claiming the hospital treats him like a criminal, that he's exhausted, and he just wants to go home. He also calls it the Devil's Playground. Needless to say, he's making staff's life a living hell. But despite all of Steven's protests, he would spend another 3 days in the facility. And after 7 days, they would release him. And shockingly, he would be sent home, back to his Houston apartment. When he enters his apartment, he realizes his caretaker Princess has not dropped off his medication. He is absolutely Princess informs Steven that he owes $150, so of course, Steven calls his dad and begs for the money. Steven says that if he ends up making a bad decision, then it's on them. It is mind-boggling to me that a man in his mid-30s wants to blame his inability to pay a $150 bill on 2 of the only people that actually could have paid. Then cut to a couple weeks later and get a good look at Steven's apartment. It's turned into an absolute wreck. Steven tells us that after blowing up at Princess for a second time, she resigned as his caretaker, but that she's coming over for one last visit to say goodbye and to take back a TV set that belongs to the care company. But Steven says that it's his, and he's not going to let her take it. He says that she can drop off his medicine, get him something to eat. Princess says that Steven's behavior since he has been completely unacceptable. He's not been sticking to his diet, not been listening to the doctors when it comes to his medicine. Very mean towards her. Princess hands Steven some paperwork, says she's going to fix his laundry, and that when she returns, she'll be taking the TV that she gave him, which was a loaner from the company. and as soon as she walks out the door to go get Steven's laundry, he calls the police. When Princess comes back from getting Steven's laundry, the door is locked, and Steven tells her that the police are on their way due to the TV dispute, and she almost can't believe her ears. Princess says that it doesn't matter because the TV's coming with her. She has no issue talking to the cops on this matter. Eventually, Steven does let Princess back in to take the TV, and he tries to call the police back to cancel his previous report. And after months of being on good terms, this was the last time that Steven would ever see Princess. Flash forward a month, and Steven is already back to his old tricks. Once in the emergency room complaining about leg pain. During this visit, Dr. Now shows up out of nowhere, trying to calm an irate Steven, who is demanding something for his leg pain. Dr. Now comments on the side that he doesn't believe Steven has detox, and that he looks bigger than he's ever seen him before, and that Steven is pulling his hair out again. Basically, Steven is worse than he's ever been. The doctor now says that they have to start the detox process all over again. After Steven calms down and they move him into another room, the doctor now requests that they weigh him. Steven weighs in at 808 pounds, up yet another 100 pounds since his last weigh-in. But shockingly, Dr. Now offers that she wants to get back in the program at the hospital to go through detox once again and start a controlled diet. After the utter hell that Steven put staff through during his last stay, this was shocking. But I think the doctor's reasoning was he believes this is Steven's only hope, in that in his current state he doesn't have much time left. He then cut back to Rhode Island, and it's a very exciting day for Justin. The opening day of his hobby store. It's called Hobby Maven, and it's still in business today. Earlier in a bit of the video that I've now deleted, I talked at length about how irresponsible I thought this was of Justin. I talked about how hard I thought it was to start a hobby store, and how it was even harder to keep them open. But I just want to say, he proved me wrong. This hobby store has brought nothing but happiness and success to Justin, and this will become more and more apparent as we catch up to the current day. The episode then jumps back to Steven 1 month into his hospital stay, but this is actually his last day, so he doesn't know either now, and that he's been behaving so much better this time. But before leaving, there was one final weigh-in. Doctor now enters the room, and Steven gets up for the weigh-in. He tells Steven to put on a gown, but Steven says it's not anything he hasn't seen before. Doesn't mean that everybody else is too. During the final weigh-in, Steven comes in around 720 pounds, and Doctor now is at least pleased with this progress. He decides that Steven is ready to return home to his apartment, but Doctor now stresses the importance of seeing a therapist, because for the past 8 months he had been refusing to see one. Doctor now also sets a goal of 40 pounds a month weight loss for Steven, and instead of asking any questions about the therapist or his diet, he requests more prescriptions from Dr. Now. When the doctor tells him that he has no need for it, Steven claims that he is still in pain. Dr. Now refuses and leaves the room. He comments about how Steven doesn't like authority, and that before any treatment can occur, he needs to change his behavior. Back in the room, Steven's talking about how Dr. Now doesn't understand his pain, and that makes him not a good doctor. Steven claims that asking him to lose weight and see a therapist is a lot to ask from him in the next month, but that he's going to try because he doesn't want to blow. A couple days later, Steven with the therapist in his apartment. The therapy session goes about how you expect. Steven admits that he does have an eating problem, but nothing else. He's got everything else handled. The therapist is also very aware of Steven's manipulative nature. But other than that, the visit was mostly uneventful. The therapist claims that he is just trying to establish a rapport with Steven, not yet ready to confront him on anything. We then cut to a week later, and Steven says that he's actually doing much better, sticking to the diet and listening to what the therapist told him. Steven tells us that his dad just flew into town, and that he's excited to see him. The The reason his father flew in is because they need to find Steven a new apartment, that this one is just too expensive. And the second Steven's father comes in the door, he starts talking about how gross it is in there.
Oh my God.
Steven's dad says that it stinks wicked bad. Steven Sr. says that between paying for this place and Justin's store, he's going broke. And it immediately hit me who he reminds me of. A much less threatening Paulie Walnuts from The Sopranos. Much like how Paulie has to pay for his mom to stay in a nice nursing home and to kick up his cut to Tone, Steve Sr. has to pay for Steven's apartment and Justin's store, claiming he almost lost his house because of all these expenses, so he was very upset over the condition of the apartment. Steven's dad says that he's not going to make too many comments because there's only so much he can take, but he asks his son if he's willing to imagine a reality unlike the one he currently lives in. And Steven basically says no. His dad leaves, saying that he'll be back tomorrow morning, and that if they don't find him a place by Thursday, he doesn't know what's going to happen. We then cut to 3 days later, where Steven and his father are spending the day looking for apartments. So they put Steven on the back of a golf cart and take him to the location of his new apartment. But after going up a curb, Steven falls off and then claims to be in tremendous pain and demands that they call an ambulance. Steve Sr. says he doesn't think his son fell for real, and even more so that he doesn't need an ambulance. His dad is torn between calling the ambulance or leaving Steven. He says that Steven has done this so many times that he has no idea if he's actually hurt, but they do end up calling the ambulance. Tells them his whole body hurts. Steven's dad asks him if he thinks he can get up and walk to the ambulance, to which he does not respond well, likening it to a miracle. His dad thinks that this is all an act, saying that Steven has run out of excuses with his leg and now he has to resort to this. The ambulance tells Steven and his father that they cannot access where he currently is, so they convince Steven that the only opportunity they have to move is if he gets up and enters his father's van. And when they do, he drives away and doesn't take Steven to the hospital, another thing that he's not very happy about. The two then get into a fight where Steven's father accuses him of not being in any pain. Instead of taking Steven to the hospital, his father takes him to the therapist, in a very relieving putting the foot down moment. Steven's dad has long enabled his behavior out of many different emotions, but it looked like Steve Sr. had finally had it. The therapist comes out to the car to greet Steven and his father, who are both attending the session. But Steven says he's in a lot of pain. He needs to get to the hospital. Steven refuses to attend the session, so his father goes alone. And while his father and the therapist are having a very productive conversation, Steven is calling emergency services trying to get into the hospital. The therapist convinces Steven's father to go outside and tell the EMS crews what's up. Mr. Asante tells them a little bit about Steven's history, all the while Steven is denying all of this. But eventually the paramedics do leave, and despite his best efforts, he did not go to the hospital. We then cut ahead another couple days, and they have finally found a place for Steven to move into. After getting yelled at on the phone by his other son, Justin, Steven's dad spends the night moving all of his things into his new apartment. And after that, his dad agrees to return to New Jersey, saying that he'll see Steven again when he gets the operation done. Jump ahead yet another month to see Steven doing worse than ever. There is junk food everywhere in his apartment, and today's the day he has his appointment with Dr. Now. Steven claims he knows that he is getting weight, but will still meet with Dr. Now to face the music. When he did weigh in, he gained another 20 pounds in 1 month. And when Dr. Now enters the room, it's an absolute bloodbath. He tells Steven that he's made no progress, and when they do help him, he undoes all of their work.
Absolute failure.
Dr. Now asks what the next weigh-in will come in at. 800 pounds? And Steven responds as somewhere around 6. And Dr. Now claims that that's impossible, showing that he's lost any faith that Steven will make progress. Steven then has the gall to ask Dr. Now for medication. Steven claims that it's to help him work out, and Dr. Now is speechless. I love how Steven frames it as going to see Dr. Now to face the music. He he's really just looking for any way to scam for medication. He thought long and hard about how he was going to ask this to Dr. Now, and came to the conclusion that the best way would be through weight loss, or at least that's what he would tell the doctor. Dr. Now asks how many times Stephen has been to the emergency room in the past month, and as Stephen replies somewhere in the realm of 5 times, Dr. Now then shows Stephen some medical documents that he requested, showing that in the past year Stephen had received over 30 prescriptions from 17 different doctors. The doctor informs Stephen that his days of doing this are over, and Stephen immediately leaves. Dr. Now tells Stephen that he's sending all of this information to a database, and that the next time he pulls something like this, he'll be arrested. Then, in one of the most savage moments I've ever seen on television, Dr. Now tells Stephen that he has something to show him, making him walk to another room where he stands in front of a mirror, and the doctor requests for him to look at himself in it. It's clips like this that have made Dr. Nazardan a living legend. He has absolutely zero issues pointing out the obvious to his patients, which I personally believe results in more success and better care. What I'm trying to say is not all heroes wear capes. The entire time that Dr. Now is asking Stephen to look at himself in the mirror, he is clearly uncomfortable, almost unwilling to do it, but in the brief few glances he gets, he is not pleased. It's almost like the reality of the situation is finally setting in, at least in that moment. Despite all of this, Dr. Now did not cut him off as a patient, telling him that if he returned the next time and hadn't lost any weight, that they would officially be done. So when Stephen returned home, he attempted to be active and stick to his diet, at least when the camera was on. He would throw out all of his soda and to take walks outside barefoot, which he claimed were incredibly painful. After this, we cut back to Rhode Island and see Justin. He says that the hobby store has been a struggle in the past few months, but that he's also thinking about how he's seek out weight loss surgery. He then has a video call with Dr. Now, who asks him how his weight has been doing. Justin says he doesn't know, he's not a fan of the scale, and the doctor now tells him that he needs to learn how to use it if he's ever going to get his weight down. Dr. Now also recommends therapy to Justin, who thinks that it's not going to be very much help. So he asks Justin if he wants to get weight loss surgery, and he is interested. So Dr. Now gives him the goal of 30 pounds a month weight loss. Justin agrees, and things are looking hopeful, at least back in Rhode Island. We then jump 2 months forward back to Stephen, who is going to be weighed by Dr. Now. And for the first time on his own, Stephen would lose weight, a significant amount actually, 73 pounds, and Stephen was thrilled. Dr. Now would tell Stephen that he is proud of his progress, but he still needs to see more before he's approved for weight loss surgery, giving him the goal of 40 pounds weight loss in the next month. Stephen then goes home and reflects on his relationship with his brother Justin. He says he knows that his relationship with his brother has not been good, and it's because of the way that he's treated him. But Stephen claims that as he moves farther away from addiction, he wants to repair that, so he video calls his brother. He tells Justin that he wants him to get the surgery, and that he really cares about him. He also apologizes to Justin for everything that he put him through. Justin says that his forgiveness needs to be earned, and that's basically where the episode ends, but it is nowhere even close to where the story of the Asante brothers ends. 2 years later, they would feature in an episode of My 600-Pound Life, Where Are They Now?, giving us much awaited insights about how the two had been. The original episodes end on a somewhat positive look, so I was just hoping that the brothers had kept that momentum. And in some ways they did, but in others not so much. Season 5, Episode 1 begins with Stephen 1 year and 7 months into his movie. Stephen tells us that it's been a couple months since his weight loss surgery, claiming that with weight loss, his mobility and quality of life has increased. He's not a big fan of solid food, so he's been getting the majority of his calories through liquids. He also says that he likes the new him, that he doesn't want to go back. The relationship with his brother Justin has improved significantly. Stephen hopes that his brother will be getting the surgery soon. We then cut over to Rhode Island, where we see Justin, who is working in his hobby shop, Bobby Haven. Justin says that he wants to go to Houston to get weight loss surgery, but that he'll have to remain there for quite some time in recovery. So he's been getting all of his affairs in order, trying to exercise and meet the weight loss goals. He expresses his concern in leaving his business for a significant period of time, but has a friend that will run it for him while he's gone. Even still, he hopes that Dr. Now will allow him to return home. He then gets on a video call with his brother Steven, and they talk about Justin's upcoming trip to seek surgery. Justin doesn't seem thrilled by the move. He says it's going to be too hot, and he still seems pretty annoyed with Steven. The call ends, and Justin says that he's really not looking forward to it, and that he knows Steven is just going to try to ignore him. After that, we cut to a montage of Justin and Steven packing for their move to Houston. Justin's father will be moving with him for the time. The two seem generally positive about it. Steve Sr. seems optimistic about Steven's progress, also hoping that he's been able to remain. Justin's dad suggested that they stay with Steven, but he refused, claiming that it was non-negotiable, and honestly, I don't blame him. 3 days later, the pair arrives in Houston, after a much calmer road trip than they had with Steven. Steve Sr. immediately wants to go see Steven, and Justin says that he's not interested. And when they call Steven on the phone, a fight ensues. Justin tells his brother that he's not going to visit him, and Steven says he doesn't care because Justin's rude anyway.
Oh, you got Chica all excited. Yeah, she heard the phone ring. No, she just got up out of her bed and ran at her cage.
They got those black guys too. Yeah, yeah, it reminds me of a rat. Yeah, but just black guys. That's what rats have. Oh yeah, I got I went to the Vietnamese place, across the street and tried some photo detecting the first time. Yeah, I told them I lived across the street, but it was all Asian people there. Really good at myself. They want me to be a dish bitch and a dish bitch. I was watching My 600-Pound Life, and there was this guy Steven and his brother Justin, and Justin was 600 pounds and Steven was 700 pounds, and they fucking their father went in on an apartment and was buying all their food. He was buying them like 7 pizzas a day or something. The two of them. Yeah. So you think my food is like so expensive. These guys are like 35 and 37. Their fathers bought them like 7 pizzas a day. Yeah. You buy me 7 pizzas a day? Yeah. I thought I was getting fat. I was like 190 pounds. But it fucking was 700. Well, you had a lot of it is in his legs. Like his legs, like have a bunch of like tumors, just a bunch of fat. Yeah. I can imagine. So between the two of them, they're eating 7 pizzas a day. So it's like 3.5 pizzas each a day. I mean, that's just not too much. I would just like 2 pizzas a day. But
Conspiracy theory, because I don't know, 5 to 8 years ago, like when you used to say that, like, oh, they only hire immigrants. It's like, oh, they probably have white people in the back, or like, they're just trying to diversify and help newcomers and stuff. Like that's what people always said. I don't know if you were saying that. I mean, I wasn't saying that, but I know people used to say that, right? Where it's like, oh, they're just trying to help people who are new to Canada and all that. Like it was something, like it was a conspiracy theory. Like they only hire immigrants, and now it's like, no. They literally only hire immigrants, and there's more fast food places that only hire immigrants than a diverse crew, Yeah, and it's obviously like it's important. Like that's they make jokes. It's important. It's only by the way, like immigrants and shit. So like it's obvious it's important and shit. But come on, I want to do Papa John's. Honestly, white people with Papa John's. John isn't even. Yeah, I mean, you don't shoot up a government building to make a statement. That's why they're banning all the guns. I don't know if you seen that the other day, but there was a big controversy right now where they're banning all the guns and they're supposed to send them back to the government in Canada Post. People are pissed off because they're saying not only are they taking our guns away, but sending them to Canada Post. Whatever, not only is it, okay, they take our guns, but it's dangerous. Because Canada Post too, like, you gotta think when you get the mail, they hold it for a couple of days at Canada Post before shipping to the government building or whatever, right? So that means it's gonna, like, people are who actually want to send their guns back. It's funny too, because the only people who are going to send their guns back are law-abiding citizens. If they're willing to send their gun back, you're not the type of person that's going to kill people randomly. You're the type of person who wants to obey the law. So it's only the criminals that are going to be like, fuck that, I'm going to kill someone next week. Why would I send my gun? Well, people do, because law-abiding citizens, they keep them. But yeah, I don't think all the guns back when they go, I lost that. I don't know where that is. But if you had a gun, you would probably hear it too. And then that's another thing that's controversial about it too, is that they're giving people rebates. It's costing the Canadian government taxpayers a shit ton of money to keep returning all these guns that the government has to pay people back for. Yeah. These are pistols. They're not even like assault rifles. It's not like a gangster or whoever is going to see that. They're like, okay, better send my gun to the government. At least it's not that shit. Yeah, it's the Canadian government, and yeah, people are gonna. I mean, it's already. I know people already are struggling, but people are gonna start struggling a lot here in Canada. Our dollar is supposed to drop a lot to do with the American dollar, right? Looks like it goes down to 5. So yeah, for every American dollar, you remember those elbows up people? They're still posting those elbows up people, but Carney announced yesterday or the day before that there's no way that we can negotiate with America without taking some tariffs. So he's pretty much admitting defeat. He's saying that we can't lower the tariffs, but we're going to be working with America until Trump is making a trade deal without having at least some extra tariffs. So Carney's pretty much admitting defeat now. Yeah, this is what these people are posting on social media and shit though, like yesterday and stuff. Like I just find it so funny because Canada's fucking losing. What are people talking about? Like, look, there's a beaver and it's got the eagle. It's so stupid. It's not what's happening at all. Carney is the one who's surrendering to Trump. Trump's not surrendering to Carney.
How dumb these people are.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like they think Canada's like stronger than America. These people don't understand that America is way more powerful than Canada.
Like it's not even like negotiable.
No.
Never mind. Here's one more. So bad.
Yeah, so I mean the cost of living and prices in Canada are about to probably go through the roof in the next coming years. We'll see. But we kind of knew that with Carney when the Liberals got elected again. Kind of already knew that, but it's just solidifying.
It's so embarrassing.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I think too. It's embarrassing because I don't think things would have been much better with Pierre. I don't think Pierre Poilievre or whatever was perfect either. But the thing about it is that at least if we would have elected a conservative, we could say it's possible. With Carney, there's no way things are going to change. He's a European banker who is now in Canada as the prime minister of the Liberal Party. What's going to change? Anything is going to get worse. How did anybody fall for that? Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just crazy. Steaks and stuff, meat and everything. Groceries are so expensive as it is right now. It's already over $20 for a T-bone steak. So like, we would price of 50, it's $60 for a T-bone steak. We have to get me a T-bone steak. That's already kind of what it's like, right? We would have gone back to 2019, and obviously, 2019 was 6 years ago, not like 3 years ago. But like things are only like rapidly increasing, such as inflation. But if you go back to 2019, all the shit you could have gotten into 2019 for 200. Yeah. Alright, can I get some fucking pizza? Yeah, I gotta know. Alright. I'm just asking because, you know, my birthday's coming up in like a month. Well, can you give me like a $3,000 gaming PC? No, I just want a little silver. Surprise me. I don't know how much you can get or what you can afford, but surprise me. Give me at least 1 ounce. I'll be happy. I think for my last birthday you got me silver. I think you got me a 10-ounce bar, right?
Yeah, I got you the bar at Southeast around
Look at the collection. Yeah, and my birthday before you got me the last one. that was good. Yeah, you actually spent a lot of money. That would have been like $500. But you won't be able to give me that much this time because actually silver went over $53. You probably spent like 500 back then, but yeah, I probably about 800 now. Alright, sounds good. Yeah, so I'm gonna go get pizza. Oh yeah, I just want to tell you that it was weird that I showed up at 10:30 last night.
Yeah? Well, that's like so predictable though.
I don't know, but what is wrong with these fuckers? You were right too.
Yeah, I just bought pizza. Pizza from Pizza Hut. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go, guys. I love pizza. So it is a pepperoni and pineapple pizza. The two best toppings you can ever get on a pizza. Yup. That's the truth. Haters gonna hate. With some creamy garlic dip. Delicious. Wow.
Ways. And it becomes apparent to me that Stephen was lying when he said his relationship with his brother had improved. When the phone call ends, Stephen's father is pissed at Justin, telling him that he's hurting his brother's feelings.
You don't think it hurts his feelings when you say like that?
Justin's father demands that he calls his brother back and apologizes, to which Justin refuses. Steve Sr. says he'll turn this car around right now, and that he doesn't care about Justin's surgery. He then tells his son that you two should be fat, and this sets Justin off. He strikes his father numerous times, and Steve Sr. acts like nothing even happened. After all of that, Justin is dropped off at the hotel, and Steve Sr. goes to see Stephen. After seeing Stephen and criticizing him lightly, his father tells him he's impressed, that his weight loss is noticeable, and that he's proud of him. Personally, I think that Stephen was a little out of it, and I don't know if his dad noticed that too because he quickly left. The next day, Justin and Steve Sr. go to see Dr. Now for his weight loss surgery, to see if he can finally be approved for it. But when Justin arrived at the office, he wasn't off to a good start, as he had recently gained 4 pounds. When Dr. Now enters the room, he asks Justin how much he's eating, and what kind of stuff. He says only 2 to 3 times a day with no snacking in between, and that his meals mostly consist of chicken.
How much?
Justin says that he's cut out nearly all of his carbs. He's only been eating chicken. Steve Sr. asks how this is even possible, and Dr. Now says that if you're telling me the truth, then it's the portion size, that he's eating enough chicken to gain while currently being 600 pounds. Dr. Now then gives Justin the weight loss goal of 60 pounds in the next 2 months, and sends him on his way with a new high-protein diet plan. A couple days later, we cut to Steve Sr. and Stephen going to see Dr. Now. He is getting another weigh-in after his weight loss surgery, and when they arrived at the facility, Stephen had a great weigh-in. He was expected to lose 20 pounds, and ended up losing nearly 100. I'll admit, it was a turnaround that I never expected. And for once, Dr. Now enters the room in somewhat of a good mood. He tells Stephen that he's doing well. The only thing that he'd recommend him to work on is his bodily hygiene, mostly to help with the worsening condition of his legs. Other than that, like I said, the doctor was pleased, and he sends Stephen on his way. He says in private that he is still cautiously optimistic about Stephen's progress, but that so far it's been promising. A couple of days later, Steve Sr. manages to convince Justin to go and see Stephen. He tells him that it will help him with his own weight loss goals, to see just how much progress his brother has made. When they arrive, Stephen nearly refuses them at the door. Steve Sr. has brought cat food for the cat, which he claims is sick, and that would explain the puppy pads that Stephen has down. But like I said, Stephen didn't seem thrilled to see them, even screaming at them through the door before eventually letting them in.
John, just let me in.
When Justin enters the apartment, you can tell that he is uncomfortable. He knows that his brother is going to try to pull something, and that's what I was expecting because Steven showed no interest in his father, only in Justin. Steven starts by acting kind towards his brother, but then also starts to mention the drawbacks of the surgery, claiming that he was in so much pain. To me, it all seems like Steven is trying to subtly influence his brother against getting it, but that's just a theory, and it didn't seem to work because Justin would remain in Houston to seek out his weight loss surgery, and the next time that he would weigh in with Dr. Now, he had lost nearly 50 pounds in 1 month, reaching his goal and making him available for weight loss surgery. And the surgery would be completed without any issues. Steven refused to attend, citing his brother's lack of support during his own surgery, but he would eventually go to see his brother while he was recovering in the hospital. And it actually went pretty well, with Steven and Justin having one of the best interactions I've seen this entire time. But after Steven and his father left, Justin would say that he's not looking to repair anything with Steven. He hopes that he continues to get healthier, but he doesn't think they can salvage their relationship. We flash forward a couple of weeks, and Justin's recovery is going well. He has been positive about his stay in Houston, in almost every regard, except for Steven. Justin claims that a couple of days after his surgery, his father would bring Steven over for a visit, which went halfway well, but Justin noticed that after Steven left, some of his medication was missing. He claims that his father won't even confront Steven about it, but that it's just a sign of a greater problem, that Steven doesn't really care about what happens to his brother, just what he can get out of it. As if the situation couldn't get any worse, Steven then calls his father to ask how Justin's recovery is doing. Justin doesn't want to speak to Steven, and when his father forces him to, he confronts him on what happened. And of course, Steven denies stealing from Justin, and Steve Sr. is enraged by Justin's question. He admits to knowing that Steven still has a problem, and Steven demands that they don't talk about it. The phone call quickly ends, and Justin has an argument with his father, revealing some pretty disturbing information. He reveals that Steve Sr. has had a hand in Steve Jr.'s habit, facilitating the theft of Justin's medicine, even admitting just how much he had given Steve. I have no idea how he roped his dad into this, but Steve Sr. is one of the biggest enablers I've ever seen. The food is one thing, but the sleep revelation is completely different. And Justin actually needed that shit. He just had massive surgery. Steven already has a problem. The argument ends, and in private, each of them lament on how they think they were correct. In my personal opinion, Justin has been very wrong. He's no angel himself. This is just nuts. And I think Justin saw something like this coming, which is part of the reason he's maintained as little contact with Steven as possible. But as always, I don't believe to get what he wants. Needless to say, the future was looking very bleak for the family. We then cut to a couple of months later, and Steven has once again managed to worm his way into Justin's life. He convinced his father to schedule his doctor's appointment on the same day as his brother's, so they were both on the way to the hospital for a checkup, and tensions were high. Justin announces that he wants their appointments to be separate, not in the same room. I don't blame him, but if it was me, I would spill the beans to Dr. Now, let him know just what was up with Steven and his dad's little operation. But then again, that's illegal, and I think they'd probably both go to jail. So Justin kind of has his hands tied behind his back. I understand their fathers want to reconnect his sons, but it's clear that Steven is still just using Justin to his own ends. After Steve Sr. starts yelling at Justin, he breaks down and tells us the reason that he doesn't want to be anywhere near Steven. He says that he used to beat the crap out of him every day for 18 years. Steven responds accusing Justin of similar behavior, showing a scar on his hand where he claims Justin stabbed him. This car ride is already an absolute disaster, and I think this was all according to Steven's plan. And when they arrived at the clinic, Justin refused to see the doctor, citing Steven as the reason. So only Steven and his father enter to see Dr. Now. Dr. Now enters the room and asks where's Justin. They tell him about the situation, so he suggests that they just see Justin after they're done with Steven. But but Steve Sr. doesn't know if that's going to work. He'll ask him, and the doctor basically says no. He'll tell him, and that Steve Sr.'s attitude towards the boys in this regard is part of the problem. He tells Steve Sr. that he needs to act like a father and to go get Justin right now. The doctor now also reveals he knows of the theft of Justin's medication, and that he'd be pretty pissed too if he was in his situation. An absolutely beautiful moment because Steven has been trying to act like the good son in the background of this whole time. Despite being told all of this by Dr. Now, Steve still takes a pretty soft approach with Justin, and he decides to stay in the car, showing no interest in his follow-up appointment. Justin was done with the program, but Steven still had his appointment, and it went about as well as you'd expect. We start off with the revelation that Steven had gained 34 pounds back. The doctor then drops the bombshell on Steven that he knows of the theft of Justin's medication, and that they're going to run some tests on Steven to see if it's true. If so, the doctor claimed there would be serious consequences. He tells Steven that if he wants any way to remain on this program, A, his tests need to come back clean, and B, he needs to lose 75 pounds in the next 2 months, or he will no longer treat him. The doctor also kind of goes off on Steve Sr. He says that there's a line between discipline and love, that the boys are grown adults and they're still relying on their father, and that all of these problems start there. I can't say I disagree with the doctor. From a distance, Steve Sr. seems like he might be strict. I think maybe his nature would be critical, but he has absolutely no problem with it when it comes to his sons. They walk all over. Coffee shops and apartments in Houston don't just fall into the sky. And there's really a dual meaning behind it. Steve has worked hard to provide his boys with these things, but in doing that, he's leading them into terrible people. Both of them expecting just about everything that they ask for. Personally, I think there's a bit of guilt in Steve. He knows the way that the boys were treated by their mother, so he can't bring himself to help them. I agree with the doctor. The entire family was dysfunctional in a way that I think no one has ever seen. We then cut to 3 days later where Steve Sr. and Justin are packing up to return to Rhode Island. Justin had made up his mind and no longer was interested in the program. Steve Sr. said that Justin needed something to calm down, so he got him a new puppy for the trip. This is just yet another fine example of Steve rewarding his children's bad behavior. It's crazy that I even call them children because they're both 30-year-old men. But Jesus, Steve Sr. makes it so goddamn easy. How can you ever expect him to go anywhere? Call the police on him and get a pizza. Refuse to go to the doctor's appointment, which they will with multiple states. Well, son, you seem upset. Let me get you a puppy. It's absolutely no wonder these two are this way. The episode ends with a montage of Steve Sr. and Justin making the trip back to Rhode Island. They say that Steven's been talking to someone from Des Moines and is considering moving there. But other than that, we don't hear anything else about it. This was a Justin-centered episode, but it also revealed so much about Steven's recovery that it had been an absolute roller coaster, and it didn't end on a good point. But my 600-pound life would check back in on Steven one more time in the very next season of Where Are They Now? Season 6, Episode 6 picks up just where the last one left off. Justin had left Houston because he couldn't stand Steven for another second. Before we go any further, I want to point out that Steve Bruce had been following Justin and walking along with the past having around 6 hours of television time to process. But this would be the last time that the brothers would interact with Steven. After watching their episode, I understand why. It opens with Steven talking about his brother's sudden decision. He basically calls Justin. He says that his brother's decision is and then out of nowhere, he shaves his head. He doesn't even put anything down. He then covers himself with the baby. After that, we cut back to the road trip that Justin and Steve. Justin talks more about his hate for Steven and how he never wants to see him again, but his dad won't respect that, so he's very angry with him. But Justin said that his dad helped pay for a puppy as a peace offering. He says that dog has helped him with some of the stress that Steve was putting under. Justin claims that another reason he had to return was because of his store, that it needed him. Justin says that he is ready to get back to work on his weight loss, though. If we skip ahead what seems to be another months, and Stephen is attending another appointment with Dr. Now. When he weighed in for his appointment with Dr. Now, he had lost 4 pounds. He still claimed that he was very pleased with it, but Dr. Now is not. He enters the room and immediately starts laying it on, telling Stephen that his weight is plateaued and that he's probably eating too many calories. It says that he thinks he's doing great when asked, but he has one question for Dr. Now. Why is it that he eats solid foods he rubs up? The doctor immediately responds with, "Because you're eating too much," telling Stephen that he needs to consume solid foods in smaller portions. He questions why Stephen isn't wearing any shoes, and he says it's because he can't fit into them. And then after letting out an audible sigh, he also questions Stephen's personal hygiene habits. I think the doctor already knows the answers to all these questions, as he then starts going in on Stephen about his personal hygiene. I gotta say that this is one of the most brutal conversations I've ever heard with Dr. Now. He doesn't like to sugarcoat things, but this was an absolute bloodbath. He basically told Stephen that he stank and that he had made no progress in his weight loss journey. He tells Stephen that he smells so bad that multiple members of the staff are sick. Stephen tells him that he just showered the other day. Dr. Now says that he thinks Stephen hasn't showered in weeks. But other than that, the doctor says nothing on those tests. It seems that once again, Stephen has gotten away with his bad behavior. After Stephen's we cut back to Rhode Island and ahead yet another couple months. It's been 2 years since they started documenting this hockey match, and we once again see Justin, who appears to be doing very well. This hockey star is thriving. It looks like he wins his surgery. He says that the hobby store has helped him with his social anxiety and weight loss. We would also be told that Steve's and all was going well, but Justin had the hobby shop one day he was got his father rushed back to Rhode Island to see him, and as Stephen wasn't happy, he locked his father out of his apartment and refused to see him. Back in Rhode Island, Justin was having a video call with Dr. Now. Call begins, Dr. Now immediately goes in on Justin for leaving Houston early, telling him that it was against medical advice and life-threatening. Justin said that he had to refuse to work because he was losing money, and that he had responsibilities back in Rhode Island. Other than that, the phone call was relatively uneventful. It seemed that Justin's medical emergency wasn't serious. The doctor now still recommends that he goes to the will monitor his weight loss and make sure he doesn't suffer from health complications. We once again jump back to Houston and 3 months of the future into the long-awaited tests of the lab. And needless to say, Stephen didn't pass, so Dr. Now finally decided that he could no longer treat Stephen. I think this is extremely wise. Stephen didn't really have any plans of changing, just new ways to feed his habits. But despite the news, Stephen put on a positive face for the camera, claiming that he was clean and fully taking care of himself. Stephen then reveals the source of his happy nature. He's been talking to a woman over the past couple weeks, and she's telling him what the money is that she's his girl. And that explains why he's here. He says that her name is Stephanie, and that he'll provide her house with her. But I just want to add that someone should give this one apparently. Her name is Stephanie, so I'm just going to call her Stephanie. Stephanie made an amazing decision to not leave herself, leave the whole thing. Instead, they met online. Things are really he says that he's excited for the eye of the but he's a little bit nervous. He doesn't know how it's going to render guidance to a teenager. Claims that he'll just go over. He says that Stephanie is going to be so good for him. She doesn't even believe in frozen foods, only home foods. And she's also super enthusiastic and helping him with all of his goals. How much of this is the truth, I have no idea. But I'm beginning to understand why this is the final episode of the Asante Brothers on TLC. Steven's new situation is horrifying, at least to me, based on all of his history. Steven says that the only thing that hasn't improved is his relationship with his father and brother. He said that they're jealous of his new girlfriend, that their accusations of her being a lady of the night proved no weight. A month later, Steven would now be living in New Orleans and officially married to his stepmother. This is a grainy picture of their wedding, and his father and brother did not attend. Things were finally starting to look up for not just Steven, but also
Me and the
Justin.
boys want to give you a taste of our gratitude.
Then Justin starts talking about Steven's new relationship with Sam. Justin and his father both thought Steven was messy, and were pretty surprised with him. But he still says he has no interest in a future relationship with his brother, and that's about all he's heard of him. We skip ahead another 2 months, and Justin is better than ever. Steven was now living his new life in Des Moines with his wife and stepdaughter, so Justin hadn't seen or heard much of it, which was how he liked it. Steve Sr. also seemed in much better spirits, as they packed up all of Steven's stuff to be put in storage. Justin said, and I quote, that I'm happy to have every last trace of Steven out of here. He could not hate his brother more, and from what I've seen happen, it's completely justified. He says he has no idea what type of person would want to marry Steven, but he doesn't care because he's so happy that he's out of his life. He finally says that his brother is just an evil person, but that he's finally gone, so now he's able to live a quiet life. Steve Sr. says that he's happy for Steven. Every now and then he thinks of him, but he says he's also sad. He knows that the group will lose him to help the dying man, and that one thing he was never informed that Steven stops being a doctor because of the failed tests that Steve Sr. himself had a hand in. Sometimes I can't believe that this story is real, but then I remember I'm watching the Learning Channel. We then skip ahead almost 2 years and see that Steven has once again reached out to Dr. Mel for help. Steven says that he's been maintaining his weight and actually having problems at home. He says that his wife is considering a divorce, so he's been considering returning to Houston to seek out further treatment. The doctor requests to look at Steven's leg, and after doing so, he claims that his lymphedema has gotten worse. The doctor also says that Steven looks closer to 700 or 800 pounds, and Steven confesses that his eating habits have not been good. He's been back to eating pizza, saying that he eats pizza 4 or 5 times a day. The doctor says that it's possible that his stretching himself down. The episode features Steven with a head statement from Dr. Now. Dr. Now says that it's unfortunate to see that Steven hasn't done all of the progress he really hope that Steven would surprise him by turning it all around. It says that Steven has actually gone in the opposite direction and only gotten worse. Dr. Now refuses Steven the ability to return to the program in Houston. He says that he won't take resources from someone who really wants to turn their life around because he believes that Steven does not. And the episode ends, but it's not quite the end of the story for the Asante brothers. We'll start with what happened to Justin because he has far and away made the greatest turnaround. Bobby Haven still operates to this day, now being more centered in the which is extremely popular in recent years. So Justin's shot has been successful, but that's not all he's done. He also lost a substantial amount of weight. This was the most recent it seems like he got skin removal surgery. I think he also got shared they are still together to this day. Ever since the TV show, Justin has been in private.
I was totally acting in self-defense.
His weight loss. It's all worked out wonderful. It seems like Steven had a very extreme psychological looks extremely rough, unlike his brother Steven's. All of the issues that Steven Asante faced during development continued into the present. After the final Where Are the Men, rumors were floating around that the Asantes would do their own TV show. but even if that was true, it never materialized. And I think it's not only because of the brothers' fractured relationship, but also Stephen's unwillingness to get better. Eventually, his wife had a kidney and left him sometime in the early 2020s. During his time in his posting on Instagram, showing his worsening physical health. These are clips from some of Stephen's live streams back in 2022, making it around 2 years since TLC stopped filming. Like I said, Stephen's physical and mental conditions have suffered. Most notably, gaining a significant portion of his weight back and losing almost all of his hair. Will also be around this time when Stephen started to gain his price was $50, but as I've been making this video, I've been checking that. The price has fluctuated numerous times. One time it's on these days he still wants $65. And after he deleted the Instagram and live streamed all of his videos on it, this would be the one social media I could find now. And this was one of the most recent videos I could find of Stephen.
Hey, Alex. Don't want to know me. It's me, Stephen Asante. I hear that you love my episodes on TLC, that you have 2 boys that are consistent. That's hard to your family that you recently lost Lhkrt'gr78Ud. Now, I know I'm not raised by a local family but I have a problem with the okay? So, congratulations, Alex. You're in. Hello, your wife Emily, your wife Eva. Yeah, man, I hope you have the best Father's Day ever. And we'll get 2 boys. And of course, the patient
it seems really low. I would say that Stephen is at the lowest point in his life. Steve Sr. is still alive and little is known about him, but I still wonder if he financially supports Steve. My theory is yes, Steve Sr. is a massive ego, but Stephen has no one else to blame for his current situation. No one made him do all of these things to himself and wanted to do and I really think that he took pleasure in it. The way that Stephen would crack a sly smile when talking about scamming them, seemed to tell their stories of him. Sad, neglected, and lonely kid decided to start making a rap career on YouTube, and it's really started to turn around. However, after his personal life began to go down the drain, he started moving in a much darker direction. This led to casualties, questions, and conspiracies. It's very rare, but not unheard of, for YouTubers to become killers. It's even more rare for them to become mass killers, with the examples today. Among these is a man who very likely never a man with many very little else in mind, despite what he had done. Okay, let's start back at the beginning. Robert Eugene Primo III was born on September 20th, 2000 in Chicago, Illinois. He came to be raised in Lake County for his entire life, mainly living in a city called Highland Park. Highland Park is a fairly affluent suburb of Chicago, with only about 30,000 people at the time of this story. It known as the place where they filmed Ferris Bueller, the song of Michael Jordan. Robert, by Bobby, was from a middle-class family. He had his father, Robert Primo Jr., his mother Denise, and his 2 siblings. Unlike a lot of people in the wealthy Chicago suburb, his family had problems. In fact, it appears that Bobby was neglected from a very young age. When Bobby was only 2 years old, his mother Denise drove him out to a local Toys R Us store on a fairly hot day. She left him inside the car, and the windows rolled up for about 30 minutes on this 80-degree day until someone saw him in the car and contacted the police. Denise
Denise was arrested and charged with child endangerment. She pled guilty and was ordered to undergo some sort of evaluation at a child advocacy center. It was really the end of her neglect. Bobby's father, Robert, was similarly neglectful, but it seems that this was mostly due to how much he was working. While Denise had listed her occupation as a homeopathic healer, Robert was more of a businessman. In 2008, when Bobby was about 8 years old, Robert, after running a few stores in the past, decided to open up his very own store. He and Denise decided to view it as a mom-and-pop sort of thing. The store was mainly a deli-type restaurant and pantry, and the people who knew Robert from his older stores were happy to come show their support. People lined up outside in the snow at 4 a.m. on the day the store opened just to get in on the ground floor. Photos were taken that opening day. The family were feeling pretty happy. The deli stayed fairly popular afterwards as well. The house spot for one, or both young men in the neighborhood. Bobby was often seen in the store, but around it after the time that his father worked. This is where you might say things were good behind the scenes, but the dysfunction of his family began to show us in the public. In the restaurant, in front of friends and customers, Robert and Denise would have heated arguments fairly often. It was extremely evident that their marriage was in rough patch, to put it lightly. One of Robert's friends later said, "It was awkward for people. I remember thinking, if that's the public arguments, I can only imagine the private ones." These arguments gradually began to turn into physical abuse, mainly on Denise's part. From 2009 on, the next several years, the police were called out to the home around 20 times, 9 of those times being reports of physical violence, usually with Denise hitting Robert with or throwing objects at him. Things like shoes, for example. This peaked in 2010 when Robert called the police to report that Denise had hit him with a screwdriver, implying that she had attempted to stab him but only ended up hitting him with Robert instead. Once he got to the police station, though, Robert began calls, wishing to push the case no further. The police, after hearing this so many times, recommended that Robert and Denise get marriage counseling or just separate entirely. Denise protested, saying that she wasn't violent and that Robert was overtime woman. She wrote a handwritten statement to the police and said, "He threatens to call the police for anything every argument again. He says he wants the police to do things." Both Bobby and his younger brother came to stand out to school staff as well, but not due to their own behavior. It was actually because of their parents' behavior. Bobby's former coach said that he and his brother were often left behind at school by their mom, who he called flighty. While their dad was busy at work, their mom would just completely forget about them and leave them at school for hours on end after their after-school programs had already ended. Bobby, all the while in the background, was trying to make things work on his own. In 2011, at only 11 years old, he decided that he wanted to become a rapper, opening up online accounts on various different platforms to try and make some music. He quickly adopted the name Awake the Rapper. Due to Bobby and his father sharing the same name, I'm going to refer to Bobby as Awake for the rest of this video. When it came time to start middle school, he mostly kept to himself. Most of his classmates at the time described him to be a weak, soft-spoken kid who showed fear. Most of his classmates, well, academics, or even his classes in general. One of his middle school classmates said, when he did talk, he was very soft. He didn't seem aggressive at all. Something that never makes him off. He made it very clear that he didn't care about school. After a little while in middle school, Awake started to open up. He had gotten pretty interested in skateboarding, picking it up as a hobby that took a good portion of his time. In doing so, he managed to make some friends as well. Around this time, Awake also discovered YouTube, making himself an account on the platform. Many of his early videos were about skateboarding exclusively, usually making DIY videos on how to replace the wheels on skateboards or how to grip them. High school would be a big turning point for him. While he had started to make friends and build up a social life in middle school, his friendships would have to deepen for the next few years. According to one of his classmates, Awake was always by himself, distant, no even violence. One of his classmates said that he did talk to him immediately, so he was inspired to his music over at high school. Beyond that, though, his classmates said he said that he was but I can't describe it much more. After a couple of years of zero interest in high school, Awake came to drop out just before the school year started. Awake never recalled telling his much himself. What we do know is that his father, Robert, told him that his son had been at school and was being all of an emotional abuse. Now out of high school, Awake had to find some other path to go, and he decided to move more heavily into his career as a rapper and his appearances, so he wanted to focus on the music, but in order to do so, he felt that he also had to work. He started getting tattoos all over his hands, all over his face. In fact, he got the word away tattooed right over his eye. He even drove a car with animated little stickers in the windows and Pussymobile written across the back. His neighbors also said that he could find a way to buy and that music about the podcast making music. In January of 2016, Wade had his first run-in with the law, although it wasn't for anything extreme. He was charged with possession of tobacco, because he was still 16 years old and was caught with a lot of cigarettes. This didn't really seem to bother him too much anymore.
If anything, it seems that he simply took it as evidence that his career as a rapper was right on track. Making a YouTube channel called Awake, he started posting more of his music. He also uploaded it to Spotify and Apple Music as well. When it came to his non-music related videos, he did still occasionally post videos of himself skateboarding along with some gaming videos and some graffiti speed painting. Awake really went viral for the first time in 2016. This was when he released a song called By the Pond, featuring an artist called Atlas.
Riding on this high, he uploaded a music video as well for the song about a year after. The video ended up getting about 3 million views in total across all platforms before, for reasons unknown, Awake decided to delete the song entirely. However, this only added to his mystique. In 2017, Awake released his first full album titled Messages. Then in 2018, he released more of them, one being called Observer and the other being called The Future is Dope. He continued to collaborate with other artists as well, expanding his reach even further. Awake, wanting to be known, made an account on Wikipedia in order to make an article about himself. He also tried making pages about himself on a couple of different fandom wikis, like Wikitopia, a wiki about YouTubers, and the Rap Wiki. In 2019, he released a single called 24/7 that similarly performed decently well. I'm no music connoisseur by any means, but I would describe his vibe as being mellow, slow, or kind of sad-sounding rap. I don't think that it would be too outrageous to say that his music was actually pretty good, especially early tracks like those on Messages. Other people seem to hold the same sentiment, as Awake did develop a small following and consistently pulled in at least about 5,000 views on each of his new tracks. However, it wouldn't be too long before things started to go downhill for both Awake and his family. That very same year in 2019, his father Robert came to notice that he was in a very dire situation involving his finances. He told his friends that business was dwindling, that the cost of rent was only going up, and that his fees to the city for various reasons were becoming pretty daunting. So Robert came up with a very odd solution to fix all of this. He would just run for mayor. People were puzzled to see Robert running for the mayor of Highland Park in the first place. He was up against a woman named Nancy Rotering, who was coincidentally Awake's old Cub Scout leader. Robert promised that he would make the city more friendly for local businesses. Oddly enough, though, he was never really seen campaigning. He never even received a single donation other than the $560 donation that he had given to himself. In the end, Nancy Rotering won over 72% of the vote, beating him and the other candidates in a landslide. With his bid to become the mayor now lost, Robert was forced to close down the deli. The storefront was abandoned with a Bob Creeping for Mayor sign still in the window. He had been under a ton of debt. One of Robert's lenders sued both him and the deli, saying he was owed over $750,000. A judge ended up ruling in the lender's favor after Robert refused to show up in court at all. While it's unclear if the debt was ever paid off, the family was in a desperate situation, basically financially ruined at this point. For Awake, who lived in an apartment in the back of the property, this was not a good sign of things to come. Over time, Awake had become depressed. In April of 2019, he attempted to end his life. About a week later, he decided to contact the police, telling them that he had done so. It seems that, in this case, the Highland Park police came out to his home to perform a wellness check. It would only be a few months after that the police would be coming out to his home once again, but this time it would be to check on his family instead. The family member had called the police after Awake, brandishing a knife, threatened that he was going to, in his own words, kill everyone. When the police came out, his parents rushed to defend him, saying that everything belonged to Robert and that Awake hadn't actually threatened anyone else. With that, it would have been very difficult for the police to arrest him. What they did do was seize 16 knives, a dagger, and a sword from the home. While they didn't charge Awake with anything, they did file a clear and present danger report. According to the Illinois government, this is a report one is to file when someone expresses clear intention of violence to themselves or others. This is normally done in order to prevent people from obtaining a firearms owner's identification card, preventing individuals from buying their own firearms. The police came around and performed another wellness check later on. This is what they admitted to them that he was a depressed drug user. That year, Awake filmed a music video for one of his songs called Out of My Life, a sulfur video that mainly shows him walking around the city of Highland Park in black and white. It was one of the first times, if not the first time, that the viewers got an extended look at Awake, simply walking around and being himself. Around this time, Awake seemingly started to become a pretty big fan of Donald Trump. This may have been a bit of teenage rebellion, as the city of Highland Park was a fairly liberal area. He filmed himself at a Trump rally, mainly only filming the scene until at the end turning the camera around to show his face. He began to post pictures on social media depicting himself with a Trump flag draped over his shoulders like a cape. He attended some more rallies where, for reasons unknown, he decided to cosplay as Waldo from the Where's Waldo books. From time to time, he would grow confrontational, albeit only verbally, with counter-protesters as well, in contrast to his usual quiet, loud nature. It's worth noting that a lot of people, both those online and his own friends, have asserted that Awake was very likely only trolling about the Trump content, emphasizing the actions, such as wearing the Waldo costume to the rally. They were still in the dark as to how serious he actually was about it all, but he never did talk about it. Awake began to use the logo for himself that strongly resembled the Soviet symbol by a Finnish nationalist movement that has been at the center of a lot of conflicts. It isn't known whether this was an intentional reference, whether he had made a similar symbol just because he thought the design was cool, or if it was a coincidence entirely. Again, there's really no way to know for sure. Awake would come to allude to his loneliness more and more within his music. By all accounts, it was apparent that he wanted a woman in his life. While working on a part-time job at Panera Bread, he came to frequently talk with a young woman his age, his co-worker and neighbor. The two grew easily close at their work. In the beginning, Awake would tell her that he wanted to open up a sandwich shop with his father. However, after he grew more infatuated with this girl, he changed his mind, saying, "No, I want to stay at Panera if you're working there. I want to stay with you." Not really realizing that Awake thought of her in that way, the girl shot him down, telling him she wasn't trying to give off the signals that he was picking up. She deleted his messages and stopped talking to him, later writing, "We didn't date, but he did like me. He did have interest in me. But my parents are strict and I don't date, so I told him no, but we can be friends." It's been speculated that this was either the beginning of the end for Awake's mindset, or at least it was a very large contributing factor. From this point onward, he would only grow more dark and more depressed. When that Panera branch had to temporarily close during COVID, shortly after his talk with the girl, Awake made the choice not to return. Awake went out and applied for the previously mentioned firearm owner identification card, something he should have done. Due to the fact that he wasn't even 21 yet, he would be required to get a sponsor in order to acquire one. His father and brother decided to be that sponsor and helped him apply. The state of Illinois did have the clear and present danger report on record and the right to block Awake from getting his license, at least for 6 months, but for whatever reason they chose not to do so. In only a few months, Awake was able to get his hands on the card. He had passed a background check and to them seemed good to go. On June 9th of 2020, he went out and purchased his first gun, likely his MP-15 Smith & Wesson rifle. He bought the gun online from a store in another state, which then shipped it out to a local shop for him to pick it up. On July 18th, he bought another. Then on July 31st, he bought one more. In total, he ended up buying 5 guns. All the while, Awake hadn't given up on YouTube or music. Around the same time as his gun purchases, he had released an EP called Meg that included 8 new songs. Given that he was gathering a small following online, he decided to open up his own website. The website was pretty bare bones, only featuring his name, a join button, and a donation button. The join button would take users to Awake's own Discord server, called SS. On this server, he would mostly talk to his fans, sharing memes and links to his new music. As Awake began to grow more depressed, he also grew more interested in the dark side of the world. He made an account on a website called Documenting Reality, a private forum in which users document the more horrific side of life. It contains everything from videos of violence to death to even worse. Making an account under the name Awake47, he began to lurk on the forum fairly frequently, chiming in from time to time until he gradually grew to post more frequently. Awake began to more regularly post and comment on footage related to shootings and other mass incidents of violence. When he turned 21 years old in 2021, he posted a happy birthday message to himself, which included some personal, identifiable information. According to an expert in the Q movement named Mike Rothschild, this is what Awake's online activity mainly consists of: evidence of violence. When he turned 21 years old in 2021, he posted a happy birthday message to himself, which included some personal, identifiable information. According to an expert in the Q movement named Mike Rothschild, this is what Awake's online activity mainly consisted of. Quote, "The world Primo lived in was pretty far off from Q. He was in a 4chan bubble of ironic Nazi and anime memes, fascist-inspired music, and mass shooter ideation that basically consumes nothing but irony and sadness." Another expert has theorized that Awake might have been trying to use all of this to boost his reputation as a rapper or just online in general, saying that people like him often do this to, quote, "make themselves seem very intense and very violent to accumulate a certain amount of perverted clout among other people in the same online spaces." Regardless of what his intentions really were, while Awake continued down this darker path, his music began to reflect more of his changing mindset. One good example of this was a music video that he made for his song called Toy Soldier. The video opens with crudely drawn depictions of a boy and a girl at school. It seems that the boy has feelings for the girl as he is sending her romantic text messages from behind his textbook. She responds that she loves him too. The video then cuts to a depiction of Awake's laptop using his channel logo on the screen alongside with the words "Join Us." With no context at all, the video then moves to a depiction of a school shooter in different poses. Awake is then shown flipping a bird in one of his traditional smiley face t-shirts, where the video then cuts to drawing his picture. The animated shooter is then shown face down in the middle of the screen, apparently taken down by the police. The police then look around before an almost angelic depiction of the shooter appears on the screen. The video then cuts back to the shot of the girl on the beginning. The song notably ends with a repeated line, "I'm in the dream, nothing's real. I just want to scream about this world." After Awake decided to release one of his previous songs, the one titled "On My Mind." This time the music video would present very different visuals than the previous iteration, starting off with Awake sitting in the classroom. He's shown sitting at the teacher's desk and standing around the lockers before he is then shown to be working on some kind of homework at his desk. The video continues to show Awake in different areas around the classroom as the vocals start to play. The video plays out like a normal music video for a while until he then steps from his desk to pull something out of his backpack. Then, as Rick Toppin's lap from Call of Duty Zombies, along with some background music of the game that plays when the player dies, plays in the background, the scene quickly changes. Awake is now standing in the middle of the room in some makeshift tactical gear, like a bicycle helmet. He has his channel logo on his hat as a strobe light lights up the room. The Call of Duty music continues to play as he does some strange things, like open the lockers to reveal a secret room inside, hit a button labeled fire on some strange things, like it lights up the room. The Call of Duty music continues to play as he does some strange things, like open the lockers to reveal a secret room inside, hit a button labeled fire on a machine, and then pose with the American flag on his shoulder. The camera then shows the whole classroom with money, papers, and pieces of metal, which some have thought are either shell casings or something meant to represent them, on the ground. Awake then sits back at his desk, revealing that he had been writing 1 + 1 = 5 in the notebook. 115 is yet another reference to Call of Duty Zombies, and it's a reference that he also included in the background of his Toy Soldier video as well. Overall, the video is strange. While it definitely does seem to allude to school shootings, it doesn't outright depict anything of the sort aside from the tactical gear or the metal on the ground that people believe to be shells. The media, when talking about this video, only really reported on these aspects, failing to notice or understand the many Call of Duty references in the video. Given that Awake was shown to be a very big fan of the game in the past, posting gameplay videos to the channel, this could have just been a very bizarre tribute to the video game as well. Without his comment on the matter, it's hard to know what exactly he intended to convey. In addition, Awake began to post some other videos to YouTube that were really nothing more than collections of cryptic statements.
Who and what are the enemies of freedom here in the United States?
I know the name. Word is
Are you in need of freedom? Are you in need of freedom? Are you in need of freedom? Well, by today, have you been hoping? I have freedom today. I need to take a leap of faith. I need you to take a leap of faith.
At this point, nothing was really going well for Awake. The mortgage company for his parents' property had begun foreclosure proceedings, saying that the family owed them nearly $200,000 at this point on a house that was valued at only $425,000. Awake very well knew that he was likely going to be thrown out of his apartment on the property as well. It could be any day now. He didn't have a lot of money to fall back on when that day came. On top of that, by this point, his parents had separated. Awake began to have darker thoughts. While he had shown an interest in violence and the darker side of life before, even being as bold as to convey it in his videos, he hadn't planned out any sort of attack himself. That was about to change as he grew more depressed, more hopeless, and more detached. It was around this time that one of Awake's most mysterious incidents occurred. He made his way out to a Jewish synagogue in the city. To be specific, it was the Central Avenue Synagogue, a Chabad house. He showed up during the Passover Seder completely randomly. He wasn't carrying a weapon and seemed aloof more than anything. He was simply asked to leave as they were in the middle of a ceremony, and he complied, going back home. We can't really know what Awake's intentions were with that interaction. Maybe in his depressed state, he was trying to find God. Maybe he was scoping out an area, some sort of spot for an attack. Maybe he was starting to dissociate and ended up there by pure coincidence. As of now, we don't have any answers. Awake came to release his very last music, an EP called Brainwashed, on May 13th, 2022. It contained 5 songs in total, being more of a nightcore type of album, and featured an anime cat girl firing a gun as the cover art. Awake was now done with music. This wasn't because he had given up on his career, but because he believed he would soon be on the run from the law. Little did anyone know, he had been planning an attack for weeks. Throughout the end of May and all throughout June, Awake was at work, getting his gear together and trying to find the perfect place for an attack. At the end of June, he returned to the forum documenting reality and posted a video of a beheading. This would be his last post on the forum. By the end of June, he had had a realization. The 4th of July was coming up, meaning that people from all over were going to be gathering up for the Independence Day celebrations. Awake started riding around on his e-bike throughout the town center where the celebration would take place, scoping it all out. He took some photos of the area for planning, and even found himself a good rooftop vantage point with a staircase that he could easily get access to. He started to watch the police department and even began to time their responses to other calls. Awake then came home and recorded and uploaded what would be his final video. In this video, his logo spins around in the middle of the screen while a montage of his previous videos plays in the background. Over that, he narrates his final thoughts.
Like a sleepwalker, unable to stop and think. My actions will be valued, and my thought is unnecessary. I know what I have to do. I know what's in it, not only for me, but for everyone else. Where am I going? I don't know.
Alpha team,
I don't
this
care.
is Chief of Security Blanchard.
There is no past
You
or
a sight
future.
for sore eyes.
Just the now.
I've been holed up in the
It is more
mansion since
abstract than I
yesterday
could
trying to
ever
organize a
imagine.
containment response.
I can feel
Now that you're
the
here,
atmosphere
let's knock
pushing
down that
in.
AO.
It's
I'll track body
unstoppable.
cams and coordinate.
Like a wave on the air.
I was totally
I
acting
can't
in
think
self-defense.
without it. I can't see or hear what I don't want. I need to regret. I need to just do it. It is my destiny. Everything has limits. Nothing can stop me, not even myself. Is there such thing as free will? Or has this been planned out? Like a cosmic recipe. It is what I've been waiting for. From the back of my head. Ready to be awakened. What I was sent here to do. Like a sleepwalker. Walking steady with my head. Like a sleepwalker. Walking blindly into the night.
Due to COVID, Highland Park's annual 4th of July parade had been canceled for 2 years. Now that it was time for it to start back up again, Wake felt he knew what he wanted to do. The day soon came, July 4th, 2022. Awake started his day by preparing his guns, mainly his Smith & Wesson rifle. He took another gun and placed it into his mother's car. Going back inside, he realized that, if he were going to commit a large-scale crime and live, he was going to need a disguise. First, he bought some makeup to hide the very identifiable tattoos on his face. Then, he decided to dress in women's clothing. His hair had grown fairly long, coming down to his shoulders at this point, so he likely felt that he could truly pull off the look. In the middle of town, the city had begun their 4th of July celebrations. This included a large parade that was all set to begin at 10 a.m. It would begin at the intersection of Laurel and St. John's Avenues, go south on St. John's, turn west on Central Avenue, and then go towards Sunset Woods Park. Awake in his disguise and carrying his rifle, made his way over to a building on Central Avenue, the Ross Cosmetics building. Knowing that there was that unsecured staircase leading up to the roof building, he felt this would be the perfect place to both hide and find a good vantage point to see the crowd. He climbed to the top of the building, feeling that he was now in the perfect sniper's nest. He lined up all the ammunition that he had brought with him, 3 30-round magazines. Now, there was nothing left to do but wait for what he felt to be the perfect timing. At 10:14 a.m., shortly after it had started, the parade made its way to Central Avenue. As bands played while floats gently cruised down the street, nobody had expected what was going on. From the top of the building, Awake was preparing his gun to take a shot. With a large crowd of people right in front of him, he took aim and began to fire. Within the next couple of minutes, Awake proceeded to shoot at the crowd 83 times, reloading his gun twice in the process. People on the streets ran and flew into a panic as Awake rained down bullets from above. Screaming, crying, and running in all directions, the scene was described by witnesses as being absolute chaos. While at first, many people didn't know what the loud noises that they were hearing actually were, thinking that it was probably fireworks, but it became clear very quickly. One witness said, people started saying, "There's a shooter, there's a shooter, there's a shooter." So we just ran. We just ran. It's like mass chaos down there. As the streets were riddled with bodies, one of the attendees at the parade began to apply first aid to whoever they put on scene until the authorities arrived. People continued to take videos on their phone as the carnage played out. In total, Awake had struck 45 people with his gun. After that, law enforcement started making their way out onto the scene. Low on ammo and satisfied with the scope of the attack, he decided it was his time to leave. Using his disguise, he planned to blend in with the crowd, pretending to be an innocent young woman, a victim himself, and make a run for it. This was actually a complete success. Awake made his way out of the crowd very easily, heading home shortly afterward as all of his victims continued to bleed out in the streets. While running, he dropped his rifle in the street. Getting back home, Awake made his way over to his mom's car, the one where he had stashed the other rifle. Ditching the disguise, he told his mom that he would need to borrow her car for a bit. Not knowing that anything was amiss, she told him that that would be fine. Awake hopped into the vehicle and peeled out of the yard. He never intended to die in his attack. Instead, he fully planned on going on the run. More frighteningly, he wasn't done. He still wanted to carry out more attacks that day. With that, he left Highland Park. Back on Central Avenue, the scene was calming down and the panic began to turn into panic. 48 people were injured in the streets by either bullets or shrapnel. The injured ranged in ages from anywhere from 8 years old to almost 90. One of the victims was rendered paralyzed for life. Worse than that, 5 of the victims had died right there in the street. 2 more were rushed to the hospital as well, but unfortunately the doctors weren't able to save their lives. Those who died were Irina McCarthy, Kevin McCarthy, Jacqueline Sondheim, Catherine Goldstein, Stephen Strauss, Nicholas Toledo Zarzoga, and Edward O'Connor. Many people still stood in the streets in complete shock, unsure of where to go or what to do. The streets were now littered with abandoned lawn chairs, picnic blankets, backpacks, and debris. They were left with the knowledge that not only did they not even know who had shot them, but that nobody had been caught, meaning their killer had gotten away. The police immediately put out an all-points bulletin about the incident. They warned anyone out there that their killer was still at large, armed, and extremely dangerous. Several cities nearby canceled their planned events too, worried that the shooter was on his way to target them as well. They were right to feel that way. Over 100 different officers from several different agencies were brought on to respond to the shooting. They quickly found Awake's lost and forgotten rifle on the scene and were able to piece together what had likely happened. From nearby security camera footage, they were able to get a picture of him dressed in his disguise right near the dead. Awake was in his mother's car, heading far from the Chicago area and making his way towards Madison, Wisconsin. Still armed with the second rifle in his car, the Caltech Sub 2000, he debated on what he should do next. He still wanted to kill more people, but it had already taken him a lot of planning to carry out an escape from the first one. He really wanted to attack a similar parade taking place in Madison, but he ultimately decided against it. Not only were the police possibly on his trail already, but he didn't know the area very well and was very unprepared to carry out a similar attack there. Instead, he decided that he should hide, dropping his phone out of the car in the Middleton, Wisconsin area. He then turned the car around, heading back south. By now, the police back home had already put the pieces together and gotten a clear image of the car that they felt the shooter was likely using, a 2010 Honda Fit. The car was very visually unique as it had sustained a lot of damage to the trunk previously. Not knowing who was in on the attack, the police back home surrounded Owake's house, being that he was living in the apartment on his father's property. The police and the feds approached the home with rifles drawn. They closed off the roads heading up to the house, only allowing those on the case to enter. Given that Denise, Owake's mother, was staying in a different place by this point, her home was raided as well. She became irate after being confronted by the police. She and Robert immediately lawyered up for what was to come. The driver from Lhkrt'gr recognized the car on the highway heading towards Wadsworth. They called the police, letting them know where the shooter was and where he was heading. The North Chicago and Lake Forest police came to confront Awake, driving near Lake Forest, Illinois. Awake attempted to make a break for it, but only carried out a brief chase before the police surrounded him. He was thrown out of the car and onto the ground, arrested on the spot. It was now 6:30 p.m., meaning that Awake had evaded the cops for about 8 hours after his attack. Now, he was finished. The police took Awake in for an interview in which he fully admitted to the attack. Throughout talking to the police, he admitted to a few things. For one, he said that he was only aiming at people from the waist up, shooting to kill. He was able to vividly remember the first target he shot. He described the scene of panic, saying that he watched people flee and run into each other, falling down to the ground in the process. He referred to the people as sleepwalkers and zombies. This ties into both his final video and possibly the previous Call of Duty references. While the city of Highland Park was left in chaos, so was the internet. Once pictures of Awake began to hit the news, it all quickly hit the fan. Right off the bat, it was widely reported that he was transgender, leading to a lot of hate online. This was more than likely not a case of intentional misinformation, given that Awake had deliberately disguised himself as a woman in order to fool people. This was all corrected pretty quickly when more information came to light. The same day as the shooting, 4chan was able to put it together that the shooter was none other than Awake the rapper on YouTube. They immediately started pulling his videos and images of him from social media, making memes out of them and degrading him. 4chan also raided his Discord channel, leading to it getting shut down at almost the same time that he was arrested. 4chan continued to spread a lot of memes about Awake, resulting in his ridicule all over the internet. He had posted on documenting reality so much that some of the users on the forum immediately recognized his face as he was appearing all over TV. They were pretty shocked, given that they had mostly thought of him as a fairly chill guy. One of them wrote, "I always knew there was at least one murderer on the site, and I'm not convinced he's the only one. But Awake? Wow." Now that Awake was in police custody, the people around town were left with nothing to do but pick up the pieces. It wasn't too long before a lot of people who used to know Awake came to tell their stories of him. The mayor of Highland Park, Nancy Rotary, the woman that Awake's father had lost to, the woman who had previously been Awake's own Cub Scout leader, spoke about the shooting. She said that Awake wasn't known to the police. This was either a lie or due to a lack of information on her part. Not only had he been arrested for the tobacco charge, but the police had been out to his home multiple times to confront him, even writing a report specifically noting that he was dangerous. The mayor said, "I know him as somebody who was a Cub Scout when I was the Cub Scout leader. And it's one of those things where you step back and say, what happened? How did somebody become this angry, this hateful, to then take it out on innocent people who literally were just having a family day out?" The girl that Awake had previously worked with, the one who refused to date him, began to feel extremely guilty. She wondered if she was somehow, even indirectly, responsible for the attack. She wondered if it was her declining to date him that sent him down this path. She said, "I feel like if I'd kept talking to him, if I'd been more social with him, maybe this would not have happened. Maybe he didn't have a reason to snap. I'm blaming myself." Awake's parents released their own statement through their lawyer, in which they wrote, "We are all mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, in this terrible tragedy for many families, the victims, the parade goers, the community, and our own. Our hearts, thoughts, and prayers go out to everyone." The Illinois State Police were pretty quickly questioned as to why Awake's clear and present danger report didn't prevent him from obtaining his firearm license. They said that, when they questioned him previously, he denied that he wanted to hurt himself or others. They added that his family refusing to move forward on charges or a formal complaint left the case fairly dubious. They also had refused to provide any information on his mental health, which they would have been able to use in place of anything else. In the end, they basically said the parents were mainly at fault. As time came to pass, the investigation was forced to admit that they didn't understand Awake's motivations for the attack, if he really had any. While some have asserted that his right-leaning beliefs might have convinced him to attack the city due to a large Jewish population, police never found a single bit of evidence that Awake hated Jews or even had really talked about them in the past. Security-related authorities in Chicago said, "Nothing overtly we have identified in his social media post says this was an anti-Semitic attack, but we are coordinating with law enforcement." Apparently on social media there are some indications that he was ideating around the 4th of July for some period of time, which would indicate this was not an attack on one particular community. Many suburbs around Chicago canceled all their 4th of July celebrations. Six Flags continued to stay open but canceled their fireworks show, feeling that it was in bad taste. The Chicago White Sox felt similarly, playing their scheduled match but canceling the fireworks. A GoFundMe page was started in order to raise money for the 2-year-old child of Irina and Kevin McCarthy. In one moment, he had lost both of his parents. People donated to the campaign in droves, eventually raising over $3 million. On July 18th, several members of the North Chicago Police Department were honored for their role in capturing Awake when he went on the run. 6 officers and 1 detective received letters of commendation. Awake was formally charged on 7 counts of first-degree murder. The next day after the attack, he fully confessed to what he had done. For that, he was to be held without bail. A preliminary hearing was set up, scheduled to take place on July 28th. This was interrupted, however, when Awake came to be hit with many more charges. On July 27th, he was indicted on 117 felonies. For each of the 7 victims, he was hit with 3 counts of first-degree murder. For each injured victim, he was hit with 1 charge of attempted murder and 1 charge of aggravated battery. In December of 2022, Awake's father, Robert Primo Jr., was arrested as well and charged with 7 counts of reckless conduct in relation to what his son had done. This was due to the fact that he had been the sponsor on Awake's gun license during the time of the shooting, having knowingly sponsored someone under the age of 21 with mental health issues who had threatened violence in the past. He surrendered to the police but was released shortly after on a $50,000 bond. Because of this shooting, the state of Illinois introduced an assault weapons ban that was signed into law on January 10, 2023. This expanded upon an already existing list of banned weapons in the state. This bill included restrictions for magazine capacity as well, restricting rifles to 10-round mags and handguns to 15. Anyone who already owned one of these weapons before the bill was allowed to keep it, but they were forced to register it in the state. Just a month later in February, it came time for Awake's father to face his own trial. He entered a plea of not guilty. However, as things continued, he changed his mind and pled guilty to 7 misdemeanor charges of reckless conduct as a part of the plea. For this, he was sentenced to 60 days in jail and 2 years of probation. However, he was released from jail shortly after good behavior, only having been in for a few weeks. Awake himself continued to make waves from jail. He was caught making prank calls to a New York Post journalist and had his phone privileges removed for 30 days. After that, a woman with a blog, a self-proclaimed nurse, mental health advocate, and investigative journalist, had contacted him to speak with him about a post on her conspiracy blog. She had come up with an elaborate theory as to what had actually happened to him. She theorized that the founder of the Documenting Reality Forum was actually operating an FBI honeypot type of website after he himself made a deal with the feds to get out of jail time for operating another site that hosted revenge porn. She felt that, after being well known on the forum, Awake was chosen to be a patsy for the real shooters in the case. She said that the shooting was actually carried out by 2 FBI agents from different vantage points. She came into jail to enter into a video call with Awake, asking him how he felt about the conspiracy. He jumped on board immediately. In the call, he said that this was all a false flag, that his interview with the police was only a performance, and that it had been coerced out of it completely.
This is real. This movement was a false flag operation included and that people were high crime in the FBI. The witnesses are interviewed as a performance. They're tortured and forced to use false flag evidence. John Willoughby and Alex and that I would have been from the FBI. They were removed from the ground that day as black legislators were found prohibited. They also held individuals participating in the operation. What was given a tag?
This woman then came to post a video of the call on social media. It was later determined that Awake himself hadn't broken any rules just by participating in the call, but the woman had broken the rules by recording and uploading it. She was then banned from making any more calls to that jail, effectively severing their contact. In November of 2023, it was time for Awake's next hearing. His father, Robert, showed up to the courthouse wearing a white t-shirt with "I'm a political pawn" written across the front. In his mind, he was now part of his own conspiracy. He was given a stern talking to by the judge, who threatened to hold him in contempt of court if he didn't change his clothes. It was worth noting that Awake arrived at his hearing carrying an English translation of the Quran. He also made it known that some of his religious texts had been taken away from him while in jail. Awake surprisingly decided to plead not guilty even after all of his previous confessions. His trial was then set for February of 2025. Before that, though, at a hearing in June of 2024, it was said that he was willing to plead guilty to a lower 55 counts, 7 of which were first-degree murder, and take an immediate sentencing instead. While the courts had felt that he had finally noticed the writing on the wall, he once again surprised them by continuing to plead not guilty after all. Throughout all of this time, many of the survivors and their families filed a number of lawsuits. Some of them were against Smith & Wesson, the maker of the gun used in the shooting. Some were against the Illinois State Police for their previous failure to act, and some were against Awake's father. The jury selection for Awake's trial formally began on February 24, 2025. That very same day, the prosecutors dropped a number of charges against him, those being all the aggravated battery charges. As the trial grew closer, Awake finally agreed to plead guilty on March 3rd. He pled guilty to all the remaining 69 counts against him only a few hours before the trial was set to begin. His mother, Denise, made a plea to the judge to shut everything down and stop the proceedings. The judge gave her a warning, and she stormed out of the courthouse in anger. It was noted that, when Awake signed his name to waive his right to the trial, he signed Donald Trump's name alongside his own. Now, instead of the trial, it was time to schedule Awake's sentencing. The maximum sentence he could get hit with in Illinois would be life in prison. And it was a sure thing. On April 24th, 2025, that sentencing finally came to take place. Awake was sentenced to 7 life sentences in prison without the possibility of parole. The sentencing was actually over and done very quickly. This led to a lot of anger from his victims, who were still waiting in court. They were hoping to hear some sort of apology or at least a statement from him before he was taken away. The state attorney said that, due to the fact that the sentencing had concluded so quickly, there was no longer any time to speak. The next day, Awake was transferred from the local jail to the Statesville Correctional Center in Crest Hill. To this day, we still don't know why Awake did what he did, and specifically because we know so little about his motivations, some people have begun to feel that maybe it was all sort of some conspiracy, either fully or at least partially. Some others feel that the shooting was a result of Awake's evolving political beliefs. Given that Highland Park was known as being a fairly liberal town, they felt that he may have been on a mission to kill liberals. However, while the town does have a sizable left-leaning population, it does still have many conservatives. Adding in the fact that he had targeted people indiscriminately, it seems unlikely. Others still feel that, if it wasn't politically motivated, it was still likely racially motivated. But again, there really is no evidence to support that. Many people feel that his previous visit to the synagogue supports this theory. However, while Highland Park did have a good number of Jewish residents, Awake wouldn't have been able to pick them out by appearance alone. A few of his victims were indeed Jewish, but many more were not. If anything, Awake seemingly embracing Islam while in jail makes it a little more likely that he really may have only been interested in religion when he went to the synagogue in the first place. This interest in Islam could also very well prove that Awake isn't a white supremacist either. After all, if he were to pick a religion, it's far more likely that he would have picked one more seen as a white religion, not something more associated with Middle Easterners, if that were the case. Unlike many killers similar to Awake, he never left any sort of manifesto. He didn't even really hint towards an attack in the lead-up. Even on forums like Documenting Reality, he never mentioned his own plans or even interest in carrying out an attack. He did show violent imagery in some of his music videos, but they were only a very select few out of the whole catalog. When it comes to rap, showing violent imagery isn't something out of the ordinary. In all likelihood, the shooting probably happened due to a combination of factors. Awake was depressed. He was lonely. He had failed in most aspects of life. In the only area that he didn't fail, that being music, he still wasn't gaining enough traction to live off of it as a career anytime soon. When he was shot down by the girl he admired, while in the process of losing his home, he was deep diving into a lot of horrific material behind the scenes. Maybe, like many others similar to him, there wasn't much of a concrete target or motivation for the attack. With nothing else in his life, maybe he simply just wanted to take his frustrations out on others.
The only theory that seems to hold any water is that Awake might have done this in order to bolster his rap career, to make his music controversial, to get it studied by crime lovers and music enthusiasts alike, and cement himself as somewhat of a dark legend. Maybe he didn't even think that far into it. It's very possible that he was just an average edgelord who wanted attention however he could get it. While he has gained a very small cult following after his disappearance online, it was mostly the opposite that he achieved. All of his channels and profiles were shut down almost immediately after his arrest, leading to some of his music being completely gone. There wasn't even really a Streisand effect either. It didn't really have a big boom throughout the scene like something along the lines of KMFDM. It's only thanks to a few select archivists out there that we even have any of his music at all. In the end, we will likely never know exactly why Awake the rapper, Robert E. Cremo III, did what he did. Maybe someday he will speak out from his jail cell, telling people exactly how he felt. For a lot of people out there, though, they don't really care what he has to say. I actually attempted to send a letter to Awake in prison, trying to find out a lot of his motivations behind the attack. While on a call with the Statesville Corrections Facility, I was surprised to hear that he had been transferred to an undisclosed federal prison somewhere in the country very shortly after his sentencing. This was something that wasn't even made clear to the media. As of May 2025 to the making of this video, nobody knows where Awake actually is. He doesn't appear on the inmate list for any prison in the country. The authorities have said that this is due to security concerns. In the end, it isn't very unusual for this to happen with very high-profile criminals, but make of it what you will. When it comes to the fact that Awake didn't leave behind a manifesto, that may not actually be the case. We don't know for sure. This is because Awake did leave behind one writing, a full book called Arcturus. A now long-deleted wiki page related to Awake described this book. It read, Arcturus, or more formally known as Project Arcturus, is an archaic manifesto/book conceived by Robert Cremo, Awake. It was published on the 19th of February in the year 2021. It is 28 pages long and is composed entirely of an undeciphered sequence of numbers. There is a coinciding video to Arcturus on YouTube, which is composed of footage from the music videos to On My Mind, Out of This World, and Toy Soldier. The numbers 23, 47, and 115 seem to be of significance in decoding Arcturus. However, Arcturus remains an unsolved mystery. The reason that Arcturus isn't more well known is because, frankly, nobody can understand it. The whole book is nothing but a sequence of numbers. At this point, all people can tell us that, 1, the numbers indeed don't seem to be random, and that 2, his favorite numbers appear often. Aside from that, nobody has come close to cracking the code. Maybe in the event that someone finally does crack the code, we could have some insight as to why Awake did what he did. The problem is, so far, only a very select few people out there have even tried to crack the code. If you happen to know how to decipher things like this, or if you know someone who does, you might be the one to finally bring this story to a resolution. I'm not sure if YouTube will allow it, but I'll be posting a link to it in the comments section.
When I die, fuck it, I wanna go to hell. When I die, fuck it, I wanna go to hell. Cause I'm a piece of shit, it ain't hard to fucking tell. When I die, fuck it, I wanna get a...
When I die, fuck it, I wanna go to hell. Only been depressed, but now I'm happy.
I promise, the simple artifact will deliver results. But using it may prove as difficult as it was to...
It's like Monopoly, I bring the fucking philosophy, singing mixed with Socrates. See me coming, butter-legged like a spinning feet. Please don't step to the legend.
only, I hope we can all learn from the life of Lloyd the Rapper. And if you need help, or if you...
There's a place on the internet where it's internet disappeared on the internet. Change the decision. Change the decision.
Well, kiss my grits. We've finally made it to the armpit of Appalachia.
All that matters is that you are alive and in possession with the new monster.
This is a large property. Where exactly should we take the artifact?
My quantum processing is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
Double points.
Ready to dazzle a born skeptic by creating life out of thin air?
Indeed, I am, Herr Doctor. But our team must still complete some final arrangements.
Bonus points. Insta-kill.
Look into the sky. Stars of uncontrollable. Water poisoning and dry. Fats and running eyes. People eyes
Now, he has another video, I believe, it's called Art of Matrix. It has some images where he was like, I don't know, he had the high power from the so he definitely had this plan, and the whole high power rifle thing reminds me of Buffalo Shooter. I'm starting to see a lot of these suburban kids really getting engulfed in social media. And if it's not looking for clout for social media, I look at it as they're getting bad information from social media, because remember the Buffalo shooter was all engulfed on replacement theory and stuff like that. This guy, I don't know, details going to come out more about this guy, but it definitely seems like to me he was looking for clout. I mean, anytime you putting up the same damn song 4 or 5 times, look, man, the song is trash. It's just not going to work. All right? And he was throwing signs back then that he was not mentally stable. And I don't know, he might have had plans of doing something. Now, this also puts into question a new bill passed in New York, which has nothing to do with Illinois, but this is in New York, where Governor Hochul wants you have to give him all your social media handles to.
Fuck them pigs in the pig.
We're going to be flabbergasted at the fact that Batman's divine favor from God is real. That's right. Before it's about to be filthy rich from God is real. The same truth, right? You go ahead and keep going. I ain't sitting here all day.
Liberty Falls. Population?
Less than yesterday. Down and sit here.
Never been so glad to see backup arrive.
But,
Hell,
you know, like I said, I mean, while y'all were doing that, I was chasing sovereignty. It's an open book video that explains it to a T. Explains to it, y'all, how different life path, different well. I vibrate so much differently than y'all. Everybody around me, I'm on a different vibration. Very intense. And it's very real. Nothing to take about. Alright? You're going to have to just deal with it and get used to it. Alright? I really, really want some milk.
Listen up. We've got 3 scientists unaccounted for. Last seen in
so
town.
expensive over here.
Locating and extracting them
Usually I
is now
don't
your
get
top
it for
priority.
I don't know. And it's not the big one. It's too expensive. I might stop and see how much it is. But, yeah. But boy, Batman loves milk. I crave milk. I need milk at all times. Milk is my thing. It has been since I was a little kid. There could be pictures of me when I was a little kid. I lost a lot of them. They were stolen or taken or whatever happened. But yeah, it had me in the picture as a little kid. I looked like a problem already. And then some of the pictures had me as a little kid where I was drinking milk. I was always drinking milk. And I'm pretty sure like a lot of it, like I was addicted to milk. You'd just see me with my little bottle or whatever, and I'd just be downing milk all the time. I love milk. Me and milk's been best friends since the beginning of time. Milk is insane. I can drink milk all day. I don't know, it's like just the most refreshing thing in the world. It truly is. But, you know, I don't know. It is what it is. But, yeah, like I said, we're over here winning, so what does that mean you're doing? Ha! more than likely. For real. I see him still talking about this sector. Y'all still trying to keep that sector going while doing playing old shows about how the sector has to be shut down. The sector. Oh goodness, y'all still keeping that drama, that fake stuff up. Never got anywhere. There is no sector. There never was. It's all in your own mind. It's collusion. You know, that's the thing. But we over here built something real. We winning. And folks could have been done, got down, and been cool, and been respectful, and worked together. Then all y'all would be making money too. But since none of you wanted to do that, no problem. I'll make all the money. You know, that's the thing people don't get. If you go back, listen to the last few episodes, and tell me I didn't drop facts about anyone I talked about or any matter I discussed. That's my point. I'm done with people trying to dismiss what I say when I'm a superstar. Again, if I was someone else, if I was any of these people from these other groups, they would all be over here watching, supporting, participating. There's people like Dr. Omar Johnson, okay, who's a fake, phony fraud. I think he's a doctor, okay? And the dude, I mean, literally, if you listen to him talk, it's clear what he's doing. He's not educating anyone. He's misinforming the public. And they get on here and beg for money and beg for $500,000. Well, how about I ask and try to influence the public, donate me $500,000. Because I really will use that money to open up a school. I'll open up like a ministry. I could do the whole ministry program for $500,000.
Listen up. We've got 3 scientists unaccounted for, last seen in town. Locating and extracting them is now your top priority.
Only backing up his minutes think I'm Harry Houdini. Said my name's unknown, you know. Very few seen me. Used to lack self-confidence. My best moniker was nerd mode, at least likely to If this city was a kingdom, I'd want you to rule with me. Still worried for your safety after all that tomfoolery. And I know I'm probably freaking out foolishly. I just don't want.
Rifle thing reminds me of the Buffalo shooter. I'm starting to see it. And if this is your first time here on this page,
Look into this.
July parade massacre was cornered by cops. Cops say 21-year-old Robert Crimo III was apparently planning the shooting for months. The amateur rapper called himself Awake, and he left a mountain of red flags on social media about his obsession with violence. Behind him in this video, a newspaper front page from 1963, when JFK's assassin Lee Harvey Oswald was slain while in police custody. In this one, Crimo is wearing tactical gear and scattering bullets on the floor. Then he enters a hidden room. The door is disguised as a locker. He presses a button labeled Fire. Last October, he posted these chilling, crudely drawn images. They show a figure shooting victims with a rifle, then being gunned down by police in a pool of blood. But his uncle, Paul Crimo, says he saw nothing amiss.
There's no indication that I've seen at all that would lead up to this.
And his mother ignored reporters' questions today.
Did you suspect Bobby was capable of this?
The mayor of Highland Park knows the family. Crimo's father, Robert Jr., who owns a deli in town, ran for mayor against her in 2019.
I was his Cub Scout pack leader. He was a little boy at the time. My heart breaks for everybody in this town. I'm not sure what happened to him to compel him to commit this kind of evil in his hometown. My recollection of him was as a sweet little boy.
Hanging from the nose, I'm already dead.
Crimo's physical appearance became increasingly bizarre. This video was shot inside his father's deli. He had his rapper name Awake tattooed over his eye and the number 47 on his temple. It's not known what 47.
Yeah, it wasn't ringing for me. I'm just wondering if I can make another coffee because I got that pizza earlier, but oh man, I'm craving my coffee because I got that craving in my lungs and shit. Another coffee's here. Yes, please. Okay. It's crazy too, these mass shooters and killers. I watched this new documentary on this killer who he was a SoundCloud rapper. Yeah, in 2022 he went to a 4th of July parade in his hometown and he shot a bunch of people. Yeah. But it's just crazy to me. There's so many people do that. Like, you think that there would only be one every little while. It seems like they're literally shoot. Like, you don't even know about them while there's so many. This guy did this in 2022, and I didn't find about it until now. That's how many shooters, mass shooters. He killed 6 people and shot 20. And his youngest victim was 8 years old. And like, this is how often it happens. Like, you don't even hear about it all.
Oh yeah, but at the same time, it's like not
Yeah.
crazy, and yeah, there's lots of weird stuff.
No, on YouTube. But yeah, that's the crazy thing too, is they feel the need to do it to random people. It's not like anyone they know or anything. They just go to random areas and shoot a bunch of people. Well, this guy was in like a state of depression. His SoundCloud songs are all like depressed songs and stuff, but yeah. He went on top of a roof and he started shooting people. Yeah, and he was planning on killing more people, but the police caught him before. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go get a coffee. Okay, sounds good. Oh, did it start? Oh, it's raining. Yeah. Alright, I'll have to run there. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, bye.
Seven could refer to in his warped mind. It could be an ominous reference to the fourth day of the seventh month, July 4th. Or could it be a reference to Donald Trump, who would become the 47th president if reelected? Cremo attended several Trump rallies during the 2020 campaign. At this rally in Illinois, he stood out dressed as Where's Waldo? He also posted this photo of himself, wrapped in a Trump flag. Today, police revealed he wore a wig and woman's clothes when he allegedly fired 70 rounds from the roof of this sportswear store.
During the attack, that's why when y'all see me, I move the way I move. I move like a spirit because this is really spiritual what you're witnessing. This isn't just me. This is spirits working through me. This is the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit, right? That's what it is. It's the actual Holy Spirit, the Spirit of God, working through me, right? In human form. I'm the vessel that He uses. So you just have to understand, folks that think they have an answer for me out there, that, you know, like the groovy jimmies of the world, they have no clue what they're coming up against. You don't have an answer for me. Trust me, I'm terrifying. I'm unstoppable. I'm an immortal vampire. All this stuff that you turn to in normal cases or pretend talk or whatever, that stuff works with other people. I'm not a human, buddy. It don't work with me. Nothing's going to work with me. Nothing will stop me. You understand? That's what these folks don't get. Been there, done that, buddy. We already went through all that. Okay? Over and over again. Batman doesn't stop for anything. Okay? What do you think God is building me for? God is building me to be able to come up against mutants, vampires, crocs, all sorts of stuff. You understand? Okay? I'm just being real. Regular human beings, they ain't got nothing for me. They're not on my level. You're not on my level, bro. You are not built like this, man. This is why I train so hard, because I'm actually pushing myself to go farther. You know, I'm picking my whole body up completely now. I'm holding it at that angle, right? Which, I mean, it's basically like a 90-degree angle. I mean, my arms aren't straight in the air, but they're bent at that 90-degree angle, just like this, perpendicular. And that was the level I was trying to get to, and I just did it. I got the still images of it and everything. You know, and that was the goal I wanted to get to, and now it's just to keep doing that. And, you know, I don't know if I could push it farther. That'd be cool if I could get where I put my arms completely straight. I've never seen anybody do that in the history of man, ever. You know, I don't think so. I mean, you know, like, I'm pretty sure I can too. I think anything's possible with God. I truly do. You know what I mean? That's the thing. I think I'm capable of anything. I wouldn't put nothing past me. You know what I mean? You see, everything is legit. The suit looks legit, everything, because I'm not out here faking, bro. This is real. You know what I mean? So, like I said, God is training me, creating, molding me, building me, getting me ready, and then He's going to deploy me. I'm just telling you right now, I know He wouldn't have put me through all these hardships. That's the thing. See, we go through things sometimes for our greater good. Sometimes we go through things to build us into what God needs us to be and wants us to be, into the best version of ourselves, dude. We're not trying to be perfect. See, that's the problem with these people. They want to act like they're perfect. Nobody's perfect. And you all for sure ain't perfect. You're nowhere near. These people are just sitting there, probably staring at the phone or whatever, like, doing your thing. Well, they're just sitting there. I don't know what the point is. As long as it's jumping on love, it's not. I mean, you're out of luck for me. It's not up to you. So, yeah, like I said, man, I just love it. I love it. You know what I mean? Might be one of the does, might be as much. See, I ain't got no time for that no more. We're going to keep on getting paid. You understand? You're a little bit sad bit late. Too late. We're going to make all this money in front of you now. I'm going to save every dime. Watch. But that's the thing. Like, I was talking to somebody right now. I was talking to them about it. Like, yeah, I try to minimize what I spend because I don't have much. But the little that I make and that I do get and that I have, I try to minimize what I'm spending, everything. Like, I try to keep everything real low, and that's what y'all don't get. I've realized sometimes it's better to try to run off little resources. Like right now, I have what I need. I got a little bit of money in the bank. I need everybody to donate and show their support. That's what's going to help me to do all this. You understand? Like, real talk. That's what's going to help me. So, hopefully, y'all will step up. I never lie about anything. Like I said, I just got paid today. I probably got like a few bucks cash on me. You know, it is what it is, man. I mean, I don't know. You know, God told me to quit telling my business, so I'm not even going to fill y'all in because it ain't none of your business no more. But like I said, we'll keep them guessing. You know what I mean? But what I do know is that we got to get this other check up over $100, and I'm telling you right now, I think I can do it. I think I can do it. I'm not going to set no for an answer. I just paid this phone bill, $55. You understand? All by myself, pretty much. Like I said, shout out for those of you who have supported me along the way. I truly mean it.
What are you doing?
You know what I mean? Hopefully it was with a genuine purpose, but I listen to God, man. I trust God to fix and correct people and their attitudes and mentalities, you know, to fix everything. God will work, man. But, like I said, it's going to be just like that. What y'all don't get is that Batman is just going to be showing up in the streets of New York. And I'm not giving criminals or anyone fair warning. I'm letting you know right now. There's no warning. There's no light yet. We'll get to that point, I'm sure, when we have, you know, where he says, if you got malfunctioning equipment, I suggest you take it up with HR or whatever, right? Like, yeah, we'll probably have a luminescent bat signal and all that at some point, and it'll be just like the movie, you know. It's a warning. But fear is a tool. You know, that's the whole thing. I mean, yeah, I'm already instilling fear. Without trying, I became fear. I am fear, and that's the whole point people don't get. This is a real thing happening in front of you. This is the times that we're in, you know? And it's not the end. It's only the beginning. It's just the beginning. It's the beginning times, okay? So, like I said, end of the day, it's going to be just like that, you know, and I'm just going to be popping out. And I just know the reactions are going to be hilarious. Like, there's going to be criminals that are like working there, and they're going to be freaking out. Because when Batman shows up, I just show up, like, in the middle of the night, bro. I just show up. Like, even if it's broad day, I just pop out, like, from out of nowhere, and I'm, like, gliding and flying and stuff, and moving around, and I'm trained to a whole other capacity. That's why I keep training like this. Like, I'm going to push the training even further. I continue. I don't even show y'all everything. I've escalated my training. My martial arts is completely precise and on point. You can't tell me anything or any way to do anything because my way is right and yours is wrong. Nobody's ever done this, so what do you mean? There's nobody who moves like this. There's nobody who's ever done what I've done because it's not possible. Hold on. So see, what I'm doing is the actual impossible, right? This is the fact, and this is why I got all this close in the feeling, right? Yeah. Like, I can see what you're doing. I can see how they're trying to avoid, right? Just everything on here. They do the same thing every time. It's the same word energy. Yeah, I'm just not going to recognize it and even talk about it. It's a waste of my time. Like I said,
Stop.
There's no way you can stop me, bro. I'm going to get the views. I'm going to get whatever. You ain't got to watch me. Y'all can boycott, do whatever you're going to do. Sit there and try to avoid watching me, that's fine. But I'm gonna get the views regardless. And you're seeing that in front of your face, so it's like, it is what it is. Like I said, I'm happy today. I'm getting what I need right now. Like I said, I think I got like 2 peaches and these sweet cherries. I mean, that's all, man. I'm trying to stock up. I got to stock up on fruit if I can, and just, you know, not too much of it, but just a little at a time, and try to get the little things that I need. And that's what helps me. It makes everything easy on me. The whole thing is we have to build an environment where it's easiest on me. Like I said, that's why I do need people to support me. You know, like I said, I've done nothing but right by everybody. People need to get real with themselves, man, and let go and start supporting what I'm doing here. You know what I mean? And it's that simple. So it is what it is. You know? And if they do that, well, it ain't even dark yet. If we do that, it'll help me. It'll go a long way. Not just with me, but with what we're doing here with this project. Really, your hydrogen is right on. It's all good. I don't know what they're doing. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like I said, we just got to keep on being efficient, working hard, and that's what folks don't get. I work harder than anyone, bro. Like, seriously, I'm not trying to talk anyway or supersede anyone or anything like that. Not how I am, seriously. But I'm just being honest. Like, I work harder than everybody. I work really hard at what I'm doing here because I believe in it, and it just takes more work to be Batman. It's not something that you can just fake or that's easy. It takes hard work, the hardest work ever, but I love every part of it. That's why I don't feel like working. You know, but that's the thing. I have to maintain strength levels. I got to keep pushing. I got to train harder and harder. I got to go harder in the street. I got to have my presence, maintain my presence. I got to maintain appearances. So a lot of stuff I got to do. You're away, you know. So at the end of the day, like I said, I mean, you know, some folks are on here entertaining. I'm not entertaining. I'm getting busy in the street. I'm a street gangster and a thug. You understand? I'm just televising it for you, and I'm just being smart about how I do it and how I move because I have to. See, when the camera's on, you got to be smart. It ain't about being tough. We know who's tough. You got to be smart. You got to make solid decisions. Just see, that's why they invented that terminology that y'all won't use now, right? But it's all backwards and don't really make any sense. So yeah, now you can't be doing that. Oh, everybody would care. Yeah, now, you can't do that. Now see, that's what you're doing. That's what Rob Black is doing over little old me. Tell me that's not a fact. Exactly what he's doing. Hold on. That's exactly what he's doing over little old me. All of them. They're all losing it over my success. Right? And y'all, they're losing it because they're all in desperation. You know, you have to understand, this country, we're entering the greatest depression of all time. And me, I'm learning more every day, and I'm acclimating more to inflation. And that puts me ahead of the game, as opposed to most people. You understand? It's a very important thing to learn how to and prepare and get ready and understand inflation. With inflation comes budgeting on another level. I mean, you have to minimize what you're spending and how you're moving. And that's the biggest thing for me right now, I think, and that's the hardest part, is I'm already been minimal and I'm tired of it and I want to just eat normal meals. You know, I still haven't had a normal meal in a while. I eat differently, you know, and it works for me, clearly. Like, I mean, honestly, overall, probably health-wise, like I said, it's clearly working because I'm stronger than all y'all, everybody, and I'm moving more efficiently. I mean, you know, that all equates to whatever you want to call it. I don't believe in the concept of health. I believe in the concept of miracles. I believe in the concept of God. That's what people don't understand. I don't care about health or stability because you're trying to work on something and hold on to something that doesn't really exist. You know, because all that stuff can vanish in 1 second. See my point? But if you just do the right things, yeah, that always helps. You know, you don't want to do the right thing even all the time. Anything in excess is bad. You know, so people forget, you know, it's just, we've all heard the stories, you know, so, you know, life is just life. Look at what happened to me. You know, look at what I've been through. I mean, you know, I've been through a lot, man. I mean, for him to have me moving like this efficiently is extremely impressive. It's downright impossible, and God does the impossible, you know. Does the impossible through me, does the impossible every day, and I do the impossible every day with him. Perform miracles. So, all I got to say, man, is people are going to have to just watch me win and watch me continue to succeed and try to play catch up, and I'm planning to save every dime, man. I got to get this money, man. Right now, the goal is I'm trying to go as hard as I can because I want this money. I want to get this check up over 100 before the end of this month, because then I have consistent income from my business, and then I know that I've got it all built and it's running completely. And this is the first time I've ever gotten here, and I've been doing this for 2 years plus. I haven't gotten there quite yet, but I'm getting close. I'm already to a different level because I am making money quicker regardless. I'm picking up speed and momentum. So either way, I would have a big check whenever I get it, but we don't want to wait 2 months. You get what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Hopefully, God, please bless my business. Please bless everything I'm doing. I know that you already have, and please help me to do this and accomplish this goal. I'm really putting my all into this. Just help me to get it done, please. Please make it happen for me because I need this money, man. You know, and please provide me with way more money in a budget so I can do everything that I want to do and need to do. So that's all I really got to say. Yeah. But, yeah, I don't know. I believe God is going to do it just like He's done the impossible this whole time, just like He's doing it every day for me and making it happen. God will make a way where there is no way. God will make a way. So I believe in miracles, man. I really do. So, I don't know. I can feel it. I can feel God's presence. I can feel it coming. I can't wait, man. I hope God gives me this major budget of money, man. That's what I need, bro. I need the money because I'm going to use it as a tool and a resource to get all this done, take everything over and run the streets even more all across coast to coast and get this whole Batman thing rolling on a different level. And that's what I'm trying to do. That way I get my motorcycles, Batpods, build my own functioning lines of vehicles and everything. The knowledge base is there. I just need the money. That's the thing. I've had a lot of time to think, and I still need more. I need a laptop for sure. I can start mapping out, but I need like a good one, like an HP, or not an HP suck. I need a MacBook Pro. What I need. So I can map out the ideas literally and I wish I could get some software for designing and stuff, but that's not really my thing. I'm going to need somebody who can do that. That's the thing, too. Like, I was thinking of giving people like Charles Wofford a job for mechanics to build my stuff, but he's got to show me and prove to me he can actually do it. So, we'll see. I'll be back, man. Much love.
So I want to give you an update what's going on with the markets, the economy, and Trump's global trade war. And we'll start with this. Trump's tax law to add $3.4 trillion to U.S. deficits. That's coming from the Congressional Budget Office. Nonpartisan, they just run the numbers, right? You can figure out what it's going to be. And what's going to be is that Trump's numbers don't add up. Tax cuts to billionaires is their plan. And then cut health care to people who really need it. That's their plan.
But, you know, I think you and I can look back to the 90s, and I think that's what the paradigm or the mental model for everyone should be here, because you know, in the 90s, we finally had the productivity growth kick in from the IT revolution, and I would say that we are on the cusp of that right now. I was out in Sun Valley last week for a day, met with a lot of tech leaders, and they think that the AI revolution is coming much faster than they thought, could start kicking in as soon as first, second quarter of 26.
So if you listen to them, they're basically saying, hey guys, remember the 90s and the dot-com bubble? Well, we're going to do that, but faster, and this time it's going to be AI. And I guess in 2026, theoretically, we're going to get all these benefits from AI. But I always caution you on this stuff because the ultimate goal of AI is to replace you, the worker, right? That's what it boils down to. And I have to point this out so many times because that's sort of Trump's argument. Hey, we need tax cuts to billionaires. We need to give all of these incentives to tech companies so they can quickly replace workers as fast as possible. It's so bizarre that anyone doesn't call it out, but this is what it is. I want to make sure it's clear to you guys. There's no more.
We can go back to non-inflationary growth. And if the inflation numbers are low, then we should be cutting rates. And also think about the distributional impact here, because the housing market, which affects the majority of American households are locked out of owning homes. So a substantial decrease in rates would unlock the mortgage market.
Okay, so there's a lot to talk about here. I want to go over with you because I think money and houses, I think this stuff matters quite a bit. So they're gaslighting you a bit. He's trying to make the case that if we cut rates, then suddenly everyone's going to be able to get into a house. Now, it's not exactly the case because you have to think about this. You have to have a house in your neighborhood that you can afford. And one of the biggest problems that people face these days is just places are too expensive. So in my opinion, we should be talking about affordable housing. At the moment, because much of the housing market is run by Wall Street, it's all for profits. Wall Street comes in and buys, single-family homes, or they only build luxury homes, but not necessarily incentivized to build affordable homes. It's hard for Americans to get into these things. Guys, I really understand. And then on top of that, if they're just making the case if you lower rates and suddenly you can borrow more, if you pay these crazy prices, it doesn't necessarily make the market better. Why? Because if you increase the demand, increase the buying power, it only keeps the price elevated. So we actually need to talk about getting for us to out of real estate, and also figure out ways to build more affordable housing. So
It's Canada is not open to us. They need to open their market. Unless they're willing to open their market, they're going to pay a tariff. I think the president's going to open between $300 and $400 billion of opportunity for Americans.
The White House made it very clear countries will have to open their markets to American businesses if they want a lower tariff and to reach a good U.S. trade deal. In Canada, no different. Across the Atlantic, Howard Lutnick is confident that his team can strike a deal with the EU by August 1st. But negotiations are getting tense. The European Union is now preparing a retaliation plan as the United States refuses to budge on baseline tariffs. Let's start with Canada first, because Kevin, you touched on it a little bit with Carney before, and how you think this negotiation is going to play out. Your thoughts on that and USMCA?
It's tense. There's no question about it. Canada is one of the countries I invest in, along with the EU and in the Middle East. The situation there boils down to a couple of things. Lipnick was making reference to two major buffers that Canada has set up against the U.S. financial services and the banking sector, and then supply-side management in dairy, for example, in Quebec. These are sticking points right now. Carney is well aware of it. You got to remember, Canada was run by an idiot king for a decade. And the GDP ground to a halt, and 25% of the population there now lives at the poverty line. So Carney is highly incentivized to fix these problems. He realizes that 70% of trade is with 26 states in the U.S. So this is a give and take. He doesn't want to get August 1 back up to the April 3rd 35% tax. He'd love to cut a deal. I know his team is killing themselves trying to do it right now. And go back and forth. But a lot of the people involved in it are still the Trudeau-era retreads, because he's got to deal with what he's got. So he may have to get personally involved. The amazing thing about Trump, which is no different than previous administrations, you've got to sit down with the guy, because he's a very transactional guy. And that's not what they're used to. They're used to sending a team down. They work with other administrative people. In the end, if it's really tight, he has to get his rear end down to Washington again. Maybe the thing about Trump is he lets people watch the sausage being made. The cameras are in the White House. That freaks out a lot of people. Yeah. But that's how
Carney's freaked out by it?
No, Carney has done a good job, and I think he's not a majority mandate. And unfortunately, in the parliamentary system in Australia, Britain, and Canada, the longest you last before another election is 12 to 18 months. So he's got to get moving here. He missed it by just a few seats. And so he's got that pressure, plus the Canadian people want to see a deal. They want to get this thing over with because it's so volatile. You can't even buy whiskey in Ontario or Tennessee right now. That makes a lot of people ask about retaliation, but nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. And they want this thing worked out, and Ontario definitely is a huge trading partner. And so I'm very optimistic that Carney is the right guy for this moment, and he will get something worked out. It may not be perfect, but it's not worked out right now.
You know, when Carney got elected on the I'm going to stand up to Trump thing, you know, I think that's faded a little bit. Like, after a while, that is not so interesting to the Canadian people, and what's more interesting is food coming from it. But it's whiskey in there. Or whiskey in the jar. But you've got to go to D.C. if you're party. Not only do you have to do it in front of the cameras, but you got to do it while the president says we should still become the 50th.
But look what's happened. Every time he goes to D.C., he is so big-footed by Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Carney. Every time Carney goes to D.C., I mean, it's an embarrassment. Even the you kind of have fun. It's sort of a sick way of watching Trump bigfoot him. He does it every single time, and I know he's an old corporate negotiator, and I'm talking about Carney here. He likes to talk about it, but every time they are together, what you see is one man dominating the show. That one man is Donald Trump. It may be different in the back room, but I don't think so.
Give me the news from stuff. It's so bad here. And so they have one thing, because remember, no more capital in Canada for the last decade. That's why the Canadian dollar dropped. They have one thing that everybody needs: power. Unlimited power. In the lowest cost of money in America. Watch what happens. Because I'm trying to let's figure out the old hockey analogy. Where's the puck going next? It's going to the power. So I'm taking some big bets, mostly in Alberta, where they're very pro and Bergman.
Camping piece of shit.
10% tariff on oil. He was pretty smart to do that with Daniel Smith, the premier. I got a good feeling about that. Power is what we all need all across North America.
And
I think that's going to work out.
I just want to say they are our northern border. We need to have relationships with.
Wow, 4 of us shooting at you.
Say that as the wife of a Canadian.
3 cents a kilowatt hour. You can't find that anywhere in the States right now. They got it.
Although, you know, you mentioned Alberta. Half of the electorate in Alberta wants to secede.
I know.
I mean, and, you know, Trump is very much playing into their hands. He knows that is where the money is. Of course, they send so much more money to Ottawa than they get back.
They're having a referendum early in the year just to quell that whole separatism thing.
Mike,
yeah, meanwhile, you got the power.
Because you brought up this idea of how sausage is made and that party goes down to D.C. There's part of me that likes seeing that. At least when I see that, I know something's happening. It's not to say something isn't happening behind the scenes. In fact, I'm sure they're frantic to try to get this done, if you as well. But sometimes it's nice to have a little update on where we stand, how quick it's going, which side is, you know, participating more vigorously. So it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Maybe the one we're waiting for too.
Yeah, but that's herding cats. You got 26 different constituents trying to cut one deal. Now, that's going to be hard in the Canada.
Yeah.
You know, that's going to be really.
You think August 1st?
I don't think that was getting done by August 1st. I think the Canadian deal could happen.
Secretary Besson just said this morning August 1st deadline's not important.
Okay.
So you look at the past 6 months of the Trump administration. I listened to Besson before I listened to Lhkrt'gr.
Yeah, there seems to be more. This morning he quelled those kind of August because he came back from Japan and he said the same thing at the American Pavilion. He said everybody pull their jets. We want high quality deals, not fast deals. I agree with you.
And I think people are patient and the market at least is accepting of it.
Better step up.
We begin tonight with the intensifying focus on Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, a story that has ballooned from a MAGA obsession to a wider reckoning. New revelations are raising questions of the leader, MAGA himself. The latest details come from the New York. I just realized I own a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage with a pool. Okay? I had it rented out for 12-ish, maybe 13 years. I have it for I lived in it. I was going to rent it. Management company income come directly into me, and I've always made it automatically go out. It's really know that it's making money, I'm just gonna like let it be. Well, I was curious what my payoff was. And I was thinking probably around $100,000. So I looked it up. And I forgot that years ago I went in to the mortgage website and I set it up to add an extra $420.
Alright, it's about that time of the day again to check up on Orange Tree. I saw it watered it last night. Hopefully it's putting that water to the orange. It's growing. Very slowly, but it's definitely growing good. Very happy to see that. Oh man, we got a lot of flowers on the tomato plant now. Hopefully we get some bell peppers though. What's going on in here? See, I can't even get down to see the bell peppers because it's just completely covered up by the tomato can. Let's try. I can't really see anything else. There's also some flowers, I think, but no peppers yet.
hard. It's about that time of day again to check up on the orange tree and so I watered it last night. Hopefully it's putting down water to the orange.
Enter the manhole and descend to the mainframe chamber.
Do a thing on private chat.
Face-to-face.
I need Starlink. Starlink. Yeah, but where are you based? Maryland. Where? Miami. Okay. I'm in Miami. We have a show in London. Now we're building one in New York. But if you want to do something with Chet, really, why not do a fucking public? Do a thing on private chat. I need Starlink. Starlink. Yeah, but where are you based? Maryland. Where? Miami. Okay. So I'm in Miami. We have a show in London now. We're building one in New York. But if you want to do something with Chet, we really fucking love it. Okay. Do it.
While dumb criminals out there are a dime a dozen, it's hard to ignore that a lot of crimes are conducted so badly that the average person can't fathom how they thought they would get away with it. It's even more rare that a criminal is so monumentally stupid that psychologists actually study their thought process. We've shown dumb criminals on this channel before, a whole lot of them actually, but it's not often that a criminal is so profoundly stupid that they're studied by psychologists and go on to inspire a whole new term in the study of psychology as a whole. Let's get into just how that happened. Back in the far-off year of 1995, two men, MacArthur Wheeler and Clifton Earl Johnson, decided they wanted to rob some banks. In order to do so, they felt that they needed the perfect disguise. That's where MacArthur got an idea. If invisible ink can't be seen, what if you could make your face invisible? He thought that, since you can use lemon juice as invisible ink, it might make anything it touches invisible to cameras. Being that it was a bit of a leap in logic, MacArthur decided to put his new theory to the test. He began to vigorously rub lemon juice all over his face. He noted that it was burning his face and his eyes, causing him to have trouble with his vision. He had to squint to even see, but he decided to power through regardless. He then took out a Polaroid camera, turned it around, and took a picture of his face to see if it really worked. To his surprise, it did. There was nothing on the photo. However, it was later highly suspected that MacArthur simply made a mistake while taking the photo. It's believed that, either due to the lemon juice in his eyes making it difficult to see, or his own stupidity, probably both, MacArthur pointed the camera away from his face while taking the photo. If one were to be generous, you could argue that it might have been a mistake in the film or the lens of the camera being misaligned, but it's far more likely that MacArthur simply missed. Fully confident that he had discovered a real-life cheat code, MacArthur and Clifton were more than ready to head out and rob some banks. On the afternoon of January 6, 1995, they set out on a mission. One bank they robbed was at the Fidelity Savings Bank in the Brighton Heights area of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. With Arthur taking the lead in the crimes, they proceeded on to the Swissvale branch of Mellon Bank. In broad daylight, with no disguise, MacArthur approached the counter with a handgun while Clifton waited in line behind him. MacArthur demanded some money from the teller, waving his gun around while doing so. With the lemon juice on his face and burning his eyes, he felt empowered. No camera could even see him. He had already won. Getting about $5,200 from the heist, they made a break for it and left the building. Altogether, they got about $8,900 in total from both of the robberies. The police came out to the bank and asked to see the security camera footage. There they found a lot of images of MacArthur, his face clear as day. With a clear photo of his face and his 5'6", 270-pound stature, he wasn't exactly the kind of guy that would blend into a crowd if people were looking for him. A few months later, they decided to broadcast his photo and the details of the case on a local TV show called Pittsburgh Crime Stoppers, and it was actually only a matter of minutes before MacArthur was identified as the man in the photo. Less than an hour after the show was broadcast, the police were making their way out to MacArthur to arrest him. When they approached him, he said that he wasn't the man who robbed that bank, fully confident that they had no evidence against him. When the police presented his photograph from the security camera footage and asked, "Is this you?" he was floored. All the color drained from his face as he screamed, "But I wore the lemon juice! I wore the lemon juice!" as the cops threw him into the back of their car. It wasn't too long before they were on Clifton's trail as well. Once he was arrested and went to trial, Clifton didn't only plead guilty to the robberies they knew of, he also admitted to committing some robberies the year prior in 1994 as well. While doing so, he testified against MacArthur, sealing his fate. While Clifton got a 5-year prison sentence for himself, he really only acted as backup during the robberies. Given that MacArthur had been the main participant, he was hit much more harshly. He was given a 24.5-year prison sentence. After the two went to jail, a summary of the robberies was published in the 1996 edition of the World Almanac. A man named David Dunning, who was a professor of social psychology at Cornell University at the time, came to stumble upon the story that way. Intrigued, he decided to look more into the case, checking out a few local newspapers from the Pittsburgh area at the time. While reading about the case, Dunning was hit with inspiration. He began to formulate a theory. He later explained his thought process, saying, "If MacArthur Wheeler was too stupid to be a bank robber, perhaps he was also too stupid to know that he was too stupid to be a bank robber. That is, his stupidity protected him from an awareness of his own stupidity." Dunning decided to get the help of a graduate student named Justin Kruger to organize a research program to prove whether or not this theory had any merit. They wanted to see whether someone's perception of their own competence could be measured against their actual competence. They ended up publishing their study in 1999. The paper included the line, "Not only do they reach erroneous conclusions and make unfortunate choices, but their incompetence robs them of the ability to realize it. Instead, like Mr. Wheeler, they are left with the mistaken impression that they are doing just fine." This study came to be what is called the Dunning. saying that they were devastated and praying for the victims. 2 days after the shooting, an employee from Walmart's corporate side sent out a memorandum to Walmart's whole e-commerce division, urging them to strike to force the company to stop selling guns. Walmart also sent a memo out to all of its stores, ordering them to remove any signs or posters that contained either violent themes or depictions of aggressive behavior. They also put together a fund of $400,000 to help the victims. The next month, the company did announce that it would stop selling ammunition for handguns and rifles in their stores in the U.S., as well as not allowing any more open carrying within the stores. Donald Trump spoke out about the attack as well, which immediately resulted in a lot of controversy. He condemned the attack as being hateful and cowardly, asking that all flags be flown at half-mast. In a speech, he said, "In one voice, our nation must condemn racism, bigotry, and white supremacy. These sinister ideologies must be defeated. Hate has no place in America." However, much like Patrick anticipated in his manifesto, this completely backfired on him. Hashtags like white supremacist in chief hit #1 on the trending section of Twitter as people chastised him for his past comments on immigration. He made a lot more people angry for a very different reason as well, this being by blaming the attack partially on violent video games. After both he and the Texas Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, said that games were at least partly to blame for the incident, a lot of users online exploded. The comments about video games were indeed strange, as Patrick barely seemed to have mentioned them in the past. Several funeral homes, both in El Paso and across the border in Juarez, announced they would be providing funeral expenses for free to show solidarity. A vigil was organized in Juarez as well, with quite a few people turning out to show their respects. Some of the funerals of the victims were also open for the public, allowing anyone who wanted to attend.
I see you have arrived safely in West Virginia.
While most of the killers in these stories would no longer be around to face trial by this point, Patrick was one of the rare special cases in which some form of justice could be attempted. He was indicted on capital murder charges on September 12, 2019. Arraignment was then held on October 10th. This is where he surprised the public by pleading not guilty to the murder charges despite the mountain of evidence against him and his own previous confession. Another murder charge was added to the pile soon after his final victim passed away in the hospital after 9 months of pleading for life. Due to the sheer scale of the case and the amount of evidence at hand, along with COVID lockdowns starting shortly after the case took place, the trial was all set to be delayed numerous times. However, it was during one of these delays that the El Paso District Attorney expressed his interest in pursuing the death penalty, the very same death penalty that Patrick feared above all else. While Patrick was being charged on the state level, he was simultaneously being charged on the federal level as well. On February 6th of 2020, Patrick was hit with a whopping 90 federal charges, 22 counts of committing a hate crime resulting in death, 22 counts of using a firearm to commit murder, 23 counts of a hate crime involving an attempt to kill, and 23 counts of using a firearm during a crime. Patrick waived his federal bond hearing a few days later on the 12th. Once again, in July, he pled not guilty to all the federal charges as well. Later that July, it was announced that the defense was granted more time in order to investigate what has only been called a number of red flag mitigation themes. Patrick's defense said that he had been suffering from a number of both neurological and development issues throughout his life, and he was on an antipsychotic medication since his arrest, saying that he was likely in such a psychotic state during the attack. Throughout this time, the federal-level prosecutors were asked to determine whether or not they would give a death sentence as well. While the trial was slowly moving forward, the El Paso Healing Garden at Asbury Park in Mission Valley was dedicated to the victims in August of 2021. By that December, it was also designated as a national memorial. The defense and the prosecutors continued to argue on a trial date. While the defense was shooting for a date of March 2025 or even later, the prosecution would rather get it over with in June of 2023. The defense argued that this wasn't nearly enough time to comb through the 1.76 million files and 763 gigabytes of video related to the case. Things were made even more complicated when the defense expressed their interest in an insanity plea. Ultimately, the federal side decided not to pursue the death sentence in the case, although the state side was still very much interested. On February 8th of 2023, Patrick finally pled guilty to the 90 federal murder and hate crime charges. Then it came time to be sentenced. Before his sentencing, he was asked if he felt any remorse. He gave a sad expression before silently nodding in response. On July 7th of 2023, he was sentenced to serve 90 consecutive life sentences. Given that the federal prison system doesn't have any parole, Patrick is going to, at least, spend the rest of his life in prison. Given that the death sentence was still on the table for the state charges, Patrick's defense said, "Today's federal sentencing ensures that Patrick will leave prison in a coffin. The only question would be whether it's on God's time or on man's time." Various experts on terrorism have spoken out on the case, citing the Great Replacement theory as seemingly being the motivating factor, as it was in other similar cases. This attack was linked to both the Christchurch mosque shootings and the Poway synagogue shooting, given the similarities between the perpetrators and their manifestos. The chief executive of the Anti-Defamation League said that the attack indicated the growing threat of white supremacy. The NATO Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg, asked various countries to work together to stop these lone-wolf attackers who keep finding inspiration in each other. Many online writers have blamed technology for the rise of these crimes. Then that it is thanks to the internet they're able to find each other, share ideas, foster communities, and seek validation in ways that they would never be able to find in regular society. Patrick himself has gone on to inspire others within that same circle already, one notable example being Samantha Ruffin. Patrick now mainly lives on as the inspiration behind the Chudjack meme, mainly being ridiculed in contrast to the widespread respect he thought he would receive. As of the writing of this video, Patrick is still waiting on his state-level murder trial. The results of this trial will decide whether or not he lives or dies once and for all. Now in prison, he's finally able to understand how it feels to have his death date completely determined by the will of another, completely out of his own control. Once again, thank you for watching.
As a hiding place, this highway is ideal.
A body might not be found ever, or maybe never for years.
Marvin was kind of a free spirit, and we didn't worry about her when probably we should have worried about her more.
From the very beginning, Cody starts saying things about sex to Lauren. Very, very graphic things about sex. It's so frightening just to hear the story.
It appears that, Cody was a proverbial ticking time bomb, just waiting to go off.
It wasn't poaching, it was murder.
.36 p.m. Saturday, May 6th, 2023. The Allen Police Department received various 911 calls stating that an active shooter had begun opening fire at Allen Freeway power lines in Allen, Texas. One group of depraved sickos who have garnered ire from every corner of the internet is the zoophile community. While many of these freaks prefer to keep their proclivities hidden, some feel it's their responsibility to destroy the stigma that surrounds them. Two self-described cross-species activists, who go by the online aliases Puggle the Rat and Fausty, decided to lead the charge, culminating in the creation of the pro-zoophilia podcast, Zooier Than That. The contents of this podcast, while disturbing, are only the tip of a seemingly endless iceberg. Drug smuggling, theft, violence, prison sentences, and countless instances of animal cruelty are only a few words to describe the tumultuous origins of Zooier Than That.
Swear, Max has better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the dark ether.
Now our story begins with Fausty, whose real name is Douglas Spink. A majority of the information available about Doug comes from a book titled Uniquely Dangerous. Written by Corrine Maloney, Uniquely Dangerous is a 366-page biography that takes an almost apologetic perspective on zoophilia. Primarily sourced by Douglas Spink himself, it is possible that any fact about his life is masked with a certain level of dishonesty. And thus, a lot of the information presented should be taken with a grain of salt. Regardless, there is a lot of information here that gives a good insight into Doug's early life. It will help us understand just what made him so depraved. Douglas Brian Spink was born on March 17, 1971, in Harmony, Pennsylvania. He was raised alongside his older sister, Joy, in the suburb of Fox Chapel, a notably wealthy neighborhood that was also home to well-known child entertainer Mr. Rogers.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, the beautiful day for a neighbor.
Doug claims to have come from humble beginnings, but this is simply not the case. His father worked as a salesman for a construction company, and his mother had inherited a small fortune from her late grandfather. His father, Jack, was described by his family as a manipulative sociopath who often took pleasure in winning people over. He supposedly used the skill of manipulation to entice a handful of mistresses during the marriage. To no one's surprise, this habitual infidelity led the rest of the family to resent Jack, finding solace with each other, as well as the family's pets and livestock. This big family residence was also home to a wide plethora of animals, with more common pets like cats and dogs, to more unorthodox companions like raccoons and snakes. Growing up around so many different creatures, it was only natural that Doug fostered a deep love for them as he grew up. In particular, he developed an affinity for horses, spending a lot of time on horseback throughout his neighborhood. Whenever he wasn't in the barn, he enjoyed studying and reading books, often choosing to do his homework instead of playing with other children. Despite being an extremely intelligent child, he found human beings to be confusing, and preferred the company of animals. Because of his emphatic passions for social skills and his at the time undiagnosed autism, Doug was supposedly singled out by his peers and relentlessly bullied, even by his own sister, who gave him the nickname of Pony Boy. In a forum post made in 2008, Doug reflected on how he learned to deal with the bullying he faced. Having been picked on mercilessly for years in school, for obvious reasons, freak, dog boy, smells like horseshit, etc. In middle school, I just decided that I didn't care if people hated me. I'd carry on with my life, do my thing, try to be nice to people around me, read books, enjoy life as best I can. The strangest thing was that once I made that choice, many of the people who used to torment me the most suddenly turned around to say, oh yeah, that dude's cool. He's a total freak, but he's our freak. So don't mess with him or you're messing with us. I still really don't understand why that happens, but hey, I was glad to at least not be the brunt of every school prank. At the age of 8, Doug claims to have been molested by an older family friend while spending a few days at his house. Doug rationalized this traumatic experience, believing it was actually the older man's pet python who escaped his cage and violated him. This belief likely brought him comfort in dealing with his trauma, as Doug preferred animals, both socially and sexually. And this is where things are going to get a lot darker, because even from a young age, Doug was abusing animals. In his own words, his first intimate relationship was with a golden retriever who lived in the neighborhood. In a forum post uploaded sometime in the late 2000s, Doug described his routine according to him. My first true love was the golden who lived a few miles away. We spent many full nights together. I'd sneak out, go let him out of his kennel. He was locked up outside 24/7, 364, and we'd get frisky and then just cuddle under a tree or bush for hours. Until at last, I had to return him to his kennel, walk back home, sneak into the house, and sleep for an hour or two before school. I tried as hard as anyone can try anything to be normal for years. My secret zoo side was known by nobody, and I did everything possible to stamp it out so I could lead a good life. Needless to say, looking on the barrel of a lifetime spent as someone who is by definition despised, attacked, potentially prosecuted, and perhaps sent to a mental institution in the old days, isn't exactly motivation to bring out the zoo in anyone. I really felt if I couldn't get it under control, that my life was worthless and why bother, thanks to multiple suicide attempts in my teen years, heavy involvement in leading edge solo with rock climbing,
eccentric. If, in fact, something in my childhood flipped the switch somehow, I'm nevertheless quite sure that the switch is essentially impossible to switch back. Despite these troubling behaviors, Doug continued to flourish in his academic endeavors, so much so that he was given the honor of delivering the scholar's speech at his high school graduation. He then began studying at Reed College, where he earned a bachelor's degree in anthropology. Before attending the University of Chicago, he received his master's in business administration. During his time in the Windy City, he got a job working for a dog breeder, a woman named Judy, who he eventually married in 1994. Judy Slayton, who was 22 years older than Doug, had 4 kids of her own. Originally intending to continue his collegiate career with the hopes of earning a Doctor of Law degree, he chose to enter the workforce to help support his new family. Doug's efforts in school paid off greatly, so he was able to get a job at Boston Consulting Group with a base annual salary of $135,000. The following year, he landed an executive position at Safeguard Services, a credit card fraud insurance company. This was relatively short-lived, however, as the company's shady business practices actually compelled Doug to become a whistleblower. After his time with Safeguard came to an end, he began pursuing his own personal business ventures, founding Timberline Direct in 1996, which managed various catalog brands specializing in sporting equipment and supplies. Doug spent the next few years operating these catalogs before selling them for over $5 million to a sporting goods chain called G.I. Joe's. And Doug's story could have and should have ended here. At 27 years old, he had earned a life-changing fortune, and should have been mature enough to realize his relationship with animals was unhealthy for both parties. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case, as Doug's story was only just beginning. With his wife and stepchildren, he moved into a home on an 82-acre plot of land in the small town of Gaston, Oregon. The couple began work at Timberland Retrievers and Timberland Farms, 2 companies that focused on the breeding and training of dogs and horses, respectively. The latter in particular received worldwide acclaim for their exceptional roster of grain-free show jumping horses and their valuable seed. One horse that stood out from the rest was Capone, a black stallion with 3 white socks, regarded as one of the world's best show jumpers. Doug apparently loved Capone in particular for more than his remarkable skills. Regarding this horse as the love of his life, in a post made to the Blue Light Forums in 2008, he used to request that members write a letter to their significant other. Doug contributed to this thread with a letter almost certainly written to Capone. Dear beloved, thank you for being the best part of my life. It's amazing that we ended up together, and yet I look back and can't imagine the last 10 years without you. In truth, I can't imagine me without you. Every day you make me smile and laugh. I never get tired of seeing your face, smelling your breath. I'd do anything for you. See you happy and content. The world knows you as a famous superstar. To me, you're just you. The superstar part is there, but not the most important thing. Seeing your face every morning is a blessing. I'd never take it for granted. I know I don't always make everything perfect, no matter how hard I try. I also know that you understand, and that you're not upset even when a day goes sideways and nothing seems to go right. Your equipoise and calmness are a lifesaver for me when I'm frazzled and disconnected. I trust you with my life. I love you beyond belief. I dread the thought of ever losing you. I can't imagine going on when we're gone. Our life together is a fairy tale. I don't ever want it to end. I want a bottle of love and keep it on a shelf with half the rest. I know that's not very convincing. I know you think it's silly, but it's how I feel. My world revolves around you. Doug specifically targeted male dogs and horses when courting his victims. This is likely because, despite being married to a woman, he was actually homosexual, although he only had a slight interest in females. He said the details of his sexuality slowly eroded his 6-year marriage from the inside out. Yet, Doug had no intentions of admitting or confiding in his wife about these issues. That's not to say, however, that she wouldn't eventually find out the truth. Sometime in the late 90s, a supposed reformed zoophile outed Doug to his community, creating dossiers regarding his behavior and posting them online. As a result, anytime someone searched the name of Douglas Spink, they would bear witness to his despicable and heinous crimes. In a sense, this public outing was a liberating moment for Doug. Struggling with suicidal ideation and self-hatred his whole life and these factors, he now had nothing to hide and learned to accept himself for who he was. This ultimately improved his outlook on both the world and himself.
Bro, what the fuck is this zombie doing? Look, what is he doing? He's humping the ground, man. Oh, he just disappeared on me. Oh, damn it. Oh, damn it, that was kind of funny. But what was he doing even? He's just like going crazy and shit.
In a forum post uploaded on May 15, 2008, Doug reminisced on this pivotal moment. For most of my life, until my mid-20s, this side of me was absolutely, totally, completely, entirely hidden from everyone. forever. I lived my life in utter and total fear that I'd be found out. Every sexual encounter was a potential disaster. Every feeling I had for my partners had to be hidden and denied around others. That kind of life really fucks up your mind. I had major issues with depression and every other bad thing I can think of. I had all but a split personality at some level. I was one person inside and a totally different person on the outside. But after I was outed, my worst fear had come true, I slowly came to see it as a blessing, not a curse. If I wasn't doing anything horrible in my zoo life, and I really don't think I am, in an objective sense, then why am I so ashamed of it? Why did I hate that side of myself so much? It's been a long, slow, challenging process to kill despair, denial, lies, and dishonesty and instinctive hiding. A big part of it is involved forcing myself to answer questions honestly in public, so I don't backslide into old and unhealthy habits of thought. This revelation, while supposedly emotionally beneficial for Doug, was a catalyst to his misfortune as well. His trial judge title, the American Kennel Club, was revoked. He was forced to shut down his dog grooming operation. This was also the final straw for his wife and sparked the beginning of their separation. They remained married until 2003, with one staying at their mansion in Gaston and the other staying in their smaller farmhouse located 25 miles away in North Plains. During this period of separation, Doug found himself in a legal battle with former associates from one of his businesses, alleging they had converted property and assets without permission, stole corporate opportunities, and breached the terms of their employment contracts. This did not pan out well for Doug, as he was ultimately found liable and forced to pay out $5.7 million to one of the defendants, a New Jersey businessman named Kit Hum. Just like that, all that Doug had worked for was gone. He was forced to file for bankruptcy in 2002. No longer capable of affording his home loan payments, a close friend and business associate, Paul Peterson, purchased a mortgage and allowed Doug to continue living there, under the condition that he paid rent. Despite this agreement, he made no effort to contribute financially, which led the house to be foreclosed on after Peterson ceased making payments. Despite the kindness shown by Paul, Doug resented him and blamed him for becoming homeless. When the house was eventually purchased by new owners, Spink vandalized the property in a fit of rage, breaking windows, punching holes in the walls, and even smearing the home's exterior with dog feces. Facing his pending bankruptcy case, Doug made the decision to flee to Canada, in the hopes of starting a new life and dodging the repercussions. Before leaving for good, he confronted his wife Judy and requested ownership of his favorite golden retriever, Ryan. His wife initially refused, but after he threatened to gut her like a fish and hang her from a tree, she ultimately decided to give Ryan back to him. With his 5 horses and 5 dogs, Doug traveled north until he reached Pitt Meadows, British Columbia. It was there that he met a woman by the name of Corinne Super. Corinne, along with her husband Mark, were horse trainers, and strangely allowed him to stay in their barn with the animals. During this period, Doug spent a lot of his time on the computer, frequenting numerous forums related to horses, drugs, Buddhism, and base jumping. Under the monikers D-Dog, Exit Point, and Fausti, Doug made no effort to hide his proclivities, consistently making references to his 4-legged companions and the sexual nature of his relationships with them. This open acknowledgement of animal abuse on a wide range of forums would make the name Fausti in particular an infamous one. Although almost no archives from this time remain online, as many of the forums he frequented are now defunct. He also created an FAQ on his own personal website, filled with delusional rationalizations of his sick and twisted behavior. Aren't you ashamed of who you are? No, I'm not. I'm just a simple Buddhist, so I don't get to argue that my super being can kick your super being's ass. Instead, my spiritual choice is simple. I try to do what I can to help the world to be a better place, to minimize suffering, and to manifest genuine love. Though I've tried and tried, nowhere in there can I figure out where my zoo-ish relations with my boys break the rules. They're happy, I'm happy, we love each other. End of story. Isn't it abuse? It's simply logically impossible to declare interspecies intimacy to be abuse, while simultaneously admitting that sex within species is not abuse, and that the many other actions we take on behalf of, or with, our non-human companions are not abuse as well. As a friend once commented with a certain flair for poetic imagery, how can it be abuse to lick a dog's balls, but not be abuse to cut them off? Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Do you wish you were normal? Nope. Doug also spent a lot of time on a bestiality forum, aptly named a Beast Forum, where he allegedly posted videos of himself with his animals. This behavior likely resulted in the police investigating Doug on allegations of animal cruelty. They confiscated his computer, where they found numerous images and videos of him abusing his animals. Though, if this investigation truly did happen, it seems Doug was never charged for anything. While she didn't expect anything at first, it wasn't long until Corinne took note of Doug's strange behavior and unorthodox philosophies about humans and animals. He refers to people as two-leggers. He says that there is a 4-legged world and there is a 2-legged world, and he only has use for the 4-legged world. The 2-leggers are nothing but an inconvenience. The mainstream, the rules, our society, and our culture is based around the 2-leggers, and that is not where he belongs, so those rules don't apply to him. He wanted to be with the dogs and the horses. He would always have a very private boundary. He calls it the boundaries. If the barn doors are shut, you do not enter under any circumstance. He would say, do not enter, period. If the barn doors are open, you are somewhat welcome, but you have to announce yourself. Doug claims to have fostered a romantic relationship with the woman, as they supposedly got engaged sometime in early 2005. Though Corinne adamantly denies this, as she was already married and was well aware of Doug's homosexuality. Doug always made it very, very clear to me that he was gay. I certainly have it in letters. I have it written that he wanted to be very clear that he wasn't misleading me, that there would be no chance of any kind of a romantic thing with him, that he enjoyed my friendship very much. I think he called me a beacon of light in a very tough time for him, and he welcomed my friendship and my enthusiasm with the horses, and he enjoyed my company, but that he was truly dedicated to his family and he was gay. He knew he'd been gay for a long time. That was the difficult part he had with his ex-wife. He went into long, lengthy discussions about it. I don't know what his concern was to make me crystal clear to understand that. I'm not truly quite sure why he would think that was an issue. But a supposed email sent by Corinne to Doug in 2005 seems to contradict this, where she says, I've always tried hard to understand your emotional plumbing. If it seems like I've been trying to replumb you with my advances, I did not mean it. I am a sexual creature that likes to be touched and touch. It is part of the attraction. I'm sorry that it makes you so uncomfortable. I think it is healthy. It leaves you feeling weak and vulnerable, open to attack. This is my first try at loving a different creature. Perhaps if I had your experience, I would not have failed. I have never lied to you nor said anything about who or what you are, except that I'm attracted to it and want to learn more. Corinne also denies that she was aware of Doug being a zoophile. However, a letter written in October of 2005 seems to indicate the opposite. In the barn, when you told me you hoped one day I would understand, I finally get it. I truly do. I understand. It still hurts, but it feels good to understand. Understanding you has been a challenge for growth that I think you do. Painful and exhausting, but full of love. It is strangely painful and comforting to learn that it is me as a speaking female, but it is not me as a person. Serious self-doubt and reflection. That being said, as mentioned previously, both Doug and Corinne Maloney are potentially unreliable narrators. As if the prospect of lying about a romantic relationship wasn't strange enough, Doug even alleged that Corinne was a career criminal who recruited him to smuggle drugs over the Canadian border. Her background, of course, is in the drug business. Corinne Super has made her living from the drug business since she was a teenager. How would I know this? Well, she recruited me into that business when I met her in Canada in late 2003. I ended up proposing marriage to her. We were engaged for several years. Bad idea. And for the record, though she recruited me into the business, it was my choice to do so. I take full responsibility for that. There's no evidence of Corinne being charged in any crimes related to drugs, and she vehemently denies this. While the notion that Corinne was involved in illegal drug-running operations is unconfirmed, Doug, on the other hand, certainly was. In January of 2005, he was located on the well-known drug smuggling route by U.S. border agents in Yukon National Forest. One of the agents at the scene claimed that Doug appeared extremely nervous, but ultimately he allowed him to go. They began tracking his activity for the next month, noting that he crossed the border from Canada 5 separate times in the month of February. That was until the 28th, when he was apprehended by federal agents with an estimated $34 million worth of cocaine at the Canadian border. The feds discovered 4 large suitcases and 1 small suitcase with over 372 pounds of coke in the back of his vehicle. Because of this, Spink was facing imprisonment of up to 10 years. However, he was able to shorten his sentence to 3 years in prison with 5 years of probation after aiding in the arrest of his boss, Robert Kessling. Doug eventually found himself at FCI Sheridan, a medium-security prison located in Oregon. In prison, he spent most of his time reading books and working as a horticulture instructor at the prison's education department. He also found time to repair the broken relationships with his parents, specifically his mother Claire, who grew distant with him during his marriage to Judy. While things were going well for Doug in prison, his sentencing left his animals without a caretaker. To solve this, he would strike a deal with Corinne Super. Under the condition that she looked after his dogs and horses, Doug leased his stallions to her and allowed her to collect all the prize money earned until his release. During this time, his horse Capone would flourish in professional competition, winning 10 Grand Prix titles in his career. In 2007, he was even ranked as one of the top 200 show jumpers on the planet, earning him an estimated value of several $1 million. Despite his previous agreement, Super wanted more. Well aware of his carnal desires for Capone, she petitioned to acquire ownership of the champion show horse, a right she would easily be granted. Doug was released early from prison for good behavior on May 25, 2007, serving only 21 of his 36-month sentence. He rented a small farm with an apartment in Hustler, Washington, near the Canadian border. While he was able to collect his dogs, Super refused to give Capone back, sparking a custody battle over the champion show horse. While Super claimed she wanted Capone out of love, Doug believed she solely wanted to profit from him. Capone's value came in particular from his exceptional genetics, which made him a viable option in producing future offspring for anyone willing to pay. Doug suspected Corinne was attempting to stockpile Capone's loads, which ran a market price of $2,500 per emission. During a heated argument over the phone, Doug stepped outside to scream at Super, leaving a package of sugar cookies on the table. Distracted by the argument, he failed to notice his dogs began to fight over the cookies, which resulted in his dog Ryan critically injured. Unfortunately, the dog would pass away from his injuries, which devastated Doug. Eventually, the two would meet in a parking lot where they would reach an agreement, with Capone being returned to Doug. At this point, things were looking up for him. His time in prison soured the prospect of returning to drug running, and he set his sights on becoming a veterinarian. He would be accepted into Washington State University, only to have the offer rescinded once the establishment learned of his past of fraud and incarceration. Doug also believed they may have discovered his public outing as a zoophile and decided to cut ties. As a result, he attempted to sue the school for discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. However, the legal team he attempted to hire rejected the case for obvious reasons. With his dreams of becoming a veterinarian destroyed, Doug decided to dip his toes back into doing business online, founding Benecki Privacy Computing Incorporated and starting his own virtual private network service. While Doug was taking steps to get his life back together, Corinne Super was devising a plot to pull the rug out from under him. She was determined to get Capone back by all means necessary. After failed attempts to get the police involved, she was forced to take matters into her own hands. In May of 2008, Doug spent a weekend away from his home to go hiking with his new boyfriend. When he returned, the front gate was open, the barn door was ajar, and Capone was gone. He quickly contacted the police, informing them of the suspected horse snap, sparking an investigation into the matter. Corinne openly confessed to taking Capone, alleging that Doug wasn't properly taking care of him, was sexually abusing him, which is true, and affirmed that she is the rightful owner. This difference of perspective fueled a heated legal dispute between Smith and Super, with little progress made over time. The police were unable to assist, with the deputy assigned to the case writing the following. The investigation of this incident has been very convoluted and difficult. As of this time, it is not known who is the owner of Capone. Douglas has provided numerous documents on the behalf of Exit Point Stallions Limited to try to prove ownership. None of the documents were sufficient evidence to establish ownership of Capone. Corinne also submitted numerous documents to try to prove ownership, and none of those documents were sufficient evidence to establish ownership of Capone. I have suspected both Douglas and Corinne have not been totally honest regarding the information they have provided. I also suspected Douglas and Corinne have each put their own spin on the information provided in an effort to prove ownership of Capone. It is not known if the dispute over Capone is from a failed business or romantic relationship between Douglas and Corinne. Eventually, Doug lost his patience and devised a plan to get Capone back. Unable to enter Canada due to his probation requirements, he enlisted the help of his landlord, Sharon Monroe, to assist him in retrieving his Canadian showrooms. Monroe traveled to Corinne's farm under the pretense of seeking advice dealing with Doug. After Monroe left, Corinne set off to pick up her daughter from school. And while she was away, Doug's landlord returned to the farm and attempted to steal the horse. This attack was ultimately unsuccessful, with Corinne's workers informing her of this and putting a stop to it. But she wasn't done yet. A month later, while transporting Capone in the trailer, she noticed Monroe following behind with an empty trailer of her own. For nearly 2 hours, Monroe chased Corinne down the highway with the intent to steal Capone back and return him to Doug. This chase came to a halt as Corinne pulled into the parking lot of the local police department. The police's attempts to mediate were ultimately for naught, as Monroe followed the woman home once again and attempted to steal Capone. The cops arrived at the scene and removed her from the property. Monroe then remained on the side of the road for a total of 3 hours before finally leaving, and this would be the last time Corinne Super saw Sharon Capone. Out of options, Doug realized the only person who could retrieve Capone was himself. As Thanksgiving approached, he figured Corinne may not be around to keep an eye on the clock during all of this. He was right, that she could spend Thanksgiving weekend out of town. Doug, in the dead of night, snuck into Super's barn and stole Capone back. The first to inform Corinne that her champion show horse was stolen was Doug himself, sending her a 2-word text message: checkmate. With a small loan of $80,000 from his mother, Doug relocated to a small cabin in Sumas, Washington, where he thought that Corinne Super and law enforcement couldn't find him. On July 2nd, 2005, Kenneth D. Pinion, James Michael Tates, and a third unknown person snuck into a local barn. With the intent of abusing one of the horses, they rubbed female pheromones on their bodies to coerce the animals to sodomize them. Tate took turns first, before allowing Kenneth to go second. During this, the stallion would accidentally rupture his colon, leading to his untimely death. All of this was filmed and eventually uploaded to the internet, originally intended to be gooning material, but instead it became one of the most infamous shock videos on the internet, known as Mr. Hands. The third unidentified man dumped Kenneth's body outside of a local hospital, where he was quickly pronounced dead. Authorities began to investigate, leading them to a farm in Enumclaw, Washington. This particular farm was supposedly infamous in zoophile chat rooms as a hotspot for depraved animal abusers to find victims. On the scene, hundreds of VHS tapes and DVDs were found, containing men abusing a wide plethora of animals. Law enforcement were eventually able to trace back the video from James Tate, who was promptly arrested. Unfortunately, since there were no laws against bestiality in Washington at the time, he was simply charged with trespassing and given a 1-year suspended sentence. On the bright side, however, the infamy of this case inspired Washington state legislators to craft and passive outlaw sex animals. A short time later, James Pate would move to Maury County, Tennessee. He would take residence at a local farm, and he would continue to exploit animals. Local authorities were eventually notified of this, and once again, Pate was arrested. This is where Douglas Spade re-enters the picture. Familiar with the infamous Uniclaw case and aware of his recent arrest, Doug wrote a letter to Tate while in jail offering his help. He obviously sympathized with Tate, believing he was incarcerated on the basis of his sexuality. Doug even went as far as writing a letter to the Maury County Assistant Public Defender. Mr. Tate has also informed me that he, personally, has no documentation from you or anyone else relating to this case, the charges under which he is being held, or anything else. Apparently, the sole meeting you've ever had with him several weeks ago, you flashed a copy of several warrants at him, but refused to give him copies of the same. He sits in jail with no reliable explanation for why he's being punished. Either behave as a professional, an officer of the sport, or expect to face any and all sanctions appropriate for such failures, both with the judge, if there even is a judge in this current case, and with your state bar association. I don't have time to play games with you. Mr. Tate rots in jail altogether, his possessions and unhappy companions are scattered to the winds. If you think I speak lightly in promising to ensure you're held accountable for your failures as an officer of the court, I suggest you find a few minutes in your busy schedule to validate that assumption on your part. This bizarre and unwavering advocacy for these strange people compelled law enforcement to begin investigating Doug Spade himself. Calls made to Tate's prison were obviously recorded and revealed Doug openly admitting to his interests. Authorities also found pages of evidence from his numerous forum posts advocating for and acknowledging his abuse of animals. With a mountain of evidence against him, in the early morning of April 14, 2010, law enforcement approached Doug's recently purchased cabin in Sumas and arrested him for violating his parole. On scene in this small cabin were dozens of dogs, horses, and mice, the latter of which supposedly had their tails cut off, strings tied to them, and petroleum jelly coated their bodies. All of these animals were confiscated and relocated by the Whatcom Humane Society, with Capone being returned to Corinne Super. Along with Doug, a British tourist named Stephen Clark was also arrested. Video evidence was uncovered of Clark sexually abusing 3 of Doug's dogs. Clark also had a prior history of legal troubles, including charges of theft and unlawful interactions with both animals and children. To get into the U.S., Clark lied about his past criminal convictions and omitted the E from the end of his surname when applying for his visa. For this, he spent 30 days in county jail before he was deported back to the UK. This lead prosecutor for this case spoke about this decision, saying, "I just wanted to get rid of him. I didn't want to clog up our jails with this guy. This is a problem born of another country." This was not an isolated incident. Doug frequently pimped out his animals to be used by other depraved individuals he met online. His small cabin in Sumas had become a hotspot for zoophiles to visit. However, Doug denies the allegations of his supposed bestiality. Once again in police custody, Doug faced a lengthy legal battle. Prosecutors believed his probation was violated a total of 4 times for committing to the crime of animal cruelty, failing to submit truthful monthly reports, leaving the jurisdiction without permission, and associating with persons engaged in criminal activities. Doug disputed 3 of the violations, however conceded that he did travel out of state. He traveled to New York City to do a presentation on corporate jurisprudence at the Last Hope Conference. This presentation was posted online where he openly admits to his quote-unquote relationship with Capone.
I've kind of an unusual lifestyle in that my primary physical, emotional, and social bonds are with horses and dogs. So my family is really mostly composed of dogs and horses. My life partner, who I've been with for 10 years, is a famous athlete and very successful, has his own fan club, and pays a lot of the bills here on the farm actually with his work. He's also got 4 forks and a tail. It's a show jumping stallion named Capone One. I always joke about that and say it's actually cool because I can always say that my boyfriend really isn't on the horse. Usually blush, but you can't say that. I did. I said it. Not really sorry about it. So I have kind of a different life that I live in a barn actually, and with the guys out for a long time.
Unfortunately for Doug, any disagreements he might have had with the case didn't really matter. He was ultimately sentenced to 3 years in prison with another 2 years of probation. This sentencing was strictly for his federal probation violations, and he still faced charges of animal cruelty that were pending in Whatcom County. The news of Doug Spade's arrest and his bestiality farm quickly made headlines in Whatcom County. Working as a volunteer animal rescue writer for the Whatcom Humane Society, Corinne Maloney was made aware of the animal saved from Doug Spade's cabin. And it was around this time that she began to investigate the situation, conducting interviews with Doug over the span of the next 8 years. This investigation resulted in the aforementioned book, Uniquely Dangerous. The most charitable way to describe Corinne Maloney is incompetent. A more harsh interpretation is that she is a dangerously apologetic enabler. Nothing in this book demonstrates this better than its opening statement. This book is dedicated to the animals who are killed by humans when their secret lives with the zoos are discovered. Corinne Maloney doesn't seem to be concerned with the animals who are taken advantage of by zoophiles. Rather, she is concerned with animals that are supposedly euthanized after their abuse is discovered. This sentiment is a common lie spread by zoophiles to deter their detractors from speaking out. They claim that if you report someone sexually engaging with an animal, you are essentially killing that animal. In reality, animals will only be euthanized if there is irreconcilable mental or physical damage. This idea, ironically, is disproven by the case regarding the 2010 sting in Whatcom County. The mice discovered were euthanized under the belief that their lives would not be very good if they continued living, given the fact that their tails were cut off, strings were tied to their body, and they were, the stuff that they went through, the sort of canal they probably saw, I think did enough damage that the rescuers determined it was probably over for them. Meanwhile, the 7 dogs and 4 stallions who were recovered at the scene were not euthanized. Rather, they were sent to various shelters or rehomed. On top of talking to Doug, Corinne uncritically interviewed and shared stories of other zoophiles, where they were free to bellyache and exhaust their proclivities. In Chapter 14, coming out, Corinne interviewed a 68-year-old man named Bernard. She dedicated 2 pages in the book so the man was free to air his grievances about being accepted in society. Bernard had started abusing a 2-year-old dog named Ashley at the age of 16. After Ashley passed, he began abusing her offspring, following their offspring as well, and the terrible, disgusting cycle continued. Corinne frames Bernard as a man who suffers physical side effects from the stress of hiding a secret, yet remains proud of who he is, as if he is a downtrodden outcast, unfairly mistreated by society. Chapter 16, Lady Oublé, tells the story of a zoophile named Philip Oublé. Philip was much more open about his interests than most zoos, sharing it with his family and friends. His father, in particular, was disgusted by this, and when he walked in on his son French kissing the family dog, he snapped. Later that night, Philip's father attacked him with a crowbar, beating him within an inch of his life. This resulted in a broken arm, 63 stitches, and permanent neurological damage. But Bernard is a forgiving man. He was upset by his father's prison sentence for attempted murder. Yet, he remained frightened, paranoid that the world was out to get him, up until his untimely death in 2010. In the 48th chapter, titled Donkey Love, Corinne seemingly attempts to normalize the concept of human-animal relations, referencing a handful of villages on the northern coast of Colombia which encourage young men to have sex with donkeys. None of these stories have anything to do with Doug. They do nothing aside from attempt to humanize zoophiles. Scrutiny is exempt from all of these stories, and if anything, they do nothing but attempt to excuse the deplorable acts of mentally ill degenerates. As to why Corinne felt so compelled to charitably shine a light on the life of zoophiles, it's not really certain. What is certain is that she dedicated 8 years to writing a book that Doug openly promotes as a reputable source of information. During these 8 years, Corinne would frequently meet up with Doug, beginning their string of interactions while he was still in prison. While Doug viewed his first sentencing as a blessing in disguise, he had a much more unfavorable view of his second stint in prison, believing he was being persecuted based on his sexuality, and even described himself as a political prisoner. Doug spent most of his time in jail, the same way he did during his previous incarceration, reading hundreds of books and taking a job as an educational tutor for the inmates. During his second stint, he shared a cell with Mike Venter, who was serving 10 years for a handful of armed robberies in California and Washington State. Venter was notably disgruntled by government bailouts given to banks during the Great Recession of 2008, saying, "What I am for is real justice, real truth, and real accountability within our system of government. The money was used and is probably currently being used to get to the truth." Venter also owned a farm called Compass Rose in Port Townsend, Washington, which his wife, Katine, was forced to run by herself after his arrest. When Doug was released from prison in April of 2013, he came to Katine hat in hand, asking for work and a place to stay. Katine, disconnected from the internet and likely unaware of Doug's past crimes, allowed him to take residence in a small trailer on the property. The probation department was responsible for approving Doug's housing and ensuring he was not near animals, mistakenly approved to stay in the trailer. That was until they found out he was living amongst a herd of sheep where they then demanded to find the housing. Doug was offended by the implication, indignantly stating, "I am not a sheep." Doug rented a brand new home just 11 miles away, but still opted to spend most of his time on the farm. Katine ran into issues with coyotes poaching her sheep, which Doug saw as a perfect opportunity to acquire a new victim. He convinced Katine to purchase a Caucasian Shepherd, Baka, a rare breed known for its herding and guarding capabilities. Next door to Compass Rose was a dog breeding operation by Johnson. Doug had known Johnson previously, as they had bred a litter of puppies together in 2007. He was promised both dogs under the pretense that he found owners for all of the litter. Doug was unsuccessful in finding new owners and was not given them puppies, which he was furious with. This ultimately soiled their relationship and future business prospects. Doug took a liking to a 5-year-old dog named Jenkins, a canine he believed had been abused by Johnson. Is this entirely possible? In 2009, Johnson was warned by police after receiving an animal cruelty complaint. Kattine's mother, Beverly, also allegedly witnessed Johnson abuse one of the dogs. With this, Doug decided to steal Jenkins from Johnson, cutting a hole in the fence that separated their properties, and taking him in the middle of the night. When Johnson discovered this, he quickly called the police and placed him under the sting. Law enforcement found Doug in his home, and they found Bob and his truck. Genghis, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found. To this day, it is unknown where Genghis went, as he was never seen again. In 2024, he would be over 20 years old, so it's certain that he's since passed away. This would not be the end of Doug's legal troubles, however, as he still faced charges of animal cruelty from his sting operation in Whatcom County. That being said, Doug believed it was a case he was sure to beat. I would like to say that on the Whatcom County case, that case was filed right before the statute of limitations expired. As a result of the 2010 incident, my lawyer and I are fighting that vehemently. We're fighting the constitutionality of the state underlying that case in the strongest possible terms, and we're looking to overturn that statute on the basis of a flagrant violation of the findings of the Supreme Court in Lawrence v. Texas, as well as numerous due process violations of the statute itself. That's the status of the Whatcom County case. I'm proud to be fighting that case. I look forward to winning that case and to removing that statute from the books. For those unaware, Lawrence v. Texas was a case handled by the Supreme Court that ruled that the criminalization of sodomy between consenting adults was unconstitutional. Doug believed his sexuality was no different than being gay, and sought to use this landmark decision as his greatest weapon in advocating for his innocence. Obviously, this didn't work. Doug had his probation revoked and was forced to serve the remaining 9 months behind bars. Once his sentence was complete, he still faced animal cruelty charges in Whatcom County, stemming from the sting operation on his cabin in Sumas. Doug originally accepted a plea deal, admitting to 1 count of animal cruelty and agreeing to a lifetime ban on owning dogs in the state of Washington. However, the judge opted to throw out the plea deal and sentenced him to 90 days in prison, as well as banning him from owning dogs for life. Doug requested a few weeks to get his affairs in order before officially being sent to prison, which he was granted. During this time, he fled to Canada with his boyfriend. At that, I had a decision to make. Go back to that state, face further open-ended persecution without a real lawyer, and having already seen a stacked deck sentencing hearing take place that I knew was headed off the rails. I decided that, based on all I've seen and know, going back voluntarily represented a genuine risk to my safety, and I had no idea when or if I could return to Canada once that thing down there was finished. Would they frame me for something else? Add some new change out of nowhere? Try to involuntarily commit me under some specious psych diagnosis? I put none of that past them. I decided that I would simply step back from the jail sentence and let things play out. Doug made a new home for himself in Port Stanley, Ontario, where he spent the next 8 months in hiding. But, like a moth to a flame, it was only a matter of time before he found himself in the hands of law enforcement again. On August 9, 2015, police were informed of a disheveled man with a towel around his waist wandering into local businesses along Warncliffe Road in Lambeth. He initially gave them a fake name, but was eventually identified and arrested. Doug blamed this incident on his supposed PTSD, saying, "Yesterday I found myself in contact with local police officers without any of my ID or driver's license on hand. I was not in my best form, having that morning engaged some personal demons in an hours-long event. Let's just call it an event for now, in the local swamps and forest land. I was recovering from a deep dive into the cold waters of genuine terror, and I'm not in my home country, driving a vehicle with expired plates, and so on. All irresponsible, and in a word, dumb." Doug was released from prison the next day.
so close to recovering the Sentinel artifact. It should be somewhere in that excavation site. Remember, the artifact is our only hope of bringing Nexus back from the Dark Ether.
If it wasn't raining, I'd be kicking your ass right now.
indeed. You hear of pitching movies and TV all the time.
Well, Letty, it might seem awkward, but perhaps it's best to sit your human down and have an honest talk about his peanut butter fetish. Often, humans believe that their partners love the taste, and by continuing to indulge him by licking it off, you're accidentally reinforcing this expectation.
It's very uncanny to see how desensitized these individuals are to their disgusting habits. They also use this segment to go into graphic detail about how to coerce animals, which for obvious reasons I won't be showing you. But the real cherry on top of these podcasts are the sponsored segments. You may be asking, who would sponsor a podcast like this? And the answer is no one. The sponsorships are fake. These sponsored segments, much like their Ask Dewey segment, are satirical ad placements for fake companies and businesses who also indulge in the exploitation of animals.
Looking to spice up your night with an unforgettable experience? Come on down to Tijuana Tommy's. Tommy's delivers what we assume is an authentic Tijuana experience. Tamales, sports, and live talking. Visit us every weeknight from 5 to 8 for our happy hour drink special. Right from the tap for only $2.
It's likely that Toggle and Doug devoted their podcast to the brim of jokes and irony to feign some sort of satirical identity and avoid the repercussions of YouTube's terms of service. This doesn't work too well for anyone familiar with Doug in particular, as he has a long online paper trail indicating he means everything he says. Most of the episodes in this podcast follow a similar structure, with a solid chunk dedicated to quote-unquote parody, and the rest dedicated to genuine advocacy for zoophilia. That being said, it's important to highlight and dissect some of these specific talking points and notable events of the show's history. One event that happened 5 months before the podcast starting up were the aforementioned zoosadism leaks of September 2018. It all started when a Twitter user by the name of Zoodanim uploaded a thread exposing a handful of prominent furries as zoosadists. Some of these names included Zyro, Techno Husky, and Hero the Wolf. Attached to these tweets were chat logs and videos featuring various animals being tortured. Zoodanim was a zoophile himself, who claimed to be disgusted by the actions, messages, and videos shared in various Telegram chat rooms they frequented. You see, Zoodanim claims that zoophiles, who have relations with animals, are totally fine, while on the other hand he calls out zoosadists, which are people who derive pleasure from physically maiming animals. Doug himself makes his hatred of zoosadists no secret.
Zoosadism, by definition, is the torture of other beings in order to derive pleasure from the pain they experience. This is one of the most horrible, most evil, most fucking disgusting things that human beings can do. There is no clinical or documented connection between zoosadism, which revolves around pain and misery, and is not sexual in any meaningful sense, and zoophilia, which is a sexual orientation and involves typical intimacy between adults who choose to engage in sexual relations with each other.
The reality is, as much as he postures about it, Doug doesn't actually care about animals in the way he'd like you to believe. His history of pimping out his self-described lovers and putting knives to their throats is the greatest indication of that. Rather, his hatred of zoosadists likely comes from the bad smell they leave behind. Doug attempts to promote zoophilia as a normal and healthy sexuality, and claims the existence of zoosadists do nothing but accelerate anti-zoo rhetoric. Yet, Doug was not entirely thrilled with the leaks. In fact, he goes out of his way to discredit the information revealed, and even stands up for the most prominent individual, Hero the Wolf.
These aren't leaks, because there's no way to confirm the authenticity of what's actually been released, the majority of which is really just text files that people claim are Telegram chat logs. And unfortunately, some people involved in hyping this up last fall were actually caught circulating fake and even malware-linked documents during these claimed leaks. So there's no way to know what's real and what's fake text-wise. Obviously, I'm not denouncing anyone without actual evidence they did something. Not just someone else said that they heard, that some other guy heard that kind of kindergarten bullshit. I asked to see the evidence for these accusers to point to images or videos. If the evidence existed, we'll make it public. Not text chat logs, which are so trivially easy to fake. I personally hope that Kiro can survive this terrible episode, and whatever his strengths or failings as a person and as a young man in the community at large, that he can use this experience to become stronger, wiser, and more compassionate in the future.
Doug prefers that zoosadists be dealt with privately and quietly, likely because any negative attention drawn to them will also reflect on zoophiles. Despite claiming to be disgusted with zoosadism, he intentionally avoids getting the police involved when dealing with them.
I've already disclosed my own history in working with ad hoc groups to address zoosadists in the past. For us, It's simple. It wasn't about getting lauded publicly or getting people arrested or getting people ostracized from the community. For us, success was making sure these people could never hurt another animal ever again. That's the goal, obviously. Now, short of that goal, we would deem our efforts to be a failure. That's pretty simple, isn't it? The reason you go after zoostatism isn't because they, quote, make us look bad, or because it's fun to chase people around, or because you don't want to bring a disease on you by being around. No, we do it because they're monsters. They hurt others for pleasure. That's just so damn clear.
And to animal lovers, that really does seem like the reasonable benchmark for the success of a project like this.
Okay, so using that as a benchmark, let's take a look at last fall's status leak and determine just how successful they were. Because some of the zoos who were usually really close to all this, they claim they were infiltrating all this status talk, but I have my own personal concerns about how they ended up so tangled up in the middle of all this as zoos, because, I don't know, me personally, I never seem to get tangled up with zoostatus, you know?
In reality, his concerns with zoostatism is nothing more than half-hearted virtue signaling, all done in a pathetic attempt to posture zoophiles as morally righteous animal lovers. This sentiment of zoophilia being all about love is heavily expanded on in the 4th episode of the podcast. With Doug absent, likely busy with his cancer treatment, Toggle conducts a solo interview with a person named Kion. Kion supposedly had been in the zoo community as long as Doug had, meaning he was an active member in the earliest days of the internet. It was during this time that he was producing gossip or work content featuring animals and posting it online for other people who like that stuff to see. Funnily enough, during this episode, the hosts themselves go on to discuss how there are many moral complications that can come with traditional human-on-human sex work. And they go on to discuss the various philosophical quandaries that come with involving animals and such a thing. This is where Kion tries to make a distinction between bestialism and zoophilia.
Bestialism is very much the physical aspect, more of a, it's titillating because it's a dog. That there's an interest in sticking it in something or receiving something from an animal that's exciting and novel because it's an animal, rather than having formed any sort of relationship with the animal of trust and familiarity. You can't jump a fence and screw a dog and consider that to be really much more than bestialism.
In essence, according to him, bestialism is a simple fetish for animals on the basis of the novelty of doing stuff with them, as opposed to zoophilia, where he claims that love is the central focus and sex is just a byproduct. This is ironic, as Kion later goes on to reminisce about his dog Zane, a supposed love of his life that he used to pimp out and use in various videos he produced. It's very clear to people like Doug and Kion that animals are a commodity to be used for profit and lust, quite different from an average human-on-human relationship. As mentioned previously, Doug has frequently tried to retcon zoophiles into the LGBT movement. This comes along with the duo referring to anti-zoo sentiments as bigoted, and referring to those who oppose their lifestyle as zoophobes. Much like this, the concept of zoo pride is often brought up.
Speaking personally, I have been deeply touched by many of the listeners' submissions on the topic of zoo pride. In addition to the wonderful diversity of views on what zoo pride means to each of us, the overall zeitgeist of the community, the pride in our collective pride, as it were, comes through with each and every one of these submissions.
Social justice is a frequent talking point in the podcast as well, even referencing supposed misogyny within the zoo community.
I don't know that men are more harshly criticized as much as women are being erased from the idea of what it means to be a zoo in the eyes of bigots.
There's definitely some weird misogynistic bigotry and hatred that underlies so much of this.
All of this is very intentional. Drafting actual arguments as to why their sexuality is okay is obviously impossible. It's much easier to reuse the rhetoric from LGBT spaces to create as many parallels as possible to something recognizable. Many understand and sympathize with the plight of gay people in society, and Zooier Than Thou attempts to promote zoophilia as a social justice cause only a few steps behind. Doing this postures those who oppose them as equivalent to homophobes, and would put them on the wrong side of history in Doug's eyes. When called out for their non-consensual acts against animals, they project onto those who criticize them, ironically accusing them of projection and questioning their understanding of sex.
I really have a problem with sex in general being seen as like a violent act, an act of asserting one's power.
Well, let's note that people who are making assertions of sex as a violent act, what does that tell us about the people making those assertions?
Yeah.
Right. And those people then project that disgusting, broken view of intimacy onto us. It has nothing to do with us. It has to do with them in some weird way making their behavior real and then attacking it in some way, attacking themselves and something. And in the meantime, we're sitting here like, what the hell is that about?
Rather than advocating for themselves in a good faith manner, Zoomer the Now seeks to gaslight his detractors for believing they are simply ignorant, hateful bigots who are projecting and don't have any real good reasons to dislike them. One group of people in particular who have been vocal against zoophiles is the furry community. A common stereotype amongst those in the furry fandom is that they harbor a secret attraction to real-life animals. This negative stereotype has compelled many furries to actively speak out against this animal activity and make their grievances with those who harm them known. The hosts of Zoomer the Now, on the other hand, believe this is simply a shame-riddled attempt to hide the true nature of their sexuality.
Furries have always been considered like the strawmen as the zoophiles, and that breeds a certain resentment in our community towards zoophiles, even while, like, you know, I'm just using loosely, but like half the people in the fandom are zoophiles. Even though that's the case, there's a strong desire to separate themselves from zoos, and in that strong desire, the persecution becomes more heated.
But because they could not be out in zoos, they used furry in part as a kind of subterfuge in case anybody had was suspicious of them, if anybody wanted to accuse them of being dog fuckers or something.
This is a common theme in all of the talking points frequently used in the podcast. Zoos are never the ones to blame. It's everyone else's fault but their own. This belief is further exemplified by the host's insistent rants about a man named Randy Zoobuster Pepe. Randy was a supposedly reformed zoophile who turned on the community and outed as many people as he could in the late 90s. And Doug was supposedly one of his victims. In a thread posted to Toggle's Twitter account, he shares a very interesting take on Randy's involvement with the current stigma around zoophiles. He claims that Randy single-handedly spawned the hatred that zoophiles face today. It was his original idea that having sex with animals was bad, and no one else thought it was the case until he convinced them. He even supposedly crafted the quote-unquote false paradigm that animals can't consent. That's right, guys, we've all been unknowingly brainwashed by this one guy from the 90s. We're the weird ones, we're the bigots, we're the deranged lunatics degrading animals. Not the zoophiles, no. And it's all Randy Zoobuster's fault. Zoomer the Now's first season is 24 long, excruciating episodes, chock full of delusion and projection. Rarely, if not ever, do they make actual arguments as to why animals are capable of consent. Rather, they spend a majority of their time talking about how hard their lives are and blaming everyone else for not understanding them, all while throwing in a healthy pinch of buzzwords and social justice clips to feign some sort of intellectual and important discourse. Doug's death was looming over him throughout the entire podcast. He was frequently absent in a few episodes, often dealing with complications due to his chemo treatments.
I am currently in between chemotherapy treatments. The last protocol I was on, toxic side effects built up to the point where we had to stop, and I have not started the next protocol yet. So I am off chemo right now for the first time in many months.
According to Doug, he was also not taking his oral chemotherapy behind his oncologist's back.
Over the summer, I almost died in June again from chemo, not actually from cancer. I have been off chemo since June 20th. Don't tell my oncologist because he doesn't actually know.
His initial diagnosis was evolving rapidly. The cancer traveled from his skin into his lymph nodes, which then spread to his lungs and trachea. An already difficult cancer to beat was now an inevitable death sentence. This leads us to January 24th of 2020, when Doug's husband, Demon Depo, would announce that Douglas Spade had passed away. In episode 11.5 of the Zoomer Now podcast, Doug's husband would also further expand on the death of his late husband.
Knowing and loving Doug was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I know that he touched a lot of people's lives. Perhaps the most profound thing he did was to, as you say, choose the hard battle. He stood for all of us, whether they wanted him to or not. He always stood morally upright, whether keeping the confidence of any zoo who spoke to him, or proclaiming to the world that we are zoos, we are here, and we are creatures too, and deserve to love and be loved in return in all aspects.
This episode features a plethora of friends, colleagues, and fans of the podcast who shared their thoughts on Doug. And one notable guest was Kareem Malone. If there was any doubt she sympathized with Doug prior, going out of her way to give a remembrance of him certainly proves otherwise.
An outspoken and controversial figure, he garnered worldwide attention. He was adored by some just as he was hated by others, and that was fine with him. In all of history, until the end of time, there will never be another story or another person quite like this one.
Coggle, of course, would also share his thoughts about Doug, establishing what he believes his legacy to be.
I think he wants to be remembered for being just one of many positive forces in his community. One that inspired others to be more positive and to do all the things he couldn't do in his lifetime. Those of us at Zooey now who knew him in person will remember him as strikingly genuine and sharp-witted. He was warm and kind, and he cultivated an undying sense of hope. He saw a future many of us couldn't see at first, and he helped us share that hope for a better future with our entire community.
Following Doug's death, previously special guests of the podcast stepped into a more permanent role. To this day, the Zooey Now podcast continues to upload to YouTube. Despite being previously taken down, new accounts were quickly created with no issue. It seems like for the time being, YouTube negligently allows this podcast to continue to exist. After the legal system consistently failed to put a stop to Doug's endless reign of chaos and abuse, cancer would save the day. While many celebrated his death, there were, of course, many like-minded freaks who mourned his passing. The most chilling aspect about Doug's life was the countless number of zoophiles who truly believed Doug Spink was a civil rights activist fighting for a just cause. A man who led a life of The internet is full of eccentric people. If you've spent any amount of time on YouTube and TikTok, you've probably at least got some knowledge about, or at least have heard in passing, about names like Daniel Larson or World of T-Shirts. At the very least, you've heard of Chris Chan. These so-called lolcows have garnered large followings of people who keep up with their antics daily, remarking at their strange qualities, their strange interests, their frequent outbursts online, all that good stuff. But these are also relatively young people, Chris Chan being the oldest at 43 years old. But there is one such figure that predates all of them, and his name is Tommy Tudor. He's a self-proclaimed intersexed genius, a marine biologist, an ethical gemstone dealer, a dog trainer, an old-school hippie, and a dedicated trans ally, depending on the day and the platform. Over the years, he stitched together a personal mythology across obscure forums, blogs, and YouTube videos, painting himself to be a man of high acclaim. In reality, the only things consistent about him are threats of violence, legal tantrums, and a disturbing habit of preying on the vulnerable. Thomas J. Wassenberg was born on the 3rd of November, 1954, in Chicago, Illinois. If we're to take his word, he was exposed to DES, an estrogen medication, in utero, meaning after he was conceived, but before he was born, which has supposedly caused him to be intersexed. Not much is known about his early life, although we do know that he eventually moved from Chicago to Los Angeles, California. If we were to trust his claims, though, it would seem he was a pretty busy guy. He supposedly went to the University of Tampa and got a degree in marine biology. He's also supposedly done advanced studies in neuroendocrinology and psychopharmacology, as well as fine arts management, production, and performance. On top of that, he's also a certified trauma specialist who treats both people and computers. And just to top it all off, he's also an automated factory and office hardware integrator and an operations and security specialist. But how much of this is true? Honestly, I have no idea. I wouldn't be shocked if it was all lies. He's claimed to have all kinds of jobs and positions across the years, especially throughout the 1970s and 1980s, which is when his records are the most spotty. So, what do we actually know for sure? Well, we do know that he went to college in Tampa, and that he was still there around 1978 when he was 23 years old. At the time, he was a member of the Kappa Kappa Psi fraternity, which was a band fraternity. While he may have gotten a marine biology degree there, it doesn't seem he ever pursued a career in this field. And at some point after moving to California, he lived out on the streets. It's during this phase of his life that we get the first ever mention of him in public. In November of 1987, he was actually shot in the gut while scavenging bins for food. it didn't affect him too badly, as he was still in good enough shape to give an interview in LA Times, where we get the first glimpse of the kind of personality he exhibits. According to him, the term homelessness is vicious propaganda because the United States is everyone's home. By this point, he had supposedly been in Venice Beach for around 5 years. Now, it's important to note that this kind of free-spirited thinking was somewhat standard for the time and area, which allowed him to befriend a lot of people in the hippie community. He became a member of the Rainbow family, which was a hippie commune that preaches a return to living community in much the same way as Native American before European colonization, with the motivation being to protect the environment. Their claim to fame was the yearly Rainbow Gatherings, during which they would all camp in a federal forest for a week, obviously to the annoyance of the forest rangers. The group was involved in numerous lawsuits against them, and many of the members were even arrested. And this is where Tommy comes in. Tommy claims to have met the family sometime in 1982 in Venice Beach, although he didn't go to a yearly gathering until 1989. But after that point, he attended in 1990, 93, and 99. He also claimed to have attended half a dozen smaller events that were similar in nature. In his own words, Tommy saw himself as one of the originals of this camp, who were truly committed to the principles of the Rainbow family. But in his mind, most of the people who called themselves members weren't actually committed in the same way that he was, resulting in him being kicked out of the Rainbow family during the 1999 gathering. His testimony on this tends to change, though. While he claims in one post to have only met the family, he's also gone on record claiming to be one of the founding members of the movement, claiming to be friends with a man named Garrett Beck, who is widely considered to be one of the actual founding members of the movement. But again, there's no actual evidence of this. Even more mysterious is the reason for why he was kicked out. He claimed in the earlier post that it was because of quote-unquote rainbow violence. You see, rainbow is his term for members who didn't contribute to the collective. A fellow member of the Rainbow family later talked about Tommy, where he claimed the reason he had been kicked out in 1999 was because he had been accused of some kind of sex crime by some of the members. But I would like you to keep in mind here that there's no actual proof that was the case. Some people have also claimed it was because he was doing donuts in a field to make space for a helipad so that a helicopter could land there, but I'm not sure why that would get him kicked out. Whatever the case, at some point before the 1990s, he had already started using the internet. Back then, Tommy was very active on Usenet, which was a sort of peer-to-peer message board where you could log on and talk to people online. He was homeless by this point, and according to his testimony, he was privately signing in via terminals, which was connected to a bar network. The earliest message I could find was from 1999, when he publicly shared his social security number for whatever reason. But that's far from the weirdest interaction we had. You'll find throughout this video that Tommy is exceptional at picking fights he cannot possibly win. During a heated argument with one person, he offered to give up his mouth virginity for 1,000 British pounds, plus 1,000 extra after the man finished. In the same post, he also offered to give up his butt virginity for 1 million in unspecified currency. But it gets weirder. In another post, while talking about some of his experiences with the Rainbow family, he claims he's a pseudo-hermaphrodite due to chromosomal damage, having undergone corrective surgery as a toddler. In the same paragraph, he talks about the size of his disco stick, and also talks about how he personally has never been interested in men, explaining that he never found a man worthy of giving up his butt virginity before. Since then, he's been extremely active across different social media sites. He continued to use Usenet well into the 2000s, becoming well known in these circles for being somewhat unhinged. It was in these circles that he first developed one of his most famous habits, thinking that just because he posts something on the internet, he has full domain over, and using it in any way constitutes theft. Although it's unclear when, he eventually moved from California to Tucson, Arizona, where he resides to this day. Sometime in 2005, he joined a website called Scam.com, which was another message board. He introduces himself as a native reconstructionist/reform Hebrew-American prince born to wealthy factory workers. You see, he's a very versatile man who's worked in every possible institution and profession you can imagine, with credentials that would make James Bond blush with envy. Notably, he mentions that he's running a company called RealThings.US, which has allegedly been up and running since 1985. The website is dead as of today, but as far as I can tell, it's likely he had registered the domain, as it doesn't make much sense to lie about that detail. It also had its own page on Facebook, where Tommy was prominently featured in photos. Also, he still claimed to be a member of the Rainbow family at this point, despite being kicked out of the gathering in 1999. We'll come back to this eventually. So the question then is, what did his business even do? Well, the only verifiable bit of business Tommy has engaged in, as far as I can tell, is selling gemstones. He's been posting ads for his business venture all across the internet for several decades, and for just as long, he's been getting in trouble because people often claim they are low quality, despite the impressive price tags that he puts on them. This isn't the only thing he does for money, of course. In keeping with his hippie/homeless roots, he spends an inordinate amount of time busking, or street performing. Although most of the time, this street performance amounts to either begging or just selling the gemstones in question. To round out all of that income, he also claims to collect disability checks from the government. Over the late 2000s, Tommy started to become more and more notorious among the outer reaches of the internet. Sometime between 2005 and 2006, he got banned from Scam.com, later claiming this had been caused by him discovering a connection between the website and white supremacist groups that had a hand in drug and sex trafficking. But in 2010, he created a YouTube channel. Then in April of 2011, he joined yet another message board called Another Message Board. Very clever name, I know, where he became extremely active. As of today, he remains the most active member on the board, having posted over 64,000 messages. He's also the single most infamous member on the page, with a negative 5.7k reduction score, which is basically this site's equivalent of having karma on Reddit, meaning he has very negative Reddit karma. At this point, this entire website is basically dedicated to cataloging all of the off-the-wall stuff he said across the various boards. People also began to use it to simply just troll him, because they knew they could always get a reaction, and that reaction was almost always some sort of legal threat. In this one, he threatened to meet with one of his patron lawyers, claiming that there was an open criminal investigation against